And finally, E-commerce Tech Summit 21 is finally live. I'm so happy to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, from all over the world on our next event for software developers, E-commerce Tech Summit 21. Thanks to everyone who came here, who connected, who was waiting for us. I see lots of people on our backstage. I see this chat. Please don't hesitate. Just write where you are from, where you watching us. Maybe you are from, write your country or city or even what room you are watching us from. We're happy to know about our audience, and I'm so happy. We've been working really a lot to create this event, and I'm happy to invite Madina. She is the community manager of E-commerce Tech Summit. Madina, welcome.
Hi.
Here you are. Can you hear me, Madina?
Yes, I do. I can hear you.
And how are you? How are you? What do you feel?
I feel grateful. I feel happy, and I feel so proud of the things that are going to happen today and tomorrow.
Oh yeah, look, I'm so excited. It's, I don't know, maybe 20 something event for me, but I'm still excited to launch it. Anyway, how did you manage? Like, Madina, I really admire this work because like 32 speakers you gathered on this event, and it lasts for 24 hours. What the format? Tell us more about the format of this event.
Yeah, sure. So it took me 5 months to prepare it, and that is why I started my talking that I'm really grateful to our speakers, our program committee. They prepared really great topics for today's audience. So yeah, so it took me five.
Yeah, but 24 hours. Should we sit for 24 hours watching your streams, or how do you manage that?
Yeah, well, people are going to watch it for 2 days. I separated it
Ah,
2 days, so we have junior and senior track. So yeah, it's not like 24 hours in a row. So yeah, you will have time to sleep.
But anyway, when we started, when Geekle started our first events, we had really 24 hours long events, and I still remember guys who was watching us for 24 hours. I don't know what they drink or what they eat, or I don't know how they survive, but it's still, people really need to hear from top engineers of the world. And by the way, I know that you invited here people from like Alibaba, Etsy, Accenture, IBM, Etsy, IKEA. Like, how did you do that?
Well, first of all, yeah, I wrote them first, but then, it's kind of like a chain. They started writing me asking if they can, give their cool speeches. And I was like, of course, sure, you're more than welcome. If you have really interesting and, of course, useful topics to share, you're more than welcome.
Awesome, awesome. And 3,000, oh no, 305,000. Oh, sorry, what I say? 3,500. Sorry about that. I'm so excited. I'm really nervous. 3,500 registrations. My congratulations. It's really huge event, and thanks to every sponsor, to every person who paid for tickets at least $1. Thank you very much, because you are those who support us, and because of you we keep growing this project. I mean, Geekle, because our mission is to find top engineers of the world, to find the most fresh innovations, know-hows, use cases, and deliver to every software developer in the world. And that's what we do here. And thanks for your support, and especially for our platinum sponsor, Shopware. Thank you guys for supporting this community. Okay, Madina, what do you feel about this event? What the idea of the event?
The idea of the event is that e-commerce market is growing exponentially every day,
Yeah.
and it's becoming actually a new reality for us, like for the world. And
Of course.
this is thanks to all of the developers, engineers, architects, software technical specialists from all over the world, from all of the companies who are making these unbelievable things happen to us and to the whole world. So the idea of the event is to make a useful event for them, so they could, stay updated and to have a really refreshing information, like for now.
Yeah, Geekle is always about the experience exchange between, all developers. Yeah, thanks for that. And by the way, on our main page, some guy with I don't know, with wheels, and who is that?
With the weeks, yeah, all right.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a Hermes. Actually,
Ah,
I wonder if
why
people
that?
know why it's Hermes on our main screen of our event. This is because Hermes is a mythology god of
Oh,
of commerce,
of
and
e-commerce.
yeah,
We need to figure out our own e-commerce guy or something.
right, right. And people who know it, I think they would be like really
That's
surprised that
awesome.
there is a,
That's
reason.
very great. By the way, can editors show us this picture or not? I'm not sure, but anyway, I like it much. When I saw it for the first time, wow, that's creative. If they can't, okay. So yeah, what's next? Yeah, roll it.
Yeah. So the next is, I think we need to ask our first moderator, Pasha, to come here and to like start our event, our 2 days
Awesome.
event.
Awesome, awesome. Sorry for interrupting you. People, keep writing in the chat, because we're really excited to know where you're from, because so many countries, so many cities. Yeah, I'm personally here in Kiev, Ukraine now. Madina is where are you from right now? Tell us.
Well, it's a mystery. I'm actually from Kazakhstan. Yeah, I'm living here right now, and yeah.
Cool. Cool. Anyway, so yeah, we want to know each other more. So yeah, please keep writing. Anyway, we are going to invite our first moderator, Paul, and yeah, someone called Pasha, someone called Paul, doesn't matter. Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, e-commerce geekles, this is Ben Marks from Shopware. Really glad to be joining you December 1st and 2nd at Geekle's e-commerce tech summit 2021, where we're going to be learning about the latest news and industry trends, and most importantly, getting a chance to hang out and just talk shop with each other. I'm really proud that Shopware is a platinum sponsor of the event, and I want to thank all of the other sponsors for helping to provide this event to you all. So please come and join us.
Alrighty, everyone, and this is the mythical Paul or Pavel or Pasha, whatever, depending on the hemisphere, the continent where you're at. This is my shift, and I'm going to be the moderator, and I'm going to be here to help you throughout the next couple hours, like 2 or 3 hours. And I want to introduce our first speaker, Sylvain, and I'm going to add him to the stream and just to have a quick chat with him. Hey, how are you doing this morning? Or
hello,
day.
good morning. Good morning, how are you?
I'm awesome. So you're joining us from where?
So I'm based in Berlin today, and
Awesome.
calling from Cyberduck, an agency based in London, so international company.
So I believe so you're part of Cyberduck.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So we're a digital transformation agency, and we're building kind of digital solutions for clients, including e-commerce websites.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna be trying to become the accessibility heroes today, with your help.
Very important topic. Growing trends, like you mentioned, the intro, it's about the upcoming trends and how to help kind of developers be better at their job. So that's my mission for today, to share some knowledge and give you the best practices so you can do that better.
Awesome. So I guess without any further ado, I'm just gonna pass the mic to you. The floor is yours. Thank you, Sultan.
Thank you. You all see the screen okay? Yeah, here it is. Great. So yeah, good morning, good afternoon, everyone, wherever you are. Today we're here to speak about why you need to consider accessibility in your next e-commerce project and how you can have a big impact on the project's success. To start, I want you to imagine blindfolding yourself, then grabbing your phone and trying to go online and buy something on Amazon or your favorite e-commerce website. How's that gonna go for you if you're completely blind? You can imagine you're gonna give up before you can even find the product that you're looking for, right? And that's what I want you to think about today. When thinking about blind or visually impaired users, how can they enjoy the same convenience that we have on the internet? Because everything's a few taps away for us, but we often forget about people with accessibility needs. And building websites and digital platform has evolved a lot. And now it's the norm to make pages that adjust from widescreen to small mobile devices. We all know how to make website responsives, but it's far from being the norm and well executed when it comes to accessibility. So in the next 10 minutes, I'll share with you some of our tips and secrets on how we've delivered accessible e-commerce website for one of our clients, which is Great Wine. The results for them have been amazing, and I want to share that with you today so you can become the hero of your next e-commerce project. Because if you follow all those steps and that with that new knowledge, you will have a site that's not only accessible, that is compliant, but it will also help your search engine optimization, the performance, and the overall user experience for everyone. So as a quick intro, as we discussed with Paul, I'm Sylvain Reiter, the co-founder at Cyberduck. We're an agency based in London, and we're delivering digital transformation through user experience and technology, really combining those two disciplines to build content management system, software as a service application, and e-commerce solutions for brands globally. So let's start with a bit of background about accessibility for those who are not very familiar with it, because it's important to understand what we're talking about today. First of all, accessibility is a set of principles that allows us as web producer, web developers, to create content on the web and applications that everyone can use, understand, no matter their situation or disabilities. And the common term in the industry is using the anagram POUR, which stands for the P for perceivable. That means that you can understand it. Operable, that you can navigate through it. Understandable, which is about knowing where you are in the page. And robust, so that the site can load and is compatible. And accessibility is defined as a standard by the Internet Consortium, WCAG, which is the Web Content Accessibility Guideline. And they have 3 levels of conformance, and each level goes higher up. And that's what is used when you run audit or when you want to measure the compliance of your website. You use those 3 levels. So each level, so there's single A, double A, and triple A, and they all have different set of requirements that build on top of each other. So you need to meet all the requirements from level A to go to double A. And there's different, they're stricter obviously as you go up. So for example, the color ratio, the color contrast, in the AA standard is 4.5 to 1, but in AAA it's 7 to 1. So it becomes stricter and stricter as you go up. And finally, accessibility is also a mindset, because it's not just for developers implementing alt tag on images, and it's not a box ticking exercise in an audit or the last item on your checklist for your testers just before go live. It's not a quick fix that you can resolve at the last minute or use overlay solution to comply with accessibility. To be truly successful, it needs to become a team mindset covering the entire end-to-end process. And everyone has a role to play at every stage, from the UX researcher, the visual designer, developers, testers, and then all the way to kind of post-launch and ongoing support. So it needs to come from the top, be a business decision that everyone is committed to. And that's why I'm advocating that to all of you today. So you can go back to your job tomorrow or the day after the conference, and you can do it better. But to really get this ingrained in your mind, you need to understand the why, not just what it is, but why you should do it. If you need to convince your boss or your team to do better and build more inclusive e-commerce solution, I'll give you some arguments and data to help you. So first of all, you might want to do better at accessibility because it's the law. There's the ADA, Section 508 in the US, the Disability Act in the UK, and similar laws everywhere, really, in Europe, Australia, and around the globe. In most places, it's mandatory for public sector organization to be compliant with those accessibility standards. But even private companies now can get in a lot of trouble if they don't provide accessible solution. So that's a pretty compelling argument, right? It's never really good for business to go against the law or to challenge this. And more than any potential fines, it's actually the negative PR and the reputational damage to your brand values. It's really hard to put a price on that if you get negative PR. Second point is that you might want to do better accessibility because it's best practices, right? Because when it's done properly, your e-commerce website will be more compatible with all the browsers. The code, when it's well optimized, would load faster, run faster, or be more visually engaging for everyone. And it will bring some SEO boost as well, because Google is considering that as a key ranking factor now. So that could be another good reason, yeah? And to be fair, the basics are not that hard. There are some more advanced elements on when you talk about the navigation, the heading structure that requires a lot of work on early stages of the project, on the content strategy and the technical coding. But really, every designer and every developer should understand the basics to build their templates and their website correctly. And despite it being straightforward, the world is still too far behind. A recent study from Baymar a few months ago benchmarked 33 top grossing e-commerce websites across the 4 key areas of accessibility we discussed around the alt tag on images, the caption on the links, the form fields, and the ability to navigate by keyboard. So they were assessed against this WCAG standard, the AA level, against those success criteria. And the results are stark. There's like up to 94% of websites that don't comply with all of them. I think if you see on the list is I think H&M and REI it seems to have their website kind of pass all those standards, but a lot of them are not compliant at all, or only on the images or the links, for example. So There's still a lot of work to be done. There's still a lot of education, and that's sort of important to share that knowledge so everyone does it right. The fourth point is that you might want to do better at accessibility because it's good for business. When you think about e-commerce and online ordering, it's obviously very convenient for everyone. Like, we've all gone through it the last couple of years and rely on e-commerce so much. But think about users with motor disabilities that can't easily travel to the shops, and they rely even more on e-commerce. So when you think about it, you can open up your product and your brand to new customers and increase conversion from an untapped audience. There was a recent survey from ClickAway that stated that 69% of disabled people with accessibility needs will click away from a website if they encounter some accessibility barriers. So if a user is browsing your e-commerce store, their assistive technology, and they're unable to browse or find a product, they will go to your competitor. It's hard to put a number on how much traffic you might be losing, but even if it's a tiny percentage, everyone is chasing an increase of 0.1, 0.2% increase in your conversion rate. So that would keep your boss happy, even if it's quite small, right? And it's not just about the browsing and the checkout experience you need to plan. It's also about resolving customer queries for existing customers. There's been some comparison made about the cost of resolving a customer complaint. And if you can do it online through just a contact form or live chat, it would cost you about 7p per customer query. If you have to do it over the phone and you need to have a call center and hire people, it's up to £5 per query. If someone has to come to a store and complain in person, it's going to go to £17 per query. If you think then all the time that's being wasted and the potential lawsuits, it's really hard, again, you need to make sure it's done right, because that goes straight off your bottom line, and you need to think about the whole process, not just the checkout experience. But really, actually, you can forget pretty much the previous 4 points. You should do better accessibility because it's the right thing to do. As I said above, when it's done right, it benefits everyone. And if your website is inaccessible, even if it's not intentional, it's like a discrimination. It's like you're purposely excluding a certain group of people, a certain part of the population. And in the world, it's up to 15% the world's population that are reporting some sort of disability. It's not necessarily a permanent one. It could be a temporary disability or situational disability when they're traveling and they have bad internet connection or things like that. So whether someone is affected with reading difficulties or visual impairments or physical disabilities, it all affects how users consume web content and navigate digital experience. They might not all impact internet use, but it would be unwise to purposely exclude a large percent of the population of your potential customers. And it's also to bring the right culture. When you prioritize accessibility and you think about the end users, it will help foster that cultural diversity in your team and bring empathy to the end users and the overall inclusivity. So make sure you don't leave anyone behind. So you might ask me now, okay, so what do I have to do? Where can I start? So the quick summary, quick checklist is that you have to prepare your team. As I said, it's a mindset. So you can't solve everything alone. You can do your part, but make sure you bring everyone on the journey. Then you need to define your KPI early on. So which of those 3 levels of compliance you need to aim for, and which one can you prioritize, and set some sort of KPI that you can measure and audit yourself against. Then you need to pick your platform, whether you're building in Magento or a cloud platform or whatever e-commerce solution you're going to use. You need to understand the restriction of the theme and how it's going to impact how you develop those solutions. Then make sure you plan enough time to do it yourself. Don't rely on overlay solution, as I mentioned, and I'll explain a bit more later about it. Make sure you allow enough time to run additional audits, because as I said, it's a bit of extra work, and you need to make sure you audit your site against those different levels, and there'll be a round of tweaks and fixes. So yeah, again, don't leave it to the last minute just before go live to make that happen. And then, like everything in web development, you need to bring this culture of testing, because accessibility is never done. There's always improvements to be made. So again, plan for more testing, and we'll go through that again in a few minutes. So being at it's a developer conference today, so I didn't want to just give you business stuff, and there's not a lot of code in my presentation, but we can start with a bit of HTML, really to understand how assistive technology reads the code, and an additional label that you might not be aware of, additional tag in your HTML that you can use to make your website more accessible. So as I said, the assistive technology have an array of tools to help user navigate complex pages, and they need to identify specific areas of the pages, such as the landmarks, so the navigation, the header, the content, and the footer. There's also the page structures and the headings and the list of links. So the way you write your HTML code is going to be very important. And you know about the DOM elements, how the H tag needs to be structured, and you have the H1 before an H2, and then you can have an H2 outside of an H1, and the way you write alt tag on images, captions on video, all of that is going to have a big impact on how users with disability can understand your page and how the devices will render and execute the DOM elements. So make sure you define a clear structure with a heading that makes sense. Not sure if you've ever seen a blind user, how they navigate sites with the voiceover. But yeah, I have a quick video. Hopefully it's gonna load. There was a bit of buffering earlier. Let's see if you can do that.
Sylvain, pardon, you're on mute. Could you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
And another point to highlight is the order of the elements that will enable the keyboard navigation. Because some users can't use a mouse or a trackpad, and they just rely on the keyboard to navigate the website. So again, this is how you can see here from another website that we've built. You can see, even though in the order of the page, there is the main menu and there is the secondary navigation on top. If I just use the tab key on my keyboard, from the logo, it'll actually go to the main navigation. And then as I keep tabbing, I can open the menu, and then it will go to the secondary navigation on top. So the tab elements is slightly different from the HTML order, but that's what makes more sense for the users. You want them to go straight for your main navigation, rather than the About Us and the Contact Us, which has secondary link, like they're in the secondary navigation. So there's a lot of little details like that that are hidden to your clients when you build a website that takes extra time to configure the right tab order. It's like a bit of extra development in HTML and CSS, but it will make a huge difference to accessibility for your end users. So again, that's why it's important to know about it, plan enough time and enough budget to make it happen, so your website will be more accessible. And then there's the ability to skip links as well. So whether you're using keyboard navigation or script readers, you don't want the users to tab through all the navigation before going to the main heading of the page, for example. So straight after your logo, you could have this link that goes straight to the content and jumps all the navigation with a bit just simple HTML and CSS code. That again will help users navigate faster and achieve their goal on their website. And then you need to understand the CSS element as well, and the impact of the styles that you're using. So when you're putting something as display none or visibility hidden, the element is visually removed from the screen, but it's also removed from assistive technology. So a screen reader will not notice it. If you want something to be still accessible, you can use opacity 0 or the tricks with the overflow hidden that can visually hide an element from the page, but still appears in the DOM tree and the DOM elements for the assistive technologies. So again, there's use cases where that's required. And there's a lot more you need to think about with JavaScript and form validation. There are a lot of best practices to follow, whether how you put labels on the form, how you show the error messages. how you, it's kind of, again, different browser rendering elements in the different way. You can do the front-end validation, the back-end validation on page reload. So you need to think about all those details and test that. And again, feel free to reach out if you want more technical details on that. So we don't have time to go through all of it today. And as I mentioned, there's always going to be a lot of need for improvements. The regulation are evolving. Some of it is subject to interpretation, and your websites and platforms are constantly evolving. You're always going to add new product, new pages, going to refactor some of the JavaScript code that might break the navigation element. So there are several tools that you can test from at the developer stage in the browser using some of browser plugin. You can automate some of that in your delivery pipeline and the code, and different browsers and different devices as well. That will allow you to do screen reader or magnify the text. And you can't run a full audit on every deployment, but try to validate the key item on every releases if you can. And then when you want to run some testing, again, there's different level of doing it. There's different scale, different budgets. So you can always start with automated testing. And honestly, that's where I advise to start. There are a lot of tools available from Wave, which is the web accessibility evaluation tool that is created by a charity in the US and purely focused on accessibility testing. And it's just a browser extension that you can run on Chrome, Firefox. It's easy to get started. And it will highlight some of the issues, the warning, when the DOM element, the structure of the elements is not correct. And it's quite visual, so you can run a report from it and see how to fix it. And there's the Google Lighthouse that you'd expect from Google. It's built right into the Chrome browser. Most of you have probably used it. It also helps measure the performance of the website, the SEO, but there's this accessibility score as well that you can review, and it helps a lot. There's other tools like Deck, a company that provides testing for accessibility. I think it's also a Chrome extension. And so have a look at the different tools and try to see what works best for you. Because when you do it right, and it's actually, as I said, pretty straightforward, you can achieve amazing score in Google Lighthouse. So read the rules. You can, especially in Lighthouse, you can see exactly what's being tested, and Google is very clear in explaining the rules, how the criteria is being marked, and the best practices. There's a lot of good documentation there. So you can always try to fix that in the code, but allow enough time to do it properly when you redesign a website from scratch next time. The challenge with those automated tools that it doesn't cover everything. It's far from perfect, obviously. So the next stage to do that better is to do manual testing. And that would be better to use kind of real devices. So you can do manual testing with actual devices. You can get professional audits from agency like ours, or you can do more in-labs audit with real disabled users and real assistive technology. So with the professional audits, we're a member of the International Association of Accessibility Professional, and we have those checklists that we measure sites against the different standards, and we can give you a clear business-friendly report with more documentation for the developers on the key points to fix, not just in the code, but also in the UX and all of that. As I mentioned, the more advanced way is to do it in the lab with real users, real assistive technology. So obviously it costs a bit more. You can't do it on every release. But when there is a legal requirements or you need to comply with certain accessibility rules in your area, in your region, then you should do it. It's a great investment, and I will highlight all the major issues. As I mentioned earlier, overlay solutions are not great. There's a lot of online chatter around companies like Accessibility that promise the world, like you just install a piece of JavaScript and it will fix all your accessibility issues. But the problem with those is they actually don't work as expected, because they basically try to rewrite your code, or like a Chrome extension. They change the DOM elements or add some elements to make your bad code more accessible. But by changing that, it's actually blocking some of the accessible technology. So the screen readers can't read their JavaScript. And so it actually doesn't help and doesn't protect you legally. And so it's very expensive. And then 90% of the cases doesn't work at all. So try to avoid those technology and understand how to do it right and do it yourself in your project. So now that you have all those new weapons under your belt, you're ready to go. And if you do it well, you have a very accessible website. And again, I have a quick video of the results. Hopefully the buffering is going to work. So this is an example of the website that I introduced, the Great Wine, and how it's being used by disabled user with screen reader technology.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Yahya Siad. So
Could you please unmute yourself once again?
Yeah, it's buffering. Let me try the other.
my name is Yahya Siad. So
When you're muting yourself, it also mutes the video, so please unmute yourself.
Okay.
So this is the way the system works. And for some reason, it pauses the video. So just turn on the video, and keep yourself unmuted.
I'm a man with visual impairment, and I use a screen reader called Joel.
I think the video is buffering on the deck, so I'll share the link later.
Yeah, and what we can actually do, Sylvain, we can actually, I would ask you to post those videos into the chat so everyone can watch them. So afterwards. So please put them in our community chat. Thank you.
Cool. Great. So the key takeaways really for today is that, as I mentioned, the internet is for everyone. And when you consider accessibility, you can deliver amazing and visually engaging website. Accessible design is beautiful design. Accessible website can improve conversion, as I mentioned. It follows best practices, it can reach a new audience, and the goal is to improve conversion. So why don't you do it properly? At last but not least, accessibility is everyone's responsibility. Everyone in your team needs to do it. Every single one of you has a duty to consider accessibility in every line of code that you write, every design that you implement. So go back to your designers. If they give you something that's not suitable, you don't have any excuses anymore. It's your turn. If you want to be the hero of your next project, always remember why and who you are building websites for. It's to help your customers, and it's for all your customers. So make sure you don't leave anyone out, because everyone deserves a great experience when they next come to your website. You ready to start improving your e-commerce website's accessibility tomorrow? Good luck to everyone.
Alrighty, thank you very much for the presentation. And as I mentioned before, please share the videos in the chat, and we'll meet you again at our Q&A session. Thank you so
very much, everyone.
Alrighty, and let me introduce our next speaker. And our next speaker is going to be Indrajit Sen, and he's a part of digital. He's a digital commerce architect, and he's the part of IBM India. And with him, we're going to be talking about the e-commerce trends during the pandemic, and how actually the pandemic changed the e-commerce. What was the inflow, the enormous inflow the e-commerce received because of this. And so let me connect Indrajit. I believe he's on the backstage already. So
yes, I am. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I am able to hear you, but I unfortunately cannot see our dear friend.
All right, so you can see my presentation, and you can see me now.
Awesome.
Right?
Yeah, we can see you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to your team and for joining us, and thank you for contributing this very interesting, I believe, topic, because we know that the world and the economy has changed tremendously, like dramatically, for the last 2 years, and we are looking for your vision for the update from the big player on this market. So we will be more than happy to hear you, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, everyone. So welcome to the presentation. So we all know this is a topic that none of us can ignore, really. So we are all in it, and some of our family members, some of our friends have all been affected by it, if not ourselves. So this is something that concerns all of us, and so many negatives, and especially where I come from in India, there's been a lot of upheaval at the beginning of this year with so many infections, so many deaths, and I think the visuals were all over the news, and it's very sad what has happened. But in spite of that, everything has a silver lining, and especially in our profession, this has given us some opportunity to expand into spaces that we had not earlier envisaged that we could. So let us start with this slide presentation. And I do not have too many slides. I have a lot of visuals, and I'll talk casually. I have not practiced this really, to be honest, but let's go ahead. So we are going to talk about the e-commerce trends during the pandemic, and we are going to focus on certain specific areas which I think are relevant to what we're going to discuss. One is obviously retail commerce, how retail commerce has been impacted in value, in volume, and in geography. We'll talk about emerging channels. So a channel is something like a website or a mobile device, or something like an app, even like the Instagram app. That can be an e-commerce channel. We'll talk about how the supply chain has been impacted. What are the best practices for supply chain deployments, and how things are shaping up in that front. We have all heard about in the news about the huge traffic jams at the ports, the huge backlog of ships. We are all wary of Christmas shipping, whether the gift that we send to the dear one will actually arrive at their place. So we are all apprehensive of these things, but there is a method to the madness, and we'll look at it. Then there is B2B commerce. So e-commerce is not just B2C. A majority part of it is B2B, which has also undergone changes, which has been impacted almost as severely as retail commerce. Because most of us are not directly B2B consumers, we are not that much aware of it, but still from a technology perspective, from a business perspective, we need to know what's going on. And then finally, business continuity. So this is, let's hope this is the worst we have seen, but there can be worse, to be honest. And how are we going to take care of ourselves, take care of our family, take care of our businesses, and take care of our everybody that we love. So we need business continuity to make sure that our businesses keep on running, and they continue to put food on the table for everybody who's dependent on those businesses. Let's go to the next slide. So there's some general trends that I picked up from various sources. Healthcare. So with healthcare, we all know that it's not part of retail, but these are the general trends. Like I said, it's not e-commerce. So healthcare has become more or less virtual. Telemedicine is really picking up. Even in countries like India, we are talking to doctors on a video phone, and they're emailing us prescriptions that we are uploading on an app and getting medications delivered at our door in a contactless manner. So all that is happening. That's part of retail, but that's also majorly healthcare. Manufacturing, supply chain is a big part of manufacturing, and going to supply chain 4.0 by 2025 will make sure that we are sustainable. We are taking care of all things that we need to take care of from a pandemic perspective. So real estate, we have all started working from home. I haven't been to an office for the last 2 years. There's good and bad to it, but we have to be prepared either way. So the thing is that we're constructing new homes that have inbuilt co-working spaces, that have inbuilt high-speed internet accesses, and all those things that we need in a work office, maybe even a coffee machine, right? So I'm thinking of getting an espresso machine in my home office, but that's probably the trend going forward. Retail obviously has been the most impacted, and we'll speak more about it. Financial services, we are increasingly transacting online and using digital payment means. So we have to make sure that everything is properly safeguarded in terms of security, in terms of integrity of the transactions that we make. Moving to the next slide. These are just numbers. some of it says like 79% needs a third space that I was talking about, the co-working space. 95% of the consumers have made at least one change to their lifestyle just because of the pandemic, not because of anything else. Just the pandemic has forced them to do that. So 343% increase in the price of purchases for food, home decor, and all that. 46% will either not travel. So travel is a big thing that sometimes it's good to travel. Sometimes it puts us in a different dimension. And if there is no travel, then that kind of is like a dampener. But then people are afraid of contracting the virus. 46% have said that they will not travel. That impacts the travel and hospitality businesses, the airline businesses, and all that. So this is the average monthly visits to e-commerce websites. And as you can see, that exponentially increased over the last few months. And that is a trend that we are going to explore going forward, and what bearing it has on our purchases, our trends, and the way the companies think about getting business from us. Development of e-commerce shares in total retail sales. So these are some of the sample countries that we have gathered: United Kingdom, Germany, Brazil, all the major economies, the United States. And we have seen that pre-pandemic, what the figure is. At the peak of the pandemic, it was the highest. And then we are thinking that the pandemic is going down, is coming down. So we are beginning to come down on those skyscrapers, but we are still not at the pre-pandemic levels, and neither we will be ever at the pre-pandemic levels, because we'll continue to increase our digital mindset and digital e-commerce sales. So that's a trend that we can all learn from. COVID-19 and e-commerce, so purchasing products online that would normally people would buy in store. So things like groceries, things like your milk, things like anything that you would probably drive to the store or walk to the store or bike to the store and get it, you're increasingly getting that online. So that's a good opportunity for e-commerce companies, for people who are trying to sell things online, and we'll see why more. Now, everything has not been affected equally. Some markets are not very in a good shape. For example, the travel and tourism that I just mentioned. So it has kind of come down 92%. Things like jewelry and watches, purchase of jewelry and watches, people think that's a luxury item, and indeed, in some cases, those are luxury items. So the purchase has come down. But then home furnishings, because you're spending so much time at home, you definitely need to be in a nice spot, a nice place. So that has gone up. Sports equipment has gone up because people feel the need to exercise at home. You might have heard about a recent bike ad that went through the roof in terms of share value. Cosmetics, retail, tech, fashion, all have increased. But telecom, media, luxury items especially, they have come down in the e-commerce space. This is one more interesting aspect. Buy online, pick up in store, we call that. Sometimes we say curbside pickup. So it's basically you purchase it online and pick it up. Don't go inside the store, but pick it up from a window or from a designated area. So that increases the contactless aspect of it. That makes people feel safer, that you're not coming into contact with a lot of people at the store or inside the store. And that has received a fillip. So you can see it's gone up from 6.9% to 43.7%, which is a huge jump. So this is something that e-commerce retailers who are operating brick and mortar stores must offer to win their customers' confidence. Going forward, these are certain values that I've gathered from Nielsen and McKinsey. 67% consumers, they are going to shop differently now, and the trend is going to stay. The e-commerce landscape in North America has accelerated by 3 to 5 years. In India itself, it has accelerated one generation. So it's gone up around 5 to 6 years, because if there was no COVID-19, we would shop like what we are shopping now in India after 6 years. So that we have leapfrogged by purchasing almost everything online now in the urban areas. Recreational goods spending increased by 18%. That's a good sign. Furnishings, like I last pointed out in the last slide, they have gone up. Proximity mobile payments, those are barcode payments and contactless payments. They grew 22%, which is again a sign of caution by customers. And all this shipping and e-commerce has increased container shipping costs. That too, notwithstanding the jam at the ports and the congestion that we have to encounter and the delay in the reception of the goods. These are some of the trends. Go to more trends. Omnichannel e-commerce. So we see the trend in the previous slides that the retail e-commerce sales will continue to grow. They will continue to grow by double digits, in fact. And then how do you convince the customer? How do you keep the customer? That's an entirely different topic, omnichannel. But then omnichannel experience is vital for today's e-commerce. That's a different discussion. But unless we engage the customer in an omnichannel manner, so omnichannel meaning that all channels offer the customer the same experience, same good experience in terms of browsing, in terms of purchase, in terms of returns, in terms of customer service, and that has to be consistent. When you offer that experience, customers are going to come back to you. So that's what it says, basically a compelling omnichannel experience, and that is what commerce companies must offer to stay competitive. And of course, we have seen that this was huge disruption, especially in developing countries and also in developed countries. And moving forward, we should expect more and be prepared for it. And that's what we're going to discuss in the last part, which is business continuity as well. We have a well-defined model which we'll visit. Let's go to the next slide. So unfortunately, it's not an equal world. We see different continents. We see people growing e-commerce. We see China as the major e-commerce destination with almost 52% of all e-commerce transaction sales, even going past the United States. And we see countries in sub-Saharan Africa that do not have access to basic broadband services, not just basic broadband services, do not have access to internet on their mobile as well. So there's a lot of disparity. Unfortunately, we have seen it with the vaccines. We know that it exists with infrastructure. We know that power is a problem. We know that even if power and internet are there, then logistics are a problem, shipping is a problem, security is a problem. There's so many things, and developing countries are trying to catch up. So even from the Indian perspective, the urban centers are very well off. But then again, if you go to rural India, it's a different. It's not as easy to do a retail e-commerce business. So it's an unequal world. So that's what we are saying, that even though all of that that we're talking about, the jumps and the increases and the good things that we talk about are not applicable everywhere. And there are people who are still catching up with basic electricity too. So that's something that we have to keep in mind. Going back to North America and the UK, we'll see, because there was a survey that was conducted, and the question asked was, because of the coronavirus, do you anticipate spending less or spending, buying online, spending less in a mix of online? So this is the omnichannel experience, spending as much as usual. So the majority said that spending less but buying more online than in store, which we have seen from the graphics, and spending as much as usual both from online and in store. So almost 50% of the consumers say, or half of the consumers say, that they are going to purchase online, and sometimes they're going to purchase more online than from a store. So that's a clear win for e-commerce in the developed markets of North America and the UK, and almost certainly China and Western Europe. Let's go to the next slide. Consumer behavior. How do we react? So we are all consumers ourselves. Even though we are architects and engineers and e-commerce strategists, we're all consumers at the end of the day. And we react in the same way that other humans do. So we are more responsive to marketing messages, email, SMS, social media, etc. And we are, because we think that there might be a resurgence of a pandemic, or you don't never know when the next lockdown is going to come, or you never know when the next stray variant, like we have seen in Southern Africa, when that is going to come. So we are all stocking up on food first, which ensures our basic survival. We are making sure that medications are stocked up, especially life-saving ones. And so this is, even though we may not be actually doing it like we were doing it in the peak of the pandemic, but it's in the back of our mind that we'll have to stock them up just to make sure that we don't get into trouble, or our family members don't get into trouble. So that is one of the things that that is driving e-commerce. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. This is an interesting survey that was conducted. What product categories are you most interested in shopping for? Food came first, and then health and wellness, as we have seen from the previous slides. Interesting graphic from DHL, which says that the fastest growing products that was shipped was disposable gloves, which is not surprising. Bread machines, which is a little surprising, and cough and cold medicines, soups, things that are feel good. And definitely what declined most is travel and hospitality, unfortunately. Luggages and suitcases, briefcases, cameras, everything that is related to travel declined like anything. So this is just a trend, and maybe we are paranoid, but that's how it is. So we'll move to supply chain. We talked about congestion at the ports. We talked about delay in Christmas deliveries. So when companies were surveyed by Ernst & Young, they responded saying that 55% or more than half of the companies said they had a negative effect. The pandemic had a negative effect on them, and they were not happy with how things were shaping up. So how do we tackle this? How do we get around this, at least to a certain extent? Is by investing in tech, as 92% of the CIOs and the CEOs agreed, and also trying to implement supply chain 4.0, which we'll look at. Let's go to the next slide. So these are the big changes for supply chains. These are the changes that supply chains must make to ensure that they can fulfill their customers, and customers must make some changes too to ensure that supply chains can be informed well in advance of the demands. So one of the things is visibility, which is very, very important as to where your current product is, or what stage of the supply the product is. And then obviously you have to put in some amount of artificial intelligence into that process, some part of machine learning, because humans are not capable of doing everything perfectly in a computer manner. So increasing efficiency is the most important thing that I think that came up. Workforce maintenance are already experienced with supply chains. Visibility, as I said, where is your product? Resiliency, reduction of costs by optimizing routes. Diversify segments and suppliers, that is also necessary. So basically ensuring that efficiency increases in all manner. That is the thing that supply chains must aim for. So 5 points that will ensure a better supply chain. So redefine and digitize. Be cognizant of the rules, geopolitical rules, because shipping is a global thing. You don't want to go run your shipping container into a part of the ocean that's contested, or where you have pirates, or where there has been recent political turmoil. So all that has to be taken into account. Blockchain is for making sure that it's properly digitized and accountable, and everything that requires you to make sure that your shipment is intact. Transparency and monitoring are essential to find out where your shipment is. Optimization logistics, inventory are required to make sure you pick it up from the nearest data warehouse, or the nearest warehouse, and make sure that you do not run multiple hops for something that you could run a single hop for. Sustainability is a keyword, is a buzzword. It's not just a buzzword, it's also essential to make sure that political promises are met. It's important to ensure that laws are also taken care of, because increasingly sustainability laws are coming up to, and that has to be applied to supply chains as well. End-to-end digitalization will enable agility, quick movement, quick reactions. All that is required to make sure that the time required to ship something is optimized. This is a nice graphic. This is by McKinsey about the supply chain 4.0 and all that we spoke about. Performance, how do we ship particular consignment, what are the autonomous ways you can do it, digitization, all of it is in here. And again, forecasting it shows a crystal ball, but forecasting is basically how you calculate your at-hand inventory and how do you plan your at-hand inventory, how do you minimize waste, and all those kinds of things. Okay, so B2B e-commerce trends and this was a report by McKinsey. So we have seen that in e-commerce and in regular life, and also in the office, and also in this conference like we are doing, we are not meeting in person. Unfortunately or fortunately, we are not meeting in person. We are doing it virtually. We are doing it with video cameras, with video calls. Thankfully, we have good internet, stable, resilient internet connections now. And we can use that as a backbone to rely on and to be sure that our internet connection won't break off or won't be unreliable to an extent that our audience will face troubles. So video conferencing is definitely something that people trust now. And that is applicable to B2B e-commerce also. So more than 70% of B2B buyers and sellers expect virtual interaction. They don't want to travel. Sellers don't want to travel to buyer locations unless there's an absolute necessity, and they want to take care of things over video, which is nice. And even after all this is over, if all this is over, rather, only 20% want to return to in-person, and that figure might change, because if everything is really back to what it was in 2019, then people might take more liberty to travel. So that's one of the things. So traditional in-person, 61% to 29%, it's come down. Digital interaction with sales representatives, video conference, online chat, they have all increased. And I think video is more, it gives people more confidence that when you look at the person who are actually talking to. So B2B is basically going the B2C way in terms of interaction. Okay, so a lot of 70s percentages here. Revenue from B2B interactions increased by 69%. E-commerce video conferencing now account for 43% of all B2B revenue. So what do people prefer? So people in B2B companies, 79% prefer a video to phone. Existing customers is the same percentage. Meeting with prospects also, interestingly, is a very high 76%. So a prospect is someone who's not really a customer, but you want that person to be your customer, and you are confident that a video conferencing call will be equally effective as an in-person meeting. Meeting with vendors and suppliers, definitely that I expect to see a higher figure there, but that's also at 77%. Online interaction prediction. So the next 12 months, how likely is it to stay this way? So very likely and somewhat likely are very high percentages. The rest are less. So we are expecting to continue the trend in a nutshell, that we'll keep on doing video calls. We'll even get new customers or have new customers in our portfolio using video calls. So that's a great thing. All right. So now we come to business continuity. So what happens? I mean, most of us were caught unawares by a pandemic. Very few people really realized, excuse me, that a pandemic would disrupt their business. They were thinking about short-term natural disasters. They're thinking about maybe say an epidemic maybe, but nobody could think about a pandemic. As equally, nobody has thought about an alien invasion, or nobody has thought about a war. So those things are still, God forbid, they haven't happened. But the pandemic has surely happened, and then there can be more. I'm not saying there will be more, and then we need to plan and make sure. So there's this International Chamber of Commerce based out of Paris that's a kind of a body that advises on these things, and they have a four-point plan, which is plan, adapt, monitor, and assess, so that your business can continue the way it was doing. Let's go into the individual steps. So plan. So we'll have a task force that will keep on monitoring the situation, that will be responsible, that will be basically a lookout for anything unusual that's happening. They will establish a communication strategy, which is very important, so that people don't panic. So that plan has to come from this task force. So adapt. One of the ways of adapting is working from home, but working from home does not work in all scenarios. So the idea is to adapt to what is available, what is safe, to make sure your business continues with minimal disruption. Identify supply chain risks that we said. So if you have 4.0 built in your supply chain, which is transparency, accountability, agility, digitization, then these risks are easier to identify. That's why we are really talking about a 4.0 supply chain. Then we monitor the situation. This task force monitors the situation. What is more important to monitor today is government announcements. We know that as we are speaking, as we are talking in this conference, flights are shut off in different parts of the world for different countries. So in India, we have declared Europe as at risk, and we have quarantine. We're starting to quarantine people from there. So this happens overnight. It's very important to understand what government announcements are and how it will disrupt your supply chain, your suppliers, your customers, and everything. And that expert task force can do this and assess, basically, so continually review the pandemic preparedness and make suggestions. Think ahead of time, think ahead of the government, and make sure that you know what is coming, just to make sure that the disruption to your business is at the minimum. I think this is the last one. So I am done with the slides. I think 4 minutes ahead of time.
All righty. Thank you.
Paul. Hello, Paul.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. We'll see you at the Q&A session. And I will remind everyone to prepare their questions and write them in the chat. And we will see Indrajit soon, like in 1 hour, for the Q&A session.
I'll be there.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And now we want to say a huge thank you to our platinum sponsors, Shopware. Their leading e-commerce platform used by both SMB retailers and also leading European brands and manufacturers across both B2C and B2B. Shopware gives you the freedom to quickly and easily realize your growth potential. And whether you are a front-end developer building on bespoke PWA or a back-end developer who's looking for familiar PHP Symfony-based stack, they got you covered. Today, more than 100,000 companies rely on Shopware solution with global network of 1,020 sales, technology, and solution partners. Shopware hosts a marketplace of over 3,800 extensions and a listing of certified developers and an active Slack group where you can ask your questions and find support. Alrighty, and let me introduce our next speaker. So our next speaker will be David Raab, and he is a principal of development. He is CDP. He's a principal in CDP Institute, and we will have him joining us in recording since he is joining us from United States, and it's quite early in the morning still back in the States. And so he will be talking about customer data platform for e-commerce. And so we will be looking at how they emerged and what kind of how they became actually a critical tool for e-commerce companies to meet customer expectation. And so this talk will explore CDP basics, including applications, technologies, and business value. So lots of great information, really value packed. And so let me pull up the presentation of David, I believe. And yeah, and we...
Good day, everyone, and thank you for joining me. I'm David Robb, founder and CEO of the Customer Data Platform Institute. And today we'll be talking about customer data platforms for e-commerce companies. A few weeks ago, I bought a kayak. Actually bought 2 kayaks from Dick's Sporting Goods, which is a major vendor, and it was a very nice e-commerce experience. We bought it all online, picked it up in the store. Everything went remarkably smoothly. Unfortunately, ever since then, I have been getting, every time I go online, messages from Dick's Sporting Goods trying to sell me that same kayak. Now, of course, this is a classic problem with e-commerce. People get retargeted after they've already bought something. This would not be an issue with a customer data platform. This happens because the e-commerce system did not inform the retargeting system that, hey, this guy bought, stop trying to sell him this thing. That's exactly the problem that a customer data platform solves. So let's talk about how that happens. So let's start with some basics. What is a customer data platform? Well, in the simplest words possible, the only thing you really need to remember is CDP's build profiles. It's all very complicated, but it really just comes down to that. So if you remember nothing else from this presentation, CDP's build profiles. The more formal definition of a CDP, packaged software that builds a persistent, unified customer database that's accessible to other systems. So we can pull that apart a little. Packaged software, you buy it. You don't simply build it yourself, although you could. We'll talk about that. Persistent unified customer database means the data is all pulled into a persistent database out of the other systems. It's then pulled and unified into a customer view as opposed to a product view or a retail store view or another view that you could have. And then it's stored in a database so it's accessible. And then the accessible means other systems can use the data. It's not simply assembled for internal use of the CDP itself, like many, say, personalization systems do with their own data. So CDPs build profiles. More properly, CDPs build persistent, unified, shareable customer profiles. But at the end of the day, CDPs build profiles. So let's dig in just a tad deeper, because that was pretty superficial. Where does a CDP fit in the grand scheme of things? Well, the CDP kind of sits in between your source systems, which is where your data comes from, all your very operational systems, like e-commerce, like CRM, like DMP, like various external data sources if you have them. It then pulls the data in, it captures it and ingests it, cleans it and stores it, links it to unify all the data associated with the same customer, aggregates it to calculate things like lifetime purchases, then shares it out and does some integration possibly with other systems in addition to simply sharing it out, letting them connect directly, and they all do segmentation as well. So there's a bunch of functions that are happening inside that CDP box, and then it's connected to your various delivery systems, which are then going to use the CDP data to push messages out to customers or to do other kinds of processing like that you might want to do with that data. Now, this is obviously a very simplistic view, but the point of that is that the CDP sits in the middle between your source systems and your delivery systems, some of which are the same thing. Okay, e-commerce is both a source system and delivery system, and the CDP both pulls data from it and pushes data back to it. So how does CDP differ from other kinds of systems? Because there's plenty of other systems that work with customer data, and CDP is often confused with those other systems. So there's our little definition again: packaged, all sources, all detailed, persistent, unified, accessible, real-time access. Those are actually the qualifications that we look for when we look at a system to decide whether or not it's truly a CDP. Okay, so it's got to take all data sources, not just some data sources. It's got to retain all the detail, not throw it away. It's got to store it persistently, not throw the data itself away. Build those profiles, be accessible. And then that last one has to do with real-time event streams, so I can recognize that, oh, this person had a drop shopping cart, let me send them a message. And I can give real-time access from other systems. So the web personalization system wants to call up the full customer profile in the CDP and get that back in, half a second or 30 milliseconds, whatever it needs to respond in real time. So those are the requirements. Now, CDP obviously ticks all the boxes. We got to choose the boxes. Data lakes, not packaged. You build a data lake custom and doesn't necessarily pull together all the data to create unified profiles. The data lake is, as you guys know, just a big bucket of data that keeps it out there, makes it accessible, but doesn't really do much processing to make it usable. Data warehouse, on the other hand, does a lot of processing to make the data usable. It's still not packaged software, and it's usually a more limited set of data, usually limited to structured data, and there's a lot of unstructured data that's relevant for customers that you want in your CDP that your data warehouse probably won't have. Data hubs and tag managers, things like Boomi and MuleSoft and so on, integration platforms, another term for that. They move data from one place to another, kind of like a switchboard. They don't actually store it. So they are packaged software, but they fail on persistence in particular. And they also don't really have the identity unification functionality that you need to build a unified profile. CRM, marketing automation systems, marketing clouds, these are the Adobe's and Salesforces of the world. They are really built for something entirely different. Okay, so they are packaged software, but they work with limited sources, usually with data they create internally. They do store the data persistently, but again, they're not usually very good about building unified customer profiles. Now, some of these guys, to be clear, have a CDP capability. So inside of them, if you will, there's a CDP, but the native CRM or marketing automation system wasn't designed for that. Data management platforms, ironically, often confused with CDPs, especially a little earlier on. We've kind of gotten over that. Have very little to do with CDPs. They do store first-party data. That's why they're confused, and they were promoted by some people as, the place you're going to keep all your customer information. But in fact, DMPs store a very limited amount of sources. Usually it's really cookie data. They throw away a lot of detail because they have to summarize the data so they can get quick response when they're selecting marketing audiences, because their primary purpose is to select audiences for programmatic advertising. They only, if it's cookie data, you're only going to store it for 30 or 60 or 90 days, so it's not really persistent over the long term. So just really very little to do between DMP and a CDP, very little overlap. Email systems, CMS systems, all your delivery systems, again, they're really not in any way overlapping, or very few ways, even though they store customer data with the CDP. On the other hand, they do other stuff. They send messages. They do a lot of analytics, things that CDPs don't necessarily do. So we're not saying that those systems are bad. We're simply saying that those systems are built for a different purpose. Every system is optimized for the purpose that it's built for. You design it a special way. You structure it a special way. Only the CDP is optimized to create complete shareable customer profiles. So if you need complete shareable customer profiles, that's when you need a CDP. Now, some CDPs do more than that. That was the basic set of requirements for a CDP. So going back to our little diagram here, in fact, in the real world, there are all these other things that you have systems that do. There's a whole bunch of analytical capabilities that you have that do predictive modeling and recommendations and measurement and optimization, all those good, important analytical type things. And you're almost surely going to have some sort of a campaigning system that's going to have content and do personalization and send outbound messages and do real-time interactions and orchestration and arbitrate what's the best message across the multiple campaigns that someone might be eligible for. Most of you will have multiple of those. Actually, every delivery system often has its own campaign manager attached to it. Now, again, the CDP by definition does the data bits of that. That's what makes it a CDP. But there are CDPs that also have analytical functions, call those analytics CDPs. There are CDPs that also include the campaigning functions, call those campaign CDPs. There are systems that are CDPs that do delivery, and there are even systems that are operational systems, like an e-commerce platform, that have a CDP inside. And we call those last ones CDP inside because the CDP is just one of multiple capabilities of those systems. You're not going to buy an e-commerce system because it has a great CDP, but you might be really happy to use the CDP that's in the e-commerce system that you bought. And you might actually set a certain set of requirements. I'm only going to buy an e-commerce system that has a decent CDP because I really need that. I don't want to buy a separate one. But the point of this is simply that you can buy a CDP kind of with any scope of functionality that you want. There's about 150 of these guys out there, and most of them are in those lower buckets of campaign or delivery or operations. So if you want one system to do everything, including a CDP, you can find that. If you want one that does the data because you already have, great analytical and campaigning systems, you can find one of those too. So you can pick the kind of CDP that you really want. So let's talk about what you use your CDP for. Kind of an important issue. Right now we know what it is. What do we actually do with the thing? Well, we have a few classic applications. One was the one that I mentioned actually at the top of our presentation here. We remove recent buyers from retargeting lists. So you don't chase me across the internet waving a kayak at me. Say, buy this kayak, which you already bought from you. Super annoying, as we all know. Another classic application is to combine the retail store point of sale data from my retail store with my online purchase history, so I have a complete view of the customer, so I can make better offer recommendations and offer selections. So rather than keeping those two purchase histories separate because they're stored in different systems, they come together in the CDP, which allows me then to make my recommendations based on a complete customer history. Classic CDP application, because it's often very difficult to combine those two sets of data outside the CDP. Third classic application is sharing my web behavior data, or really my complete customer profile, with the call center agent. So somebody's on the website, they call up. It's really nice for the agent to be able to see what that person just did on the call center. But the CRM system that the call center agent is using doesn't have access to that data. It's stored someplace else. And CRM systems aren't very good at importing that kind of data in real time. Whereas the CDP can give access to that data in real time. So those are three kind of classic applications for CDP. And they all happen to be relevant to e-commerce. Really. What you see in common, if you think about that, is all of those are sharing data between two systems. And in fact, anything that shares data between two systems is a core CDP application. So when you ask, what's a CDP good for? That's what it's really good for. That's why you buy one, because you want to share data between systems. So they build profiles, that's the definition, but sharing data is why you want to buy one. So here's a broader look at what these things do. This is specifically a survey from WBR Insights about how e-commerce people are using CDPs. And again, pretty much we say improving targeting and outreach, mapping the customer journey, delivering better call center service. We just talked about that. Extracting advanced attributes. So doing better profiling or having more data available for my predictive modeling, personalization, reporting, unifying and maintaining the profile. So even though that's what it does, that last one, it's not like, that's not a value thing. That's just an enabling capability. We build profiles to do all these other good things, because all the other good things are the things that really give us value from the CDP. Okay, all good. Now you know what a CDP does, and you know what it is. CDPs build profiles, CDPs share data. Two key things to remember. And by definition, a CDP is packaged software. So you can't really build a CDP, except if you do take a survey. About 2/3 of the people will tell you they built their own CDP. That's okay. You know, we don't want to be cranky about, oh, well, by definition, it's packaged software. You can't build it. You can certainly build a system with CDP functionality. It's not technically, shouldn't be called a CDP. But should you? That's a different question. Yeah, you could. But should you? Well, why would you do it? Here's the thing. CDPs are complicated. IT people tend to look at it and say, it's a database. I already have a data warehouse. I already have data lake. What's the big deal? I know how to build databases. This is what I do for a living. Sure, I'll just build one. No worries. Well, yes, worries. Okay, it's actually kind of complicated. And the reason it's complicated is because there's just a lot going on. There's lots of data sources. Okay, this is a particular thing, actually, that same WBR survey of a dozen or so data sources, and other people who look 20 or 30, not uncommon in a big organization to have 100 data sources feeding into a CDP. That's a lot of connectors to build. If you don't have them built, now if the data is already sitting in a data lake or sitting in a data warehouse, okay, you don't have to redo that work. But there's a lot of data sources that have to be integrated, and even if you have the connectors, you still got to have to design a database. The second thing is that there are lots of users. We talk about CDP as a marketing system typically, and the original definition actually that we put out when we founded the CDP Institute was a demarking system that builds unified persistent profiles. We changed it to package software because there's users outside of marketing. People use it in the sales department for product recommendations, for auto-filling form. People use it in the service area, in the support area, even in the product area. Everybody around the company actually has good uses for unified customer data. It's extremely valuable, in fact. So you have lots of different users, which, of course, if you guys are developers, you realize that means lots of different sets of requirements to meet, and you have lots of masters who are going to bang it on you and want their priority. So it makes things way more complicated than just building it. Oh, let's just build a database. And finally, there are many processes. Remember, think of everything that's going on inside that blue CDP box. You need connectors to capture the data. You need ingestion tools. You need data cleaning tools. You need obviously a data store. You need linking tools. Each of those is its own class of software. I didn't have the energy to go out and put little logos on this, but there's dozens of products, probably in every one of those categories, and I've listed a few here that'll be familiar, and some of them realistically would actually fall into multiple categories, but I've just listed one per each one. I think just shows up once, just to give the idea of how many different things you would have to buy and then integrate if you didn't want to build them to create the equivalent of a CDP. So do you really want to, because you're not going to build any of these things. You don't build your own database. You don't build your own ID resolution tool. You don't build your own MDM tool. You go out and you buy all these things. So you're going to, quote unquote, build that database, which really doesn't going to be assembling a lot of components, which is still way easier than building those components. So you certainly don't want to be building those components by scratch. But even just snapping them all together like the classic Lego blocks, this is not like the 3 Lego blocks that you put into a little column, and isn't that cute? This is like the 1,000-piece Lego set that makes, Disneyland. And it's a lot of work to assemble those Lego blocks, and every piece has to fit just right. Otherwise, Mickey's ears are crooked or whatever it is that happens. So it's a lot of work to pull this stuff together, even if you're going to build it, and even if you're going to use tools that let you not build what goes inside. Because if you really want to try to build what goes on inside a pipeline tool like a Fivetran or Spark, those are huge projects. Those are big projects by themselves. So just think of all the work that's involved in assembling a CDP, even if you're using components, and of course building it from scratch even worse. So is it worth it? Well, the CDP vendors would of course say, well, no, that's why we've pre-assembled all those things and built one system that does what those dozen systems would otherwise have to do separately, and you would have to integrate. And so that saves you a ton of effort, and therefore you should buy a package CDP, and end of discussion, and sign here, please. And that's all good. And honestly, that's in most cases the right answer. But it is obviously not quite that simple. There are situations where it's going to make sense to build your own CDP. Let's be clear. It is a choice you can make. And at some companies, the right choice is to build. Most companies not. But at some companies, why would you build it? Well, what about the features that are available today? Can I find a CDP that actually meets my needs, whose current features meet my current requirements? If it is, probably game over. But and just go ahead and buy it, because why would you build something if you can buy something? Because there are just obviously lots of reasons that building is problematic if you don't have to. On the other hand, is there some competitive advantage? Is there some feature that I need that I can't get in a commercial CDP system? And not only is it a feature that I can't get, but is it a really important feature that will give me competitive advantage? If it is, I might want to build that CDP. The second kind of biggest reason that people prefer to build is this issue of what I've called future features here, but it's really about control. What if I need something done tomorrow? I don't know what it is, because if I knew what it was, I would find a system today that had that feature, but there might be something that comes up tomorrow. It's a kind of a, it's not a concrete argument, but it's a control thing. It's like, just, I'm nervous, I'm worried. What happens if this contingency comes up that I don't know about? If I build it myself, then I can just add that feature. And of course, just add that feature is probably 3 months, 6 months. God knows how much effort it is. And, just adding that feature isn't like, oh, let me go out and buy a loaf of bread here. But in theory, anyhow, I have control. So if it's important, if I can make it happen. So that's probably the biggest kind of gut reason. But really, can you really just add that feature even if you built the system? How easy will it be to make the update? Will you have the developers available? How quickly can they get to it? Are they going to do it right? On the other hand, can I get the vendor to add what I need? Because remember, these vendors are updating their systems all the time. It may be that this unknown future feature that you needed actually will be added to the system, might already be there, but you didn't look for it because you didn't know you needed it. Or it might be that in time, as the vendors expand their systems, they'll say, oh, a lot of customers want X. Yeah, we'll put an X in. It's on the roadmap, or maybe it was on the roadmap 6 months ago. It's already in there. It'll be here. So even if there are these unknown future features, it's not necessarily the case that it's always better. You're always going to get a better result in the build situation. But that's definitely a concern, and the more unusual your needs are, the more likely it is that you're going to need something that the vendor's not going to have any particular reason to add. And again, some vendors are more responsive than others. And of course, a lot of these systems are extensible. So it's not really build or buy situations like, oh, okay, if I need this weird thing, the vendor has an API, I can just kind of add it to myself. So that's another nuance to this future feature control thing. The cost of it, obviously, if it were super cheap, because it was just like a minor little tweak to build it, it might be more expensive to buy it. But in reality, not just the development cost, there's a maintenance cost, there's an uptake cost to only one of these systems. I want another system to maintain and have to keep current. On the other hand, the CDP is not free. I do have integration costs. I do obviously have my internal staffing costs and my licensing costs. So you have to kind of make sure that you compare all the costs, not just compare, the cost of the developers to build it versus the cost of running the CDP forever. It's kind of what people do sometimes. Very important. What's the opportunity cost? What else could my developers be working on that really is competitive advantage and that I can't go out and buy? Okay, because I don't have an infinite number of developers, and even if I did, my managers can only handle a certain number of projects, and my systems can only handle a certain number of changes. So there's always an opportunity cost to any project. And make sure that you're making the right choice with the CDP, that this is the best use of those limited development resources. There's also an opportunity cost to buy, which is that, well, maybe there'll be a better CDP coming down the road. So maybe I build some little stopgap thing, and then eventually I go out and replace it. But we all know those stopgap things tend never to be replaced. So I wouldn't put too much hope in, we'll just build a little temporary solution. I'll go out and buy a real one later on. Doesn't tend to happen. Risk and time to value, again, is probably the biggest argument in favor of the CDP, is that internal development takes a long time, doesn't always deliver what you want, almost always costs more than you want. So how do I balance that risk against the other risks? Because there are risks with CDP. Is it really going to work the way I expect it to? Now, we've done a lot of research, and actually it's very rare that CDPs don't do what they're expected to do. If you define your requirements properly, if you said, I need a CDP that does X, and you went out and looked for one, chances are it really is going to do X, unless you really messed up your selection. But still, is it going to scale properly? Is it going to perform properly? Maybe my company will get bigger. Am I going to outgrow it? Definitely an issue. Again, in reality, very rarely the problem, but certainly something to worry about. And again, that final point is that it's really not either or. It's really a mix. What parts can I buy and assemble if I'm on the build side? And what parts do I have to build even if I buy something, because I'm probably going to have to do some customization, some extension. So it's less an either or than it is sort of where's the balance going to be between those two things. Hopefully that takes a little bit of the the pressure off of that. So if you want a rule of thumb, I'm not so sure this qualifies as rule of thumb. I hope you guys appreciate that I put this in like a little algorithmic statement. You build only when there's no suitable package system available, or there's an extremely low incremental cost to extend your existing system. This does happen occasionally. And either the built system gives a competitive advantage, and you have development resources available, and it creates more value than competing projects. So you kind of have to meet all those lower level conditions, because otherwise there's just no point to building it. And you have to meet one or the other higher level blue conditions. They are either you can't find a package or it will be super cheap to do it. Now, if none of those work out, if there's no suitable package and you don't have the resources, you can have a CDP. Sorry, So figure out how you're going to run your company without one, because not everybody needs one, not everybody can afford one. But hopefully, of course, and again, there are so many of them, you will be able to find one that does in fact meet your needs. So let's just give a little quick thing. This no code, low code, change everything. We all love no code. It's our favorite thing. And yeah, it actually does. If you think about how all this stuff works, if you think about build versus buy, there's kind of 4 big buckets of activity that go into developing a system. I have to define my requirements. I have to create the process that I'm going to run, so configure the system. I have to build the platform underneath that defines what the capabilities are that are available to configure. And I have to integrate with other systems. In a build world, the user define requirements, and users always define requirements, but the IT department does everything else. They build the platform, they create the process, they integrate, do the integration. In a buy world, the user still defines requirements, and the IT department still does the integrations because nobody else can do the integrations. But the vendor that I bought it from is the one who creates the platform and then defines the process. Now, what low code and no code do is they kind of go in between. They don't change who sets the requirements or does the integration, because you can't change that. But they do change what happens in the middle. Okay, so in a low code situation, the vendor is creating the platform, and then the IT department is configuring the platform to use the low code tools instead of the classic tools to actually create the process, configuring the system. So it saves some work, but you're constrained by what the platform can do, what the vendor built into that platform. In a no-code world, it's the user, not the IT department, who's actually configuring that process, who's actually setting it up, still working within the constraints of the platform capabilities that were provided by the low-code vendor, no-code vendor. So still in each case, you're dependent on that vendor to determine what you can and can't do. And if you're worried about that control issue, that, oh, what if I need something that's not built into the platform? Low code and no code don't solve that problem. So yeah, they have advantages. I'm not saying they're bad, they're actually great, but they do not sort of solve the fundamental problem of control. Okay, so what should you do now? And how should you make that choice? It's really, okay, I've convinced you now to buy a CDP. What should you look at? So first of all, the right choice depends on requirements. Always depends on requirements. So we have some tools that we have a use case library. I've actually have a use case generator. So you have to develop use cases because that's where your requirements come from. Our research shows that the biggest cause of failure is staff not being engaged. When you ask people who have a CDP that's not delivering value compared to those who've had a successful project, the issue is always staff, marketing staff, IT staff, management support. Successful buyers focus on features, not costs. We've done tons of research on this. And basically, we look at how satisfied people say they are with their MarTech investments. And then we ask them, well, what did you actually use for selection criteria? And the more satisfied people tend to be people who focus on ease and features and integration. The less satisfied people are the ones who focused on cost and on finding available workers, which is really a way of saying, I don't want to pay to train my own people. I'm just going to hire people. It's really a cost thing too. So don't focus on cost. Focus on features. Get the right tool. Finally, find the vendors who know your business. There are retail specialists out there. There are enterprise vendors who have retail expertise. There's a few who focus on small business. And organizational readiness is the #1 problem. It turns out that Dick's Sporting Goods, remember our friends from the start there, actually do have a CDP, but somebody's not using it right. Thank you.
Alrighty, that was the presentation from David, and our next speaker will be Erwin Hofman, and he is the e-commerce site speed consultant, and he will be sharing with us his talk about beyond core web vitals, and we will learn about how. So we will learn more about core web vitals and on how to optimize them. So I believe it will be pretty cool. I would say basic intro level talk that everyone needs to get aware of. And if you have any questions, please comment them in the chat, and we will have our Q&A session as we mentioned before. And yeah, we will have answers to all your questions. So please be active, because this is super important for us, and we believe that you can benefit even more when your direct questions get answered regarding the topic that was covered.
Today, as we're today going to talk about core web vitals, and obviously we've all heard of core web vitals, so I'll try to not stick too much with just the metrics, as I guess we've all attended some workshops before explaining the core web vitals concept. So let's talk about more than just the core web vitals. And obviously, just a little intro into the metrics in case you're just very, very new, as we are in the junior track today. So let's elaborate a bit on each individual metric. And obviously also the reason why Google started using the core web vital metrics, because they already started monitoring these metrics as of November 2020. And based on the data they collected, the conclusion was that users are 24% less likely to abandon page loads when a page meets the core web vitals metrics. And we're just talking about free metrics. Obviously, there are a lot of other metrics as well. And Google basically, yeah, they just chose free metrics because you could use page load event or DOM content loaded event. But both of those two events aren't really telling a story about user, well, basically perceived performance or user experience. So that's why Google came up with two new metrics. We all know, I guess, first contentful paint and largest contentful paint and the layout shift metric. Both are kind of new metrics, so they were introduced later on. The LCP, largest contentful paint, has obviously all kinds of causes, just like, well, time to first byte might be the first metric you think of when talking about web hosting. And obviously long PHP tasks or queries to your database will impact time to first byte, which you could solve with caching, maybe using a CDN, for example. And obviously any time to first byte bottlenecks will already impact the LCP metric as well. Time to first byte isn't likely to impact first input delay or layout shift at all. But it is very likely and will actually just impact your LCP metric. So that's why you see at the left slow server response times as one of the causes of a poor LCP metric. But also random blocking resources like a very large CSS file or just random blocking JavaScript files, which will then also be parse blocking, will impact the LCP metric. And the same applies to any images that takes long to download, will also, when it's a LCP image, will also cause a poor LCP. Or any elements injected dynamically, for example. First input delay, we might think of JavaScript when talking about first input delay, just like the lab data metrics, time to interactive or total blocking time are also JavaScript related. But there are some other causes as well, like long rendering tasks. So if you've got a very large HTML document with a lot of CSS, for example, a lot of rendering has to happen, which could also cause a first input delay issue. So it's not just JavaScript, but it often is, actually. And the layout shift metric just is about, well, bad bad user experience due to all kinds of layout shifts when a user is reading a page. For example, if advertisements are popping in, then users might need to reorientate where they ended reading, and that could lead to frustration and maybe even a bounce. So a few causes or how to solve your layout shift issue is by using image dimensions. We didn't use them for a long time, but it's now a best practice to use them. Any ads that are popping in dynamically could also move other contents, push other contents down, for example. Or just in general, any dynamically injected contents might also be first-party contents, like maybe soccer scores, for example, which could then also push contents down, is also considered a CLS. Anything that's considered, basically any unexpected layout shifts is seen as a layout shift towards your core web vitals. And the same applies to web fonts as well. For example, when there are differences within the letter spacing between your fallback font and your custom font, it could also, cause a layout shift because text could then jump to 2 lines instead of 1, pushing other contents down as well. So these could all be reasons for having a bad layout shift metric. And also animations. It's not summed up over here, but also animations done in a wrong way. For example, using margin or padding properties instead of using the transform property. So try to stick with opacity and transform properties to animate, basically anything. Sliders, sticky headers, etc. So these are the core web vital metrics, which you might have heard of before somewhere else. Maybe even reading Google's web.dev environment. You might have read some other blog articles as well. And maybe you know some best practices from back in the days, which you believe are still true today, but it actually might not be true today anymore. Or maybe it comes with more nuances. So let's dive into some examples. Third parties are, the easiest to pick on. For example, we've got a very bad page speed score. You might think third parties are your bottleneck, which might be the case towards your lab data score. But actually, when looking at field data and looking at some specific third parties like a chat widget, Hotjar, or Facebook Pixel, they actually aren't impacting your core web vitals at all. And the reason is, as we just discussed these individual metrics, a chat widget just is the sticky widget at the, basically at the bottom left or often bottom right of your page. And it isn't the biggest element. So it isn't considered the LCP, the large control paint, candidate, because the LCP really is about the biggest element within the viewport, which could be a text node, a block element, or an image. Could also be a background image or a placeholder for your video, for example. It's now already easy to imagine that a chat widget isn't very likely to become your LCP candidate, because there often is another element, often a first-party element, which is bigger than just a chat button at the bottom right. The same basically applies to Hotjar and Facebook Pixel as well. Both aren't even visible at all for users, so those won't even take up any pixels in your screen. So as a result, both of them also aren't LCP candidates. They also won't be pushing any contents down because, once again, a chat widget just is sticky anyway, and a Hotjar or Facebook Pixel is just injecting some JavaScript code to be able to monitor or track some data, but they won't be actively pushing contents down. So as a result, it will never impact your CLS metric. It could impact your first input delay issue, but at the time of, speaking, 88% of all 8 million tracked websites by Google are passing first input delay metric on mobile. So conclusion is, it isn't very likely that any of these third parties or any third party in general will impact your first input delay metric. So as a result, well, given the fact that they also won't impact other metrics, it isn't very likely that any Core Web Vital bottleneck is coming from a third party. Obviously, there are exceptions, or I could say it depends, because even in page speed, it could depend on, first of all, how you chose to implement a third party, and also what kind of third party we're talking about. So, for example, when you've got a cookie consent, a cookie notice, which is sliding in, I often see two bottlenecks within the typical and well-known cookie consent implementation. And one of them is, a cookie notice often comes in from the bottom of the page, sliding up, basically. And it's done with an animation. And I just talked about animations as part of the CLS metric, the layout shift metric. And the general cookie notice implementation, which is sliding up into your screen, uses the margin, or rather the bottom property, or maybe top property, depending on from which position it's sliding into your screen. But when you're using one of those CSS properties, so when you're not using a transform property, basically, then it is considered a CLS bottleneck. And it's a bit weird, I should say. It's a bit of a false positive, but that's just the way Google, or rather the Core Web Vitals library, is tracking layout shifts. So you should then, well, prevent any animations as part of your cookie consent. And if you do want to animate your cookie consent, you should, once again, use the transform property at all times. Maybe transform in combination with the translate property value, for example. A/B testing could be a bottleneck as well. A/B testing could actively block your first contentful paint, or in normal words, it could result in a page load, basically in a white page load until the A/B testing is done executing. So as a result, the user could wait, will have to wait maybe for any contents popping in until A/B testing is done. So there are exceptions to my story. Even the Facebook Pixel chat widget, the Facebook Messenger, also has a wrong implementation of sliding in, which could then also cause a layout shift, is what I saw in some of my cases. And also are widgets which could ask you for your email address to subscribe to their newsletter, for example. And I sometimes see them using the wrong animation implementation as well. If you see that happening, then well, just tell them, because sometimes they don't know either. They're good at building pop-ups for your website, but they might not be acquainted with Core Web Vitals yet, or not on top of performance. Or try to use alternatives, for example. Just try to use alternative third-party suppliers. Talking of A/B testing, most of the time A/B testing is implemented using JavaScript, maybe Optimizely, Google Optimize, Visual Web Optimizer could be used as well. It is the easiest implementation, because you just embed a piece of JavaScript and you're basically done. And then any marketer or whatever role is then able to adjust A/B testing from day to day, do new changes, do new A/B testing from day to day, without being dependent on any backend developer. However, when relying on JavaScript, and also maybe relying on third-party suppliers, then a browser also always has to do an additional DNS lookup, TCP, TLS handshake, which is causing a delay towards the first contentful paint, depending on the way you've implemented it. You could use async, the async attribute, to, well, basically prevent a A/B testing widget from being render blocking. and also especially parse blocking. But when you are using such A/B testing solution with a hiding snippet, to be sure that the user doesn't see any changes in the screen until A/B testing is fully done, then, well, yeah, it could also lead to a longer white screen, to users looking at a white screen for a bit longer than necessary, which could even impact UX in general. So while you think that A/B testing is helping your user experience, or, well, it's not directly helping your user experience, it's helping you to give additional insight into what the best version is of a specific web page. So a best practice already is to remove A/B testing. Well, not remove A/B testing, but don't hide the screen when you don't do any A/B testing above the fold. And obviously, if you've got a sufficient amount of data already, then there is no need to still have A/B testing on your site. So remove it for the time that is not being used. You could also choose to use server-side A/B testing. It comes with a big gain towards the FCP, depending on, once again, how it's implemented as well. But the advantage of server-side A/B testing would be that there is no additional latency towards, well, basically doing a DNS lookup, for example. Cloudflare already is an example where you can do A/B testing using their edge workers, for example. It's not just Cloudflare, other CDN solutions are offering the same as well. But if it's doable, try to use server-side A/B testing instead. There also are some anti-patterns. So yeah, you might have read of some optimizations. For example, when looking at a lighthouse audit, or maybe recommendations from other parties, and it could actually come with anti-patterns. So it could actually regress your overall metrics, maybe some specific metrics or multiple metrics. And to give some examples, lazy loading used to be a best practice. It still is a best practice, but as soon as we read about lazy loading, we started to lazy load everything. And lazy loading everything actually isn't the best idea. I wrote an article about, at least lazy loading, for example, to clarify when or what to lazy load. And as you can see at the link, it is best to not lazy load above the fold images. And the reason is, although you might think that when you apply maybe native lazy loading, a browser would be able to come up with the best solution themselves, maybe already downloading an image right away, they aren't, because the browser doesn't know if an image will become part of the initial viewport above the fold section, you could say. So when doing lazy loading, you as a developer, you should know if an image should be loaded right away. If so, then you should not use any lazy loading strategies, because the browser will first basically construct a CSS object model before being able to tell if an image should be lazy loaded or not. So it already causes a bit of a delay, and that's why you should not lazy load above the fold images. You could choose to lazy load your image, your logo image. I wouldn't recommend doing so. I would recommend to not lazy load your image, because it's part of your brand, basically, and you want your logo to pop in as soon as possible as well, just as your hero image or product detail image, for example. Inlining CSS, also called critical CSS, could sound like a good idea, but it could also come with bottlenecks, for example, chunked HTML, or just increased document size, for example. So when doing so, be sure to test as well. And preloading could basically mess up the priorities that a browser will try to already come up with themselves. So a browser will already try to be as performant as possible. And when we start to introduce a lot of preload elements, preload links for specific resources. It could basically mess up priorities and maybe even regress your first control paint. I've seen situations in where the hero image or first product image, for example, or a lot of web fonts are being preloaded with, as a result, a regressed FCP or LCP metric. And WebP might not even make a difference at all. When doing a lighthouse test, it will tell you to use next generation images, but it really depends on your audience. If you've got an audience where the internet speed isn't really an issue, then you might not see any benefits in field data at all after implementing WebP. So you might be spending, I don't know, 24, 48 hours in implementing WebP. I hope not, but I don't know. And maybe you don't even see any results at all in field data. Luckily, there are ways to improve core web vitals without even, well, I would almost say touch any code at all, but there are some examples in which you still have to touch a bit of code. But that's just to illustrate how you could improve your core web vitals as well. Let's give some examples of low coding improvements. For example, knowing how the core web vital metrics work, and which they are, you might be able to already improve core web vitals by, well, basically changing your layout. You could choose to not use any images above the fold. You'll get a very boring web page, but it might at least illustrate how you could improve core web vitals. Maybe don't use any web fonts because, well, web fonts could, especially when preloading all of your web fonts, it could actually impact other metrics and could also lead to layout shifts. And as mentioned before a few times already, some animations, depending on the property you'll be using, some animations could actually impact the layout shift metric as well. And the same animations could even block the main thread because when you animate some elements, when not using the transform or opacity property, they will be, well, basically executed using the CPU of the devices of your visitors, which could then be, well, blocking the main thread, and maybe no other JavaScript tasks could be executed at the same time. It's also about incentive of a user, of your visitors. For example, when it's Black Friday, well, maybe someone really wants to buy a product with a specific discount. And then they might not really care about the loading time because they just want to buy the product as some discount was applied. But when someone is just doing some browsing to, well, first do a bit of, well, to orientate for specific products and prices, then page speed might matter more, and the overall user experience as well, for example. So there's also a difference in incentive of the user if, well, not only how the experience is, but if the experience matters. And obviously, any time to first byte improvements, which might not always take a lot of effort, could also already improve core web vitals as well, especially the page speed related metrics. Once again, we've got a lot of metrics: total blocking time, time to interactive, which are lab data metrics, by the way, and the CLS metric, first input delay, and the LCP. And the LCP and first control paint metrics will be pushed back when your, well, yeah, will regress as well when you've got a bad time to first byte. These are time to first byte timings of a monitoring tooling we're using ourselves when doing audits. And you can see a big gap between normal GET requests and GET requests with a query string, maybe visitors coming from Google Click IDs or UTM parameters, for example. And the gap is very big, and as a result, the 75th percentile, which we can see at the left, then becomes quite high as well, because apparently a lot of users for this website a lot of users are visiting the page with a query string in the URL. And you can see that although a lot of users will still be having an optimal experience from, well, basically 0 to somewhere 200, 300 milliseconds, we can also see that there are quite a bit of outliers as well at the graph below. Well, this is illustrating that by implementing a better caching strategy, you're already able to improve some of the core web vital metrics. And it's quite important, I guess, I think so, to be aware of the differences within the different page view types. So when looking at core web vitals, you're basically looking at all page views. It's not just the uncached or cached page views, but it's basically all page views on top of each other. So you don't get to see any differences in a page view type. If it's the first page hit in a new session, so a unique page view, or maybe if it's a user who returned to the page later on, maybe after 24 days, but still with some resources in their cache, or if it's a successive page view where both resources, but quite likely also DNS lookup is still cached in the browser. And once again, we can see quite a big gap within the different experiences, the different page view types. And apparently this website has a lot of random blocking resources and maybe a very heavy hero image, for example, which could then lead to quite a big difference between unique page views and successive page views. We can also see by the distribution bars at the bottom, we can also see the relative amount of optimal, moderate, and poor experiences. And we can clearly see that the amount of optimal experiences is quite high at the successive page view type bucket. Other considerations to improve your core web vitals with the, well, basically previous information in mind. Because we just learned, if you didn't know already, we just learned that core web vitals is about all page views. And yeah, if you succeed in users navigating to multiple pages, then basically the average of your core web vitals will improve as well. So the more page views per session, the better your core web vitals will become. And with that in mind, yeah, improving your blog posts or maybe product information, or even the look and feel of your website, you might already be able to improve your core web vitals without touching any code, although changing your layout also involves coding changes, but changing your product information, product description, or blog articles doesn't involve a lot of coding. Improving your call to actions, maybe the color of your buttons or the hypertext of your buttons, for example, make them more inviting, or maybe yeah, the on-site search, improving your on-site search, which could then well, enable visitors a bit better to click to your product pages, could also already improve your core web vitals. You could also choose to buy your audience the newest devices, because it also depends. It doesn't only depend on the internet speed. As a matter of fact, nowadays it really depends on CPU of your, well, of the devices of your visitors. But that's not something that will happen. But it is illustrating how core web vitals is being impacted. Unfortunately, especially when it comes to successive page views, single page applications, or progressive web app, or basically anything with soft navigations instead of hard navigations, is excluded. Because, yeah, once again, a soft navigation isn't considered a successive page view as part of core web vitals. And as a matter of fact, Google is already trying to come up with a solution to make this a bit more equal across, well, basically any stack. And also, yeah, you could also choose to increase your product prices to improve your core web vitals, which might sound a bit counterproductive, but as a matter of fact, If you've got a very cheap product, if you've got a specific product with different price ranges, then a very cheap product might also lead to visitors using low-end devices, for example, cheap devices with worse CPU, for example. And if you've got a very expensive bike, in this case, a very expensive product, it might be, it's quite likely that visitors ending up at that product page are also using more expensive devices, meaning better CPU, meaning better experiences. So it isn't my recommendation to just increase your product prices, but this also is illustrating how basically Core Web Vitals is affected. So this could lead to the question: is Core Web Vitals just a hoax? And I hope that most of you today doesn't think that Core Web Vitals is just about SEO. As a matter of fact, I like to think it's about UX first and SEO second. And I do know SEO is quite important. A difference in ranking by one position could already have an impact on revenue as well. But I would say it's first about the impact on UX metrics like bounce rate, signups, conversion, etc. All right, that was my talk. I hope this gave a bit of, basically more in-depth information or new insights into how Core Web Vitals works and is being affected. And see you in a bit.
Oh,
Today, I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, so I have, thank you. Thank you. Erwin's going to join us for the Q&A session now, and we have lots of helpful hand on our backhand. And so basically I'm adding someone and they add him back and I remove him. Okay, so, and now we have announcement. So basically I want to say thank you to one of our sponsors, Bitrate, and what they actually did. They actually dived deep into the latest e-commerce trends, and they brought us a report which is called the State of Mobile Shopping in 2021. And the research revealed that the best practices in and actually the best performing apps, which are the part of this whole movement. And if you and your business is still not using the mobile right now, you need to think about it, because currently the research from Bitrate, it shows that mobile dominates the global sales. So right now it's 72.9% of all the sales. This is from mobile. So have a read, and would love to hear your feedback. So you can find link in the chat. So we posted link in the chat, and so definitely it's worth your attention. It's worth reading because lots of great insights. And thank you, Bitrate, once again. And let me add everyone to the stream. Okay, Sylvain, hey. Erwin, hello. And we have one more speaker, Indrajit, with us. Also, I will add him. And we will wait for his camera and for his video. Alrighty. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Thank you very much for sharing your talks, sharing your presentations. And okay, yeah. And we'll start with the questions from our community. So we have, I will read them, and some of them, they are specifically dedicated, let's say, to Sylvain or to Erwin or to you, Indrajit. And and some of them are more, I would say, probably the industry related talks. And if I will in some way forget or will not be able to identify whose question this is, please just hop in and you can start answering. Okay, so the first question is, could you give us some advice to operate the omni-channel commerce effectively during the pandemic time? And I believe we have the presenter with us who shared with us this topic.
So that would be me, right? Because I spoke about omnichannel and the pandemic. So the first advice is to get your omnichannel strategy right. So if you get that strategy right, pandemic or no pandemic, you'll always see an uptick in your commerce footfall and your commerce revenues. To get that right, you need a lot of things going together, and that will include customer service as well. So you need to have excellent customer service. You need to have an excellent website. You need to have excellent returns capability. All of those things will engage the customer much more, and they will return to your shop to buy things again. So that is what I would say. I mean, irrespective of pandemic or not, have a good omnichannel strategy.
Okay, awesome. Maybe you, Erwin, or maybe you, Sylvain, you have something to add in topic related to this?
Yeah, I think for me it depends on the context and the size or the scale of the business asking that question, obviously. For the smaller retailer, but even more and more now, kind of enterprise level as well, there are platforms like BigCommerce or Shopify who help go multi-channel, really, whether you're talking about obviously having your products online, then the social media advertising, having your product on the Google feed or the new Instagram shopping features. All those big platforms can help speed up the reach and how you can distribute your product on other platform.
Yeah,
and there's always additional modules as well, whether it's to manage your inventory in multiple locations, or the customer service. And Indrajit mentioned, let's take the best pieces of the best tools for each feature and connect that to your e-commerce store to help. Right?
Okay, yeah, definitely. Thank you. Erwin, maybe something?
I've got nothing to add, no.
Alrighty. Thank you. So we have another question to Sylvain. Which CMS has the best accessibility, in your opinion?
Yeah, good question. We work a lot with Drupal, and in Drupal 9 and 10, the future version, they've put a big emphasis on accessibility for the editors. When talking about the CMS, obviously that's the editor's experience, so the admin area of the CMS. So that's the main one I know. On the SaaS platform as well, on e-commerce specifically, we work with BigCommerce, and they're also hot on accessibility, so they're pushing that quite hard and making a lot of investment to make that compatible. But that's again mostly for the admin area. When you talk about the end users and what you publish, then the CMS is irrelevant because you can build your custom front end. It's how you build your templates and your themes. It's up to you to make that accessible. Really, the CMS features don't really matter. You can have WordPress that's best accessible or the worst accessible website if the theme is built in the wrong way.
Absolutely.
And the design is not compatible. So we need to separate the front end and the back end experiences, and then it's up to the developers to make it right.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a quick notice: we will have early this spring, we will have our UI UX summit as well. So, and one of the main topics will be the accessibility and how to design the user experience and the interfaces with accessibility in mind. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, thank you, Sylvain. And anyone has something to add?
Well, I agree with Sylvain. I've heard as well that Drupal has a good focus on accessibility. I've seen different platforms when doing audits, by the way, page speed audits, but I'm also invested in accessibility. So I can only confirm what Sylvain was telling as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, awesome. So if Indrajit has nothing to add to this, we'll start with.
So I'll just add one line to this. So in the current engagement that we're working at, there are a lot of legal requirements around accessibility as well. So make sure that whatever country that e-commerce portal has been developed for conforms to those that country's legal requirements as well, especially in Europe.
Yeah. Thank you. And another question regarding this topic And one more for Sylvain. So let me show it. What is new in the accessibility for the blind people? Because I believe this is connected with regulation partially and with keeping accessibility in mind.
Yeah. So what's changed? There's not much that has changed actually. If you think. So back in the days, in the books, there was kind of the Braille thing, and then the early computers in the early days of the internet to buy additional software. But since I think we had an event last week and talking about that, and actually the iPhone has been the biggest revolution for the disabled community and specifically the blinds, because Apple is the most inclusive brand in the world. And they've put a lot of effort into accessibility on the iPhone mostly, where basically, blind people can use all their apps, they can play games, they can browse the sites. So I don't think there's anything new. Obviously, technology has helped them, but what is changing and what is evolving is the awareness of it. So yes, there are new regulations that are being enforced. So in the UK, it became mandatory last year for all public sector websites to be accessible. So that's the law. Now they get audited and you can get fined. So that's new. But I think it's more the awareness of everyone. And that's why it's kind of, I do those talks and help to educate. And because it's not just from the boardroom or at the developer level, it needs to, as I said, it's a mindset. It needs to be a coherent strategy. So I think that's the main thing that's evolving. It's the technology is there. The standards are there, and it's just now needs every one of us to know about it and do it properly, and then everyone will be happy.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. Anything to add? Awesome. And then we have a question for Indrajit. Let's start with this one. Why did the consumer loyalty change during the pandemic? And I believe everyone would have something to add and to elaborate a little bit on this one.
So actually, the retailers are responsible for this. So from what I understand, consumer loyalty stays the same irrespective of the pandemic or not. It's how the retailers reacted to the pandemic that made consumers change their loyalty. Some of them were, they caught up with the pandemic, they changed their strategy, they did the right things, they made things look safe for the customers, and they continued with their revenues. But e-commerce retailers that didn't catch up, that were a little slow. So for example, the points that I mentioned, like curbside pickup, contactless delivery, or multi-channel enablement. Customer service, say, if you're calling a number and because of the pandemic, the people are not answering your phone, that's really frustrating. And even if you have to return something and all that, it's really frustrating. So retailers that caught up with that and they made sure that they have people to back up are the ones that survived. It was an acid test, unfortunately. And that's why customers just switch, because they think they're paying money and they have to get their money's worth, pandemic or not. So that is the reason. That's what I think personally.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I believe another reason is that everyone is since many businesses had to reorient for the online, for the e-commerce way of delivering and selling their goods, and many businesses, when they were doing it from scratch, they became good at it because they were building it from scratch, and certain things it was new for them. So for them, it was a red ocean which they needed to enter in ready and prepared. And this is why some, I would say, players which are well established in the market, they felt kind of cozy. They felt like they're the boss. And some of them, they got beaten really bad because of that, because the user would choose and they will vote with their loyalty for the best service, for the best product. Yeah. Anything to add?
I think for me, it's quickly just how everyone's expectation is changing and evolving, and maybe you have to blame Amazon Prime for it, where Everything now is the click of a button and comes to my door same day or next morning if I order not too late in the evening. So yeah, I think it's not maybe that loyalty has changed. It's just our expectations are higher and we've lost patience. And we expect, as Indrajit said, like if you're paying money, you expect the same level of service. You don't understand what's going on behind the scene and how complex all of that logistic is. But yeah, I think it's more expectations than the loyalty that have evolved.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe the only way how to still to be able to compete with that kind of product, like you mentioned, with, let's say, with Prime, is to have something, maybe something custom, not really generic, something unique, something that will have certain traits that will differentiate you from the mass market white labeled things, which are basically you just name them differently, but you sell the same product. So yeah, another tip for someone who's just starting their career in e-commerce. Okay, thank you. So yeah, we have the next question, and the next question will be for Erwin. So, Erwin, what is the best way to optimize the LCP?
Yeah, it really depends on what your LCP is. For example, is it a text node or text block, I should say, or an image, which could also be a placeholder of a video. For example, some people might think that a video itself could also become an LCP candidate, but it's just the placeholder image that is considered the LCP. The best way to optimize the LCP, let's say when you're using an image, I would say to not lazy load your image. Because when using lazy loading, especially when you depend on JavaScript, then the browser first has to fetch JavaScript and execute JavaScript, and also compiling and parsing, for example. So that all takes a bit of time, delaying the LCP. Nowadays, we can use native lazy loading with the loading is lazy attribute. But it also comes with a little delay, because browsers first has to understand what the position of the image is going to be. It doesn't know just based on the source code itself. It also needs to, basically construct the CSS. So as a result, even when using native lazy loading, you might expect that the browser is able to, well, come up with the right conclusion, but you're basically introducing a delay as well. Mm-hmm. So that's already a first step. And then you should be sure to not introduce any parse blocking, basically JavaScript elements in your head section, for example. So if you're using any JavaScript, it should ideally be deferred as well to enable the browser to detect the image as soon as possible. And another optimization is to lazy load all other images, especially when you've got a, basically image gallery. You should lazy load all other images except the first one, which will become, the first image shown in the gallery. Yeah. And also lazy loading all other images below the fold, for example. Those three, strategies should already result in an improved LCP. But it also depends if you're using A/B testing, for example, which could then still delay both FTP, first constraint, as well as the LCP. So there's also always it depends, but these three should already lead to an improved LCP.
Awesome. And we have a kind of similar question. So if you don't mind, I'll pull it up, and it will be the text that appears only after the fonts are fully loaded. What's the best way to solve that?
There are multiple ways, I would say. And the solution I use is to preload just one font file, because preloading multiple resources, doesn't matter if it's a font file or images or whatever, or JavaScript, for example, which is what Next.js is doing by default, unfortunately. They changed it in a recent update, but preloading too many resources is actually negatively impacting your, maybe other metrics. So we try to only preload one font, and preferably the font which is responsible for the biggest text element. Maybe it's a heading or a paragraph, if you've got, large paragraphs below the heading, for example. And you could nowadays you can even, if you Google for fmod in combination with CLS, for example, and fonts, then you'll find a new way to optimize font loading to prevent layout shifts, because a specific font might have a different letter spacing than the fallback font, for example. And nowadays it's very easy to solve that with just a few lines of CSS already. So we don't need any web font loader JavaScript library. I hope we don't use it, haven't used it in the last few years, but now it's really not needed anymore.
Alrighty. And if you don't mind, I'll just continue with specific questions. So with questions which were directly asked to you, and not to steal time from the audience, from the questions they want to get answered from specific speakers. So we have this one. It's from one of our from one of the attendees from our YouTube stream. It's from Oleg Sapishchuk, I believe, from our speaker Oleg. And so the question is there any study or reference on how to to calculate percentage of the product price impact CWV?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know of any studies, but this is just some findings that we saw for ourselves. For example, when looking at real data of some of our customers for which we did some audits. And we always advise to, when you do real use monitoring, you can basically monitor all pages, but often it's not necessary because, monitoring a few pages, if the rest has the same template, you already get a feeling of how UX is, how the UX of real users is. And we often try to advise to at least track 2 pages per template type, for example, product page and listing page, and try to pick 2 product pages with different price ranges, because they often, like I told in the talk as well, they might often get different audiences. In the real UX data that we have, but also in some core Web Vitals data of 2 different product pages and even listing pages, we can see quite some differences. And it can also be caused by, like I said as well in the talk, the page view type, if it's a successive page view with cached resources, or a unique page view without cached resources. So I don't know of any studies, but it would be interesting to maybe do a study ourselves based on the data that we have.
Alrighty, thank you. And one last closing question, because the Q&A went like this, and so this one is for everyone, I believe. And let's talk about it a little bit. What are some of the most optimized business models that e-merchants can use during the pandemic? So let's start with Indrajit.
All right. Optimized business models are business models that optimize each part of the whole process. So, for example, when I was talking about supply chains, right, that has to be optimized. It has to be made like 4.0. I was talking about business continuity, so that has to be optimized and made sure that you can follow business continuity in a problem. Again, omnichannel is one of the things that I spoke about. If you do omnichannel, you are optimizing really your business model, and you're making sure that you capture all the customers that are ready to shop at your place. Mm-hmm. So that is what I can think of in short. That the other participants comment on it.
Awesome. Erwin, maybe you have something to add?
I don't have anything to add here, no.
Yeah, okay. And Sylvain, maybe you have something?
I think in terms of business model, I was thinking of the drop shipping model, where if you're struggling with the delivery, the stocks, those type of thing, just do a kind of a drop ship solution where kind of rely on partners or manufacturers to take care of that, and just focus on building the website and driving traffic. And that could be a lighter version to start off with. Again, it depends on the question, which scale or phase of the e-commerce journey you're on, if you're just starting, or if you're looking to scale, obviously. But that was one of the first idea I had.
Okay, awesome. And we have I guess two very last questions, because they're really cool and I have to ask them. So one for you, Sylvain, and there will be one for Erwin. Sylvain, which tools do you use to test the accessibility of the site?
Yeah, so we start with the Google Lighthouse as the base, as the easier one, and then the Axe and Wave plugins, the Chrome plugin and Firefox as well, and maybe even Edge. One of them works on Edge. So those are the main thing to test at the development stage and QA stages. So that's what we do on pretty much every release. And then for the main launches, like the first time we launch a website, we do an external audit as well with a kind of professional lab with disabled users, real screen readers. So yeah, you can run the simulation in your browser, in your development environment. But if you want to do it properly, just do a real tests with real world users and devices.
Cool. And the last one for Erwin, and we close. How to deal with simultaneous existence of large number of requests?
Well, you can, for example, when it comes to images, the same example I gave when it comes to largest control paint, you could choose to, or maybe you should choose to lazy load all other images, but then we're only talking about images. But you're basically already deferring the download or delaying the download of all other images, which will then prevent too many downloads, too many requests at the same time. And the same can be done for other resources as well. For example, putting your JavaScript files in the head. Well, I would say that's never a good idea. But when putting JavaScript files in your head without any deferring or delaying strategy, then they will be downloaded right away. And when, for example, delaying them using defer or moving them, relocating them to the footer, will also cause them to be downloaded a little bit later. Also depends on how large your HTML source code is. But when it comes to simultaneous requests, it also depends on, on HTTP2, obviously. And HTTP2 is already enabling us to, do multiple requests instead of a browser limiting them to 6 or 8 requests at the same time. And they will also try to download them using the same stream, depending on their file type. So it doesn't really matter if you've got a lot of requests at the same time, but it does matter how they are used, for example, and if it's files of the same file type. You should want to limit the amount of simultaneous requests, even with HTTP2, because when you've got a lot of requests, then your bottleneck is as big as your biggest resource. So if you've got a 1 kilobyte style sheet and a 200 kilobyte style sheet, the 1 kilobyte style sheet will take as long to download as the 200 kilobyte style sheet because they have the same file type, and that's how HTTP2 works. So next to the amount of requests, you should also try to make them, try to give them the same file size, so they won't be impacting each other and, fully benefiting from HTTP2.
Awesome. Thank you very much, everyone, for your talks. Thank you for your presentations, and thank you for joining us Q&A and actually committing extra 5 minutes for us, finding it in your tight schedule. Really appreciate it. Thank you once again for joining us, and thank you for the wisdom you shared with everyone who just started their journey. Thank you, and I hope to see you during our next editions of our e-commerce summit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty, and we will have some quick announcements, and then we have super small break, and then we will continue with our next group of speakers, with our next block. And my time is up, and thank you for joining us. Thank you for letting me to be your host here in the chat, and we'll see you during our next summit. Thank you. And now we want to say thank you to our sponsor, Inca Group. Inca Group is a franchisee of IKEA and the world's largest home furnishing retailer. With 657 visits to IKEA stores, 23.9 million downloads of IKEA app, and 4.3 billion visits to IKEA.com. Inca generates more than 90% of IKEA total sales. Can you imagine that? And now Inca unites more than 3,000 developers under their umbrella in 8 major digital hubs in southern Sweden, Amsterdam, Madrid, Philadelphia, Shanghai, and Bangalore. And now they're expanding their digital team. Check out join.inca.com for open positions, and I will post this link in the chat.
Everything and everyone are connected, everywhere and all the time. People expect that we are too, and that's where the magic happens. By understanding our customers better through data, we can surprise, inspire, and delight. We always put people first, and will only use data and technology as a force of good. As we level up our ambitions to create better homes, better lives, and a better planet. Staying true to our values and with a genuine passion for life at home, we're bringing the IKEA uniqueness to life, digitally. Our aim is clear. Being human-centric all the way, we will create fair, inclusive, and transparent digital solutions to spark a positive change in society. We'll reach and connect with more of the many people, leading by example to inspire others to follow, now and for generations to come.
Hello and good evening, good morning to the people in US, good evening to the people in Australia, India, and a couple of the places into the world. Myself, Kalrav Vasauda. I am a delivery manager at Brainwire, and I'm going to be the moderator for next couple of sessions in this e-commerce tech summit. Thank you so much, Shopware. Thank you so much, IKEA and all other sponsors who has been a very great integral part of this event. So we have our next speaker, Mr. Oleg. who is going to explain us about the headless approach. So I would like to start with Mr. Oleg. And thank you so much, everyone, for being over here as a nice and great audience. Oleg, starting you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. My name is Oleg Sapishchuk. I'm technical architect at Salesforce. And today I would like to talk about headless commerce architecture with Salesforce. So let's forget just for a second that we are on the e-commerce conference and imagine that we are doing the barbecue with our friends and someone is asking what is headless. So when someone will tell the word headless, right, what is the first thing that comes into your mind? For me personally, is the nearly headless sneak from Harry Potter. If you remind the guy, he was kind of a spirit, right? Almost headless. But we are not going to talk about Harry Potter and Nick over here, right? Now, I'm sorry to ask you this, but let's come back from our barbecue and imagine that you are in the meeting with your team and someone asks about headless architecture. What the first thing that would be? Would you start to think how to help Nick, from, you recall, right, from Harry Potter, to become a fully headless Nick? I guess no, right? And possibly discussion would be about some solution architecture. Then would you speak about headless, showcasing some code examples? Actually, I have a question to you. How many of you joining today's session thought that we are going to talk about code, functions, classes, some objects? Like in this particular example, which is example of the front-end component for one of the headless e-commerce solutions. If you did, I would like to ask you, let's reset the expectations right away. The core message for today would be dot the I's and cross the T's. With that, I will crack this particular iceberg and do the best today so we all could understand what is in fact headless commerce architecture, why hype and buzzwords around headless may cause unsuitable outcomes, look on the understandable components with connected dots, take a look on the reference architecture within Salesforce B2C Commerce Cloud, and review the platform capabilities. In the end, I would like to highlight the complexity behind the headless commerce. So let's see together what the headless commerce architecture is. Actually, is headless new? Are we talking about APIs? It's very popular meme from the web, right? APIs and kind of those microservices are not new phenomenon. I bet that most of you heard of them before. So if you think about headless commerce architecture and you want to explain it in very quick and simple preview, you would use some kind of this image, right? Well, we can call it even the diagram. So you'd see web applications on the left on the top, maybe some apps and connected devices just below. On the right, you will see the backend server, somewhere front-end server, and all of them would be connected with the dots. So those dots actually would be some API interactions between each other. So the purpose of this architecture is to unlock the front-end from the backend by means of APIs. So the backend server can still be suite platform providing all the APIs such as commerce, search, payments, whatever components hits your mind, right? Headless actually doesn't make microservices. As you can see from the image, I don't have any microservices over here. I just have front-end server, backend server, web applications, and some connected services, which are connected with each other via APIs. Why it's so popular? Why people in the recent months, years talks about the commerce architecture as a headless architecture? The first one, the three major reasons actually are agility, freedom of expression, and consistent commerce everywhere. Those are not the full list of the reasons, but the most major one. Agility allows us to innovate faster on the experience layer using preferred technology that we want without impacting the backend. Freedom of expression, it allows customers break free from the limitations of the traditional commerce platforms when it comes to the front end, and consistent commerce everywhere. With decoupled backend providing APIs, it can be used by different channels, and business wants to open commerce providing consistent functionality. All of us just should remember that technology is an enabler for the business. And in the end, it's the business who finance all the technology decisions that we are making. What is composable architecture and why I'm bringing this right now when we speak about the headless? Composable architecture is also part of the headless spectrum. Composable architecture is where the backend is decomposed into different services, kind of blocks. Could be even microservices. So on the right, you would see that we have different digital channels. Could be phone, could be Apple Watch, or maybe even Siri, right? You could have a front-end server for those web pages, maybe some backend for the front-end or API gateway, and then different services. Could be commerce, content, search, and you can even deep dive and decouple them into more pieces. Why usually people go with composable architecture? Because of flexibility. Different components can innovate on their pace, and component can be replaced quickly with a better one if it was connected to other through the well-defined interfaces. Today we have Filip Rakowski, who will be talking about user front in more details just a bit later. What I would like to express with this diagram, that it can be considered as a typical solution diagram for headless architecture. And this one is provided by Vue Storefront, one of the market head providers, where we would have head on the top, this green big box API gateway, which we may call backend for frontend. But one of my colleagues at Salesforce once called it a neck. And I honestly love this label because you would have a head, you would have a neck, right? And then you would have like something below. And below you will see like some e-commerce platform, order management, search personalizations. It could be microservices, different services. The main idea that there are components below and you decouple your user experience from the monolith that could be that you had actually before. And all of them are connected by APIs, which has API contracts behind them. An API contracts would be kind of a deal that you handshake with someone telling, oh, we are going to work in this way. I want to share you one story, actually. So who brought the meaning headless, right? I don't know, what would be the first brand or some company that hits your mind when we usually speak about headless? For me personally, it's Netflix. They went the evolution journey to microservice-based architecture, and it's hard to find anyone nowadays who wouldn't know about them or about their architecture at all, right? So how long would you think until we can see some e-commerce experience for them? I mean, you've watched some movie and you want, I don't know, some jacket, you can order it from there, right? They already came into the gaming market with those mini games in the apps. So if you subscribe for Netflix, you could see already those apps over there. E-commerce could be just next. If you would be interested in what they're actually doing, I really like their technical blog. So if you have a phone, just move it now to the screen, scan it, and it will like directly go to their blog. I'll give you just 2 seconds. Ready? Okay, one more time. Ready? Cool. So dot the I's and cross the T's. This is a core message for today. And right now I want to cover the topic why hype and buzzwords around the headless may cause unsuitable outcomes. In order to catch the hype, the best would be to Google, right? Browse articles, post, comment, see the trends, see what people are talking in the comments on some forums, other stuff. So I extracted 4 benefits from the web that actually people talk a lot. It's like benefits of headless, right? It would be scale, performance, creative control, and time to market. But the question is it correct? I mean, is it really the benefits? Maybe for scale and performance. It depends how you actually will implement your architecture. It's not promised by headless. It will really depends in the way how you will structure it. Headless is not a pill, you know, it's not something that you just take it and voila, everything working as magic. There are too many variables for this. So creative control, yes, because we decoupled, right? We have a head, we have full inspiration. We can do whatever we want. Then time to market, yes. But when we say time to market, what actually we mean? I want to clarify something. So what will be in your mind Simplify to market? Will the website go live like very fast? Maybe. I'm not sure it actually will go faster. In some cases, it actually don't, because there are too many variables, how complex it will be your architecture. Sometimes with those monolithic architectures, you would go much faster. What's the truth for time to market is future channels and new opportunities. With headless, it's much faster to innovate. So definitely, yes. Another misconception for the headless architecture is that someone is telling that, hey, going headless architecture means picking up new commerce platform. This is wrong. This architecture is a strategy to achieve agility and flexibility. Headless commerce is just a normal right now. Every major platform is supporting it with well-defined APIs. Second misleading statement is that headless architecture just equals microservices, right? It strictly equals, nothing else is possible. And this is wrong as well. Headless architecture can be achieved simply using well-defined APIs from a backend server. So further setting up your own new microservices from ground up is a huge task which involves, and not limited, by defining interfaces, data models, select databases, infrastructure, development, deployment, hosting, security, and I can list out, and it's not even the full list. It's a lot to do. So it's not really the case. And our microservices are better than potential suits. And when I say suits, it's like those monolithic platforms that provide very good APIs. Actually, no, because in the end, if you do microservices wrong, you can end up with multiple monoliths that you have to maintain. It's important to seek for objective truth, as what I am targeting today is to dot the I's and cross the T's. With that, let's focus now on understandable components and motivation. So let's make some sense of headless commerce. Headless commerce actually is a spectrum. On the left, we would have commerce-led architectures. You can call them monoliths, it's just fine, right? But the idea is that it will be like one backend and frontend are coupled. The next evolution, let's say another way of architecture, could be API enriched. So some touch points of the system are decoupled within the API, so you can create some kind of experiences. Another way would be API-led, front-end and back-end fully separated using APIs. And usually when you hear headless, you think about this kind of architecture. But it's not only this one is headless, because there is also composable architecture, where backend is loosely coupled and independently deployable services. One of the variations of composable architecture is also microservices. So headless at some point can be described in one sentence: managing experience through APIs. Someone earlier today asked the question, why did the consumer loyalty change during the pandemic? So I want to share with you the story. What I love about working with Salesforce and working with businesses is that we get a chance every day to put the customer first. Every week, I speak to brands who say things like, I want to transition from transactional relationship to a relationship where we know the customer, and the customer trusts us and chooses us time and time again. So it's not different when we think about headless and why businesses are taking the jump. They are listening to their customers' needs and wants. The State of the Connected Customer Report 4th edition told us that 68% say COVID-19 has elevated their expectations of digital. 67% use multiple channels for a single transaction. And 76% expect consistent connected experience across all the touchpoints. So headless commerce gives you that flexibility. The flexibility to move quick and innovate frequently to keep up with these expectations. And it's why we are talking about it today. So there are different demands for different architectures. There is actually no bad architectures. They serve purpose and they serve different market needs. Commerce-led architecture is focused on optimizing online transactions. API-led where we have a separated front end and back end, is content-rich experiences, new touch points. While if we speak about composable and connected architecture, it's all about agility, flexibility, scale, and business value. So why go headless, and what are actual benefits of the headless commerce? First, the ability to have complete control over your presentation layer. Stay cutting edge and use the latest technologies and paradigms such as progressive web applications. Create a flexible architecture using whichever technology you wish. Integrate them together seamlessly. Third, optimize your performance with fine control. Identify and remove the bottlenecks. Then create great operational agility with your organization. Super fast release cycles and deployments. And last one but not least, work with a transparent pricing model, ensuring you only pay for what you use. With that, we're moving strong towards the goal to dot the I's and cross the T's. So what about Salesforce? Commerce Cloud offers all the building blocks you will need for headless commerce. You can pick and choose from composable capabilities based on your current architecture and business goals. You can easily add in new capabilities as your needs evolve. You can integrate with our trusted partner ecosystem to build best of breed. And you can even build custom apps if you want complete control over the customer experience. All this flexibility and choice is connected by a commerce foundational layer that offers security, scale, and a single source of truth, as well as APIs, builders, and tools to empower your team to successfully launch and operate these composable capabilities. So looking at this solution architecture, you may see 4 different components on the top, actually 3. Storefront reference architecture, PWA kit, and build on your own. What does it mean? If you recall a few diagrams before, we had commerce-led architecture, the one that would allow you to build on the same platform your backend functionality and front-end functionality. With SFRA, you go with that one. PW kit and managed runtime is the one that is API-led. When you decouple your head from the backend and you connect them through the APIs. Or you can actually run all of this on your own infrastructure. So using composable commerce architecture for headless spectrum. Below all this like customer experiences, you would have different supporting systems. Could be third-party systems and data like order management, ERP, and PIM. Could be some Salesforce B2C commerce services, card payment, pricing, promos, and catalog. Other microservice-based services that we have like inventory, shopper login, or discovery, and customer 360 services like service, marketing, and experience. When we're choosing the best option for the business, we want to focus on business objectives. So with commerce-led type of architecture, we would go very quick to the market, and we will empower merchandisers, marketers with out-of-the-box tools. With API-led, powered by PWA kit and managed write time, we would get customized web experience, better performance, mobile optimization, increase of agility, and go headless faster and reduce risk and cost. With building on your own, aka, let's say, also known as composable commerce architecture, we will empower our IT with full control, autonomy over the front-end experience, leverage existing decoupled front-end investment. So if we actually would like to eliminate some of the running costs of the technology, with Salesforce Headless Platform, you could get it by front-end public cloud infrastructure handled by Salesforce, front-end CDN, web application firewall, and PCI compliance. Going with typical API-only systems, you actually have to handle this on your own. So if we look about your typical architecture, you would see that on the top, we would have this head, front-end services. Usually it would be like CDN, web storefront, A/B optimization, social, SEO, hosting, and other type of items. Secondly, on the head, we would have our developer tooling and BFF. Atish from Dentsu will speak later on, and he will talk about Headless Magento with GraphQL. You can see from the architecture diagram that I have two components for the GraphQL, and I hope he can cover in really well what is the benefits of having it. Meanwhile, if you focus on other items, you could potentially have on the BFF layer some identity access management and SDKs. When we see backend services, there will be a lot of supporting services from which you will pick up all the components that are used by your business. All the items that we see here are actually not mandatory, and they will really depend on your business needs. Some customers have loyalty systems and loyalty programs, some doesn't. Someone allows wish lists on the user experience, someone doesn't, So it really depends, and you can pick all the components like I'm playing with my son and I'm building all the Lego blocks, right? When I get some set, I'm actually not forced to build exactly what was told for me and everything that is there. I can pick up all the stuff. So very similar is with the headless. You can pick up all the components by yourself and build whatever experience you want. So remember, today we dot the I's and cross the T's. Last but not least are the challenges behind the headless. And personally, I see it as one of the most important topics. So headless architecture, in fact, is a journey. Building a digital experience using headless architecture strategy can go a long way. And it totally depends on you to define your goals and the values achieved by those goals. Conscious decision making should be in place to determine the risk appetite and to know where to stop. With headless and composable architectures, you can go really crazy. And then a few months later, you're like, whoa, why we end up here, right? Sometimes you need to stop and think smart and not work actually hard. And simple example, it don't need to be a big jump. You can go with evolutionary architecture. Decouple your front end if you have some monolith application right now. Then maybe add your BFF, build the BFF, add to it. Then break down your BFF into microservices. And in the end, you can even go more further like nano services. So call it like very tiny pieces and everything will be autonomy service running on its own infrastructure and other stuff. So there are a few steps that I would see as possible recommendation to prove your commerce application. At first, I would go headless with Salesforce PWA. This would allow you to immediately decouple backend and frontend. You eliminate the need with managing your application because Salesforce provides managed runtime service. So we will host your PWA application on our infrastructure, and we're actually very good with that. So it will unlock your front-end innovations from unnecessary dependencies on the backend without worrying about the runtime of your front-end applications. As complexity grows, front-end need one place to get all the APIs, so you can set up your BFF. Take one service or feature at a time and start setting up the BFF layer step by step. No impact on your front-end innovation as it's already decoupled. Then, if you are good, let's move on. Achieve composable architecture. By the end of the journey, you would achieve a full composable architecture, which allows you to pick, choose, and replace components from your digital commerce application. If you think some vendor is doing something particularly well, like search engine, you'd be able just to pick them, connect, up and running. A/B testing, cool. Pick it up, make API contracts, up and running. And then a future-proof possible next evolutions would be, at this moment, you can even decide to replace PWA from step one if you think you want to get more freedom or you want to go with a new technology that will be popular today. Right now, we hear Next, we hear Vue, but you remember those days when jQuery was super popular? I actually remember. I was so happy to work with jQuery 10 years ago, not today. So what will happen actually in 10 years? Will React and Vue will be again so popular? I guess will be something else, maybe on Flutter, other stuff. So using those architectures will be much easier for you to evolve. Moving to headless commerce isn't just a technology change. It's a development model and philosophy change where the customer experience is the center of everything. So I ask you to stop and check yourself again these 6 areas before you proceed with headless. And if you don't, you actually may miss out the continuous innovation that headless promises. So those 6 steps are: set clear business objectives, identify a headless rockstar, 3, perform an audit of technology and processes, 4, understand the delivery plan, then work with the right implementation team, and 6, develop efficient working practices. My colleague James actually wrote a very good article about this. So if you take your phone and move to your screen and scan it right now, you'll be able to go to that article and read more about that. And with that, I want to thank you all for taking your precious time and staying with me. I hope it was great.
Thank you, Oleg. It was really nice presentation, and we got to learn many things about Salesforce and headless approach on the same. So here I would like to share a couple of question and answer from the different people. So first is, how much time did the implementation of headless take, and what kind of issues did you face when you just approach with the headless?
Sure. So, we were talking about time to market, right? And there was it really depends. I saw really fast go lives in 6 or 8 weeks. It was super fast,
Okay.
from scratch, right? Almost from scratch. But it will depend on the complexity of the business and underlying systems. So that could go really fast. And you speed up the process by reusing existing market components. So for example, with Salesforce, we would have PWA already with managed runtime, with a platform backed up with solutions that already connected. You don't have actually to connect them. They really come connected already. So you don't have to spend time on that. You actually focus on brand identity, what brands wants to bring to the platform and to what they want.
Great. And the next question is, what is the weak side of headless? Yes, that's most important thing to know.
I guess it's a broad question. And if we may, we will have a question section afterwards. I would love to cover that over there.
No problem. So thank you so much, Oleg. Wish you good night. Thank you for your time. It's really late night in Australia, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
So thank you. Thank you. We have our next speaker, Mr. Debadri Gupta from IKEA, and would like to have him on the session. Welcome, Mr. Debadri. You are muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, we always have struggles with mute and unmute. Now I am.
Yes. So good afternoon to you, and welcome to the e-commerce tech summit. And myself, Kalrava Sauda, I will be your moderator for this evening, for this noon, because time zones are different. In India, it's noon time, evening time. So over to you, Mr. Debadri. You can start, and I will be removing myself from the stage.
Thanks, Kalarav. Yeah. Welcome, everyone. So, wow, a great talk from Oleg when it comes to headless. And I was just quickly browsing through the different sessions that we have both today and tomorrow. And it seems that there are a lot of sessions which talks about decoupling backend from the front end, which is headless. There are at least 5 sessions which talks about a lot of decoupling in APIs. So no wonder there is a great focus in today's world when it comes to APIs and decoupled architecture as a whole. So today I'm going to share our experiences here in IKEA and what me and my team are trying to do to push the boundaries when it comes to APIs. Now, when we say APIs, it's a broad brush in that sense, right? So today I'm going to focus on events. Well, it might raise some eyebrows that, okay, well, what is events and what is that thing about APIs and events, right? So today I'm going to talk about design and how do you distribute your events and why at all events are important. My name is Debadri, and I work here in the Inca Group in IKEA Retail in the engineering departments, and I lead a smart team where we are trying to revolutionize how do we organize our events across the world. Quickly, IKEA, as most of you know, we are a global popular brand, and we in Inca Group basically operate the 389 odd IKEA stores that we have across the globe. 170,000 plus co-workers who helps every one of you daily in the stores and beyond. Global revenue sales of 37.4 billion euros and a lot of downloads for our IKEA apps and visits in IKEA.com. Now, we, of course, bring people to people's lives in the home, right? And what more time is important in the world where there is a pandemic and we are all taking our offices to home. And while we are taking our offices to home, IKEA is ever relevant than ever. So in that big IKEA world, we as part of IKEA Digital are 300 odd people. We are trying to push boundaries for IKEA's retail experience and commerce experience and sustainability experience, which is key in today's world. We are spread across 8 digital hubs in Sweden, Amsterdam, Madrid, Shanghai, Philadelphia in the United States, and Bangalore in India. So yeah, you would hear a lot from us around the world. Okay, moving on. So what have I have for you today? So we are going to talk about purpose, why events, and why it is key in today's world. We are going to talk about how do you design events, or at least how we do, and we think the world is moving towards. How do you find and organize your events, which is the event portal? And finally, once you have built your contract, once you have registered into the portal, how do you actually distribute the events across the distributed landscape? Moving on with the purpose. Now, what I was wondering, how do I explain what we do in the world of events, right? Now, if we look at the world at home today, we have been working, all of us, almost like 2 years now due to the pandemic. We have been taking shelter in our homes and making this our office. And I soon realized that my office table that I have at home is getting cluttered because it is not meant to be in that situation. So yeah, a lot of clutter is not good, which means that I had to order something like this, a chest of drawers, which is called Alex. So I went into the IKEA website, like many of you. I found that, okay, well, this is available in the department store, let's say in Amsterdam, for example. And yeah, I was planning to shop for it. But if it is like today, you are more of the fact that inclined to the fact that I would probably not go and collect in the stores. I will order it home. It's snowy outside in this part of the world in southern Sweden. Now, interesting thing is, if you are going to shop a store as well, you can do click and collect, meaning, in other words, you can pick stuff from the stores on the curbside, and you can basically see where you can pick your stuff in a given store. Now, once you do that, once you go into the website, add to your shopping cart, and place an order in that situation, it comes to these 110 odd distribution centers that we have across the world. Right. So this is where the fulfillment happens. So when you pick on that buy button, there's a request or small packet of message which comes across. There is a planning which goes through the inventory management and order management system. There is a picking for you. There's a packing of the goods that we do. And finally, gets into the delivery vehicle, reaches the last mile onto your doorsteps if you want, or onto the store's nearest collection center that you want over here. So it's a mammoth scale of operations that goes on behind every order that we make in an e-commerce website like IKEA. Now, not of a big deal, right? As you could have understood, connecting the front end, be in the IKEA app or in the IKEA.com website, when you click an order, and processing all that in the backend is a huge mammoth synchronous effort. Can we afford to be synchronous? Probably can't, right? Now we have to decouple that. We have to make things more resilient. Now, when we are talking about making things more resilient, the whole experience of customer and the backend business operation is often a matter of timings, right? And when we talk about matter of timings, these are basically nothing but events. So events are some things that you capture when a change of state or something of a notification you want to send across different backend systems to process it asynchronously while you are trying to get the right things from a customer experience point of view. Now, what is the big deal? So we have talked about this order going to the backend and trying to make things more decoupled in that way. Now, if you are IKEA with, well, 400 odd stores and 100 odd distribution centers and those 4 millions of visits that happens in the website and in the stores, we have to standardize. We are an enterprise of such scale that standardization is key to our operations when it comes to digital. Now, when we talk about standardization and when we talk about API in the form of events, design comes first. And then let's talk about how do we do design here at IKEA. Now, the story that we are trying to adopt, many of you who comes from a web API world would have, well, thought about the fact that, okay, we want to do contract development first, right? And Open API is at the heart of how we do contract development or contract writing or documentation for your Open API. Similarly, sitting under the same Linux foundation, there is an open source spec called Async API, which is growing popularity in the industry, representing the way that we document, design our events. How do we do that here in IKEA? Now, from a user experience point of view, it is one part. However, from a digital experience point of view, we have got around 200 to 250 engineering teams playing across in the organization. Now we need to bring some harmony to how the engineering teams design their events, right? So we have a user experience layer for the engineering teams. So they design their events in the portal, in a developer portal that we have here in IKEA. Either you can load your async API spec from your GitHub, or the portal basically allows you to design the spec inline. Once you have done that, there is a backend API which basically takes care of all the validation. In an enterprise, there are 100 validations that we do. For example, is it the right system, right application, email IDs, owners, and all that stuff from a design point of view. So that all magic happens in the backend API front-ending that user experience. Now, once that is done, we usually register the spec for an event in an event portal. So the portal is the golden gateway where everyone comes and sees what things they need to subscribe to when it comes to the events. So with this architecture in mind, a user experience layer, a backend API, and a portal for all events to register, let's see how it looks like in a real implementation point of view. So this is the front ending where every engineering team is expected to come. So we have an event designer right there in the portal, from where you can pick and choose whether you want to use an IKEA template, which is an async API customized version for enterprise needs for IKEA, or you can load your spec if you have designed in some other way from your GitHub repository altogether. So once you choose an IKEA template, it will give you an inline editor, basically, or inline screen where this is how an async API specs looks like, much familiar to the Open API world. We also have an HTML rendering on the right to basically make you show what you are designing in that front. But hey, there are, of course, choice that we want to give to developers, right? Not everyone is a UI guy. Someone might say that, hey, I want to jack in my Terraform or my CI pipelines to register my events or design my events. For them, we have this backend API that I talked about later. in that sense. The backend API does the magic, so you can hook in your design your async API spec, send it as an input to this REST API, for example, and it takes care of all that thing. Now, once you are done that, you can go back to the event portal, which is the place where your spec finally ends up. And an event portal looks like this. So here we have a catalog of all the events, including the specs, talking about which line of business they belong to, what is the topic address or channel address in that sense, and it gives you a great catalog to find all your event specs in here. Now, events is complicated. It's not like a synchronous request response, right? So that means you need a web of events going across different systems, and you want to view that from a governance point of view. So there is a representation for a, how should I say, web view of your registered events, and that is where the portal comes in. So you design your events, register them, all ends up in the portal, one single place for the whole organization to find stuff. No big deal. So we have designed our events, registered in the portal, at least one job is done. The contract first approach is achieved. Now, well, how do you distribute that? Remember the thing that I talked about, right? From the website to the customer distribution center or the fulfillment center. How does, first of all, an event travel this way? No surprises in guessing. We use a lot of cloud providers in a sense, right? So cloud is magical. However, if you deep dive and look at what cloud actually means, it is a hybrid multi-cloud world in an enterprise like many others, definitely true for IKEA. We rely on Google Cloud, Azure, Alibaba Cloud in China for compliance and regulatory reasons. Similarly, Yandex in Russia. Sitting on the middle of all that are our own data centers here in Sweden, US, and others. So how do you operate in that multi-hybrid cloud world? We easily found out that when you are trying to exchange events across this world, it becomes a lot of point-to-point kind of exchange of data in the form of events. And it is a spaghetti landscape which soon turns up into chaos, right? So while cloud is magical, reality is hybrid multi-cloud. How do you distribute events in a hybrid multi-cloud world where each cloud provider has their own ways of broker technologies and dependencies that you need to pick up? Now here comes the event mesh. We wanted to give a uniform standard way of surfacing your events or data in the form of events across all the 200 plus engineering teams that we have in the organization, with control, choice, and security at the heart. So how does it look like? So in this world map, if you start from the right, you say that, okay, we have our order capture, inventory services, last mile deliveries. Every application which deals with all of these can emit their events in the mesh layer in China. In other words, an event mesh is a set of network brokers connected in a seamless fashion, forming one single cloud agnostic view of your traveling your events in that sense. So one for China, we have a similar setup for our European and global Asia Pacific market. We have one for United States and one for Russia. Well, not too bad, right? We have this siloed event distribution layer based upon geographies or regional mechanisms. Now imagine all of a sudden you go borderless. You can be an application sitting in China, exchanging your events to your nearest mesh layer, and there is a consumer of that events or data sitting in Google Cloud. Well, Google is not accessible from China, no surprises, but still able to get your events sitting where they are, not having to connect to Alibaba to get their events. So that is what the event mesh is. It's a borderless common surface of exchanging your events in runtime, you in control, of course, as the producer or publisher of events of data. So that is what we are trying to achieve. Complexities to be minimized. Simplification is one of our core values at IKEA. This is how we do for event distribution when it comes to this tackling how do we exchange events in a multi-hybrid cloud world. Great. So talked about design time, Contract first, getting things into the portal, talked about the event mesh for actually distributing the things in the runtime. But hey, is it enough? At some point, we need to join the dots. The design time thing often runs out of things which are not synced with the runtime. So here is the thing. So we intend, of course, we are not here calling victory in this situation, but we are trying to push the boundaries and needle forward when it comes to pushing configurations where every engineering teams, first of all, comes to the event portal, finds their events, register their subscription interest, and all of a sudden automation takes over. Their runtime configurations, access controls are injected in their choice of products, be it the Solus pops up plus, Google Cloud pops up, or Kafka, which a few teams use here in IKEA. So that is how we make the portal a smart portal rather than a catalog of your entries as well. Cool. So quick recap of what we have discussed. Let me see. So decoupling is key to digital resilience. Remember your data as events. You don't want to do synchronous calls, minimize things which are tight coupled, because as Oleg was saying in the previous session, you want to go headless. You want to decouple front end from the back end. And the way that we do today in this world is via events. Microservices, nano services, events are key. Events are actually your APIs, right? So there are no surprises. You need to treat the events as APIs. So that is key for an organizational success, that is key for standardization, and that is key for governance. Next, contract first. We don't want to leave events behind. We have an industry-leading async API specification. Use that, design your events uniformly, and you get all the magic that the open API world gave us. You can generate your code from the spec. You can basically, keep your boilerplate stuff as minimal as possible and align your contract that you have used to handshake with other systems and other partners, for example, and uniformly design your event specs. Next, so you want to organize your events. We talked about how a portal helps, because there are situations where we often find that, hey, where do we keep your events documentation? Confluence, GitHub, Atlassian, Jira, for example. So there are a lot of tools that we want to do for, and that creates a seamless bottleneck experience, I would say, in most cases, where people are kind of hunting for where the right documentations are. So organize your events in a situation where you don't have to go asking to the people. You can basically find them in a common catalog. Think platforms, which is the mesh. You don't want all your engineering efforts, which you should be spending to build great products, wasted in network connectivity, fixing, doing a TCP dump to basically check where the packets were dropped. So we don't want to speak on the language of networks for the many. There are few teams, for example, my team, we want to bring or give platforms. So think platforms, not network, which in other words means you want to abstract your cloud location. You want to abstract availability, give a common surface. Finally, you want to distribute your events in a distributed surface. So remember, the event mesh is not a centralized event broker. So there might be situations while you're designing some systems like this, and that is the beauty of distributed systems, that a node of the mesh may break or fail. However, the mesh as such, which is a collection of distributed brokers, are less susceptible to failure in that sense. So blast radius is highly reduced. Finally, we being IKEA, cost consciousness is at the core of our things when it comes to IKEA. So it might not matter if we are talking on a team level, where, well, the cloud providers often charge for egress when you get data out of cloud, but you want to be in a situation where an organization reaps the benefit of all those 200 odd engineering teams building well, in IKEA, we have around 1,000 plus systems, backend systems and front-end systems, getting data out of cloud. So we want to minimize the egress that we spend on a company level, and distributed platforms like the event mesh, for example, with the choice of right products, helps you to optimize your WAN, your network, and thus reduce the overall data that you are getting out of the cloud, right? So that's the paradox of point-to-point integrations. So good, decouple event APIs, design uniformly, organize them in a catalog, think platform, and let your developers do magic when it comes to building great e-commerce experiences for the many. So that was our story here in IKEA. We love to finish with the fact that we are never done, right? So happiness is in reaching our goals. It's not in reaching our goals, it's being on the way while we are trying to achieve wonderful things. Well, that was it from my side. Thank you everyone for listening in of what we are doing here in IKEA. And we are, as you heard me saying, we are growing here in digital. So if you are one who likes to push the needle forward when it comes to digital side of IKEA, you can reach out in that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debadri. It was a really nice presentation and really great to learn from it. So, I mean, you have really explained the API process so thoroughly, how it all works over there. So, I mean, it was really pleasant experience to listen from all the audience. So we have the next session, and before that, we will have an announcement. So Debadri, you can just wait, because we will have a question and answer at the end of this session. So I mean, we will have announcement, and after the announcement, we'll have Mr. Filip, who is going to start on the next session, and he's going to talk about headless commerce and what do you need to build a perfect head. So announcement time. Let's hear.
Well, as we all know, personalization is a must for digital customer experience. It's not enough to send your visitors generic messages anymore. You need to create personalized experience for each customer segment. It is also hard to implement, as it requires a lot of tools, snippets, time investment, and can make your website really slow and sluggish. Ninetail is an API-first personalization platform that lets you effortlessly create real-time multi-channel personalization experiences to optimize the customer journey with no performance trade-offs. Ninetail built an API-first platform that powers real-time personalization for developers and marketers. Just connect an API to your CMS, such as Contentful or Graph CMS, within minutes via SDK for major frameworks like React, Next, or Gatsby. Moreover, you can also easily integrate analytic tools and data sources. Visit Ninetail.io to start creating your first personalized experience within minutes for free. Link in the chat.
Thank you. It was Ninetail who is a sponsor. Now I would like to add Mr. Filip to the stream. Hi, Filip.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing good, thank
Great.
you. Yeah, Filip. So over to you. You can start about the headless and the perfect way to build it, and I will be moving myself away.
Okay, so let me start. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Love the technical difficulty just before the talk. Okay, so I hope you're having fun. And I hope you have a little bit more fun after listening to this talk. Okay. I assume the screen is visible. I mean, I see it is visible because I have a preview. So today, I will be talking about building lightning fast storefronts with Next, Storyblock, and Vue Storefront. And actually, this talk boils down to explaining what Headless Commerce is and why I think it is worth investing into Headless Commerce. And in the end, we also see some nice demo. Okay, so let's start. So my name is Filip. I'm a CTO and co-founder of Vue Storefront. If you don't know what Vue Storefront is, it is basically a front-end platform that connects to all e-commerce platforms, CMSs, etc. There's a lot of work required to build a good storefront. We will learn about this today as well. And what we're doing is we're basically providing you tools that you could use to do this in a frictionless way. And all of them are free and open source. And, even if you don't work in an e-commerce agency and you're here just to learn a little bit about e-commerce, to be honest, you probably work on a lot of e-commerce projects and you probably don't even realize that. Because it doesn't have to necessarily be this typical e-commerce store where you always have this checkout, always the same kind of views, etc. Because if you sell something on the internet, this is actually an e-commerce. And it can be a real good, it can be a digital good. For example, if you look at the Nike store, it is pretty obvious that you're looking at e-commerce, right? But every page that says digital goods, so for example, if you're buying courses on the internet to learn something new, like Udemy, this is also an e-commerce. Really, like half of the internet or even more is e-commerce these days. The rest are landing pages or blogs. And now that I hopefully got your interest, because it is certainly something that you would be able to use in your daily work, probably even on the project that you're working on right now, I want to share with you some of the things I learned in the past 7 years of doing e-commerce. And I really hope this knowledge will help you to make better decisions in the future and basically that you'll learn something insightful. So today, I will be talking about Headless Commerce, as I said. And in short words, in Headless Commerce, you are decoupling the front end, which is the head, hence headless, from the rest of the application logic. And for front-end developers, it is pretty obvious that we write in Vue.js, that we write in React, or whatever framework we want. But in the e-commerce space, the reality is that the websites, they are super complex. And we have kind of like a transitioning period from this huge monolithic platforms written in PHP like, WooCommerce, Magento, to something lighter that is using these monolithic platforms or a new kind of platforms focused only on APIs, just as a backend, and the front end is being decoupled. And this whole Headless Commerce, it is really taking the e-commerce landscape by storm. I remember when we were pitching Vue Storefront 3 years ago, it was all about explaining the benefits of the Headless Commerce itself, because the niche, it was so small that, explaining the benefits of our product, it made absolutely no sense, because there were only a few competitors on the market, and I'm pretty sure our clients were not aware of that. Pitching our product was much harder because we had to convince the client that there's a new emerging standard, and what they have right now will cause them some issues in 2 or 3 years. While on the other hand, if they invest in Headless Commerce right now, it will put them ahead of competition and speed up the digital transformation of their company. And to be honest, everyone who believed us right now, I think they are super happy with that after COVID. And what we see here actually is so-called technology adoption lifecycle. A great thing to know about, really, especially when you're building products, because it really helps you to understand who actually are your customers and what you should focus on right now. And it really helps to, get rid of very stupid questions you keep having in your head, like, okay, so I built this thing 3 days ago, why Coca-Cola is not buying this? So at that time, at the very early stage of Vue Storefront, we were able only to sell to the visionaries, believing that Headless Commerce is a future. And right now, the concept proven itself enough to become something appealing for even the biggest enterprises, which are usually very late to the party. And ironically, these are types of companies that could benefit the most from Headless Commerce. So it is, without a doubt, becoming a standard in the e-commerce space, but really it doesn't mean that you should be using that. Actually, you should never make strategic decisions about your technology because everyone else are using this, or it is emerging new trend. So let me explain exactly what Headless Commerce is and why, at least from my perspective, it is awesome. Before that, though, let's explore the opposite approach to understand its limitations and why we need something new, something else. So for most of the time when you wanted to build an e-commerce store, the only impactful technological choice you had to make was actually choosing the e-commerce platform, like Shopify, WooCommerce, Magento, NotCommerce, BigCommerce, maybe NotCommerce, maybe not. And this platform was providing you with everything you need to build your store. So there was a catalog and product information management, there was inventory, there was pricing, taxation, management of the customers, discounts, checkout, content, car calculation, driving buses, everything, orders, returns, everything was there. And it was great because it was super fast to make a new project and just start selling. And there was only one important decision to make. But the problem with simple choices is that they rarely scale well. And that was actually the problem of traditional monolithic commerce. So imagine following situation. Right now you're using WooCommerce store and you're using WordPress, of course, within that. That serves as a CMS. And it's great, but your business is evolving. Now you have a team of marketing managers working on your content. And you need something that allows them to collaborate much easier, like a modern headless CMS like Storyblock, Contentful, something like this. And WordPress is limiting you, but you can't really do anything about that because everything is within the same platform. You can just get rid of WordPress. And because you're using monolithic platform, you just need to live with the choices that you have made. And over time, when your business grows, you probably need more specialized tools than just a CMS, and more specialized tools in different areas like discounts, promotions, personalization, loyalty features. And eventually, at some point, you have to make a very tough decision and write everything from scratch because the platform is slowing down your processes so much and makes your team so much less productive that it's just worth investing into building everything from scratch because the losses from that are much higher. Another problem that arises with monolithic platforms is their, let's call it, operational stability. What I mean by this? The code base, it is growing every day. Onboarding new developers is no longer taking 1 day. It could take 3 months, and no one really knows everything about the system because the architect is already working somewhere else because it's just too complex. The releases, they're super slow. They are usually super bugs. The development is no longer agile. Every release is blocking all operations. And again, at some point, you have to do this tough decision, start from scratch, because the technical debt grows so much that introducing any change is just too risky and too time consuming. I'm sure you've been in this kind of situations at least once. And this is exactly where Headless Commerce can help. So in opposite to this monolithic commerce, Headless Commerce is embracing a service-oriented approach or microservice-oriented approach instead of using a single vendor for everything. So we use different vendors, and those different vendors are specialized in their own domain. So we have different software for personalization, we have different software for CMS, like Storyblock. We have different software for e-commerce functionality, like WooCommerce. We could use Algolia for search, Talon for cards and discounts, etc., etc. And all of those technologies talk with the front end through their APIs. And what benefits we actually get by utilizing this headless approach? First thing that we are getting is agility. So by developing front end and back end separately, you can be much more efficient because the teams can just work in parallel. The backend developers don't need to wait for front-end developers or the other way. At the same time, the changes in the front end will also never affect your backend. So it's less likely that if you break something accidentally, it's much easier to test, and you can be much more confident that the tests are actually testing the right thing because the surface of the thing you have to test is also smaller. It's also much easier for developers to understand the part of the code they're working on and focus on their expertise. So front-end developers, they can now focus on delivering great front-end experience. They don't really need to bother with all the backend caveats that are, for example, influencing the performance of the front end. They just really can focus on what they're best at. And the same for the backend developers. Another thing is scalability and like future proofness of what you have built. In monolithic systems, the complexity, as we said, increases with each customization for which the system is not designed for. What I mean by this? So every time you need to make something against the framework, then the complexity is increasing horrendously because you no longer fit into the patterns that are in the platform, and you have to do some kind of workaround and increase this complexity. And in service-oriented architecture, complexity just does not increase because they are silent to change by design. You're just adding new services. You're not doing anything with what you have in the current ones. If you want to add a new feature, and if you need to modify your current services, there's always a small piece of code you have to deal with. Also, decoupling your frontend allows you to customize the frontend to really any degree. So you're no longer bounded, by templating systems of a specific platform or the restrictions. And in many cases, and for a very long time, that was the problem for UI designers, that they had to know what are the limitations of a specific platform and just adjust the design into this. And you could imagine it was very hard to be creative with something like this. And here you can be as creative as you want. And also you have a freedom to experiment. And this is great because especially right now in the era of digital transformation, when there's so many new technologies, so many new companies arising, it's very important to be able to quickly test out new things, see what works better, see what could improve your conversions. And with Headless Commerce, it's just much easier to do this. It's also much easier to add new touch points. And I know what you're thinking. Yeah, the benefits are great. But really, I don't want to replace my whole stack and my so many decisions about the new vendors. And the good news is that you really don't have to. If you are using, let's say, WooCommerce, Magento, actually anything that has API right now, the only thing that you have to do is basically decouple your frontend. So start with decoupling your frontend and connecting all the APIs from your platform to this frontend. And that's the first step. And that will give you this full flexibility to embrace the headless commerce. Really, that's the only thing you have to do. Just decouple your frontend. And if you decouple the frontend, then you can slowly replace functionalities of a monolithic platform with other vendors if they don't suit you well. So you can start by using another CMS like Storyblock, and over time replace everything that is no longer meeting your requirements. At some point, probably your e-commerce platform will be taking care only of customers and orders. Or maybe not. Maybe you're satisfied with other features, but still want to decouple the CMS. And so decoupling your frontend gives you a lot of new opportunities, of course, as we kept saying, but it also introduces a lot of new challenges, and decisions are not all of those challenges. Because you have to take care of a lot of things. And many of them are not even related to the front end, but they are required to be made, and they need to be made in the right way. So your front end can make use of them, and so the front end can work well. For example, you have to orchestrate the different data sources, or you have to create a good design system. Really, there are so many challenges, and many of them are also true for monolithic platforms, of course. And this is exactly where Vue Storefront or any other type of similar platform can help. But of course, my view is biased. I'm a co-founder of Vue Storefront, so I'll be talking about Vue Storefront. And what we are providing is like the full ecosystem of free and open source tools that are addressing all those problems, and they really play well together. And the best thing about Vue Storefront is that you don't need to use everything from our ecosystem. You can pick even a smallest library and just use it to solve your problems. So what exactly we provide? As I said, one of the problems of the headless commerce is introducing something called data orchestration. So you have different data sources. Maybe you have even 10 services doing different things. And if you call them directly from the front end, it won't be optimal. You will have to make a handshake with 10 domains. You'll have to glue this data somehow on the front end. Some of the services could be down, then you're down as well, because there's so many points of failure. So what the industry have done, and this is not a concept specific to headless commerce, they invented something called API gateways. An API gateway is basically a middleware that lives between the services on your front end, and this middleware is calling the services, and the front end is calling the middleware. So the front end is never calling the services directly. It is always calling the middleware, and the middleware is taking care of calling those services, gluing the data, maybe modifying it a little bit, caching, and then sending to the front end. So the front end is really not aware even what is on the back end. And this is great, because if you want to change something, then it only influences the data layer. Another challenge that we could encounter is building delightful UIs and basically design system and the whole cooperation between designers and developers. And for those, usually we have design systems. But once your design team finishes the design system, then your developers have to take that and have to create a very nice UI library out of this. And in reality, I don't think I've seen a good process for that in any company where designers can work frictionless with developers. There are always problems, and this is also something we try to address with open source tools that we provide. But this is really true for the whole industry, and you could just treat storefront UI here as a benchmark. So what we are giving is basically a bunch of Figma designs that have all the components already there, that have style guide already there, that have all the pages already there. And then we are adding complementary components, a UI library that is based on those designs. And this is how it should look like in every company. When you're working on a design system, you should have both. And of course, you can use a lot of technologies like design tokens that are allowing you to actually transform different properties from the designs to the components to connect them. But essentially, what is important that you can give those designs to your designers. They could enhance it in any way they want, and then developers immediately know, okay, so this style guide is matching to the CSS properties, these components are matching these components. They also don't need to work on the repetitive groundwork like accessibility, making performance friendly, etc. And there are dozens of this kind of boilerplates. There is one for material UI as well, and many common UI libraries have something like that. And we are no different. And last but not least is the front-end boilerplate itself. So that's actually something I would like to show you. This is a very standard e-commerce headless front-end. And it is essentially a fully working headless storefront connected to the e-commerce platform, CMS, etc. This production-ready shops, totally ready to customize. And the goal here is, again, to give you something that you could work on without making dozens of decisions, that has all the repetitive groundwork that will require your deep expertise about headless commerce already there, regarding performance, caching, etc. So you can basically take it, customize to your needs, and deploy. It is based on Nuxt.js, parts are written in TypeScript, tests are running on Cypress, so it is a pretty sweet stack, you must admit. And there are also many other boilerplates on the market doing similar things. For example, we have Next.js Commerce, if you're more a React guy. Apart from this, we have also different tools for caching. We have tools for managing multiple teams, because this is also a pretty common case in headless, where you have to deal with either multiple brands or multiple regions, and they are kind of similar, but there are some differences. So how it is being handled usually in your in headless commerce is that you're having a root project or a mother project where you have all components, all pages, all configurations, etc. And then you have child projects that are inheriting from this. And the team utilities library that we have, which you could use in any context, doesn't necessarily have to be Vue.js. It is actually allowing you to very easily inherit from one project to another based on the file system with automatic updates, hot module reload, etc. So you could have setups like this. You could have a root project, then you have 3 child projects, maybe for each region. Each of them are inheriting all the files by automatically, Maybe you're overriding 2 or 3 of them. Maybe you're overriding some configuration to point to a different CMS through environmental variable. And voila, you basically have a single code base for 3 shops. Of course, you can go more advanced. You can have a shared UI library or stuff like this. This library is basically making it much easier to do. Okay, so right now let's see actually how this storefront look like, how this headless storefront could look like. And in Vue storefront, setting everything up takes less than 5 minutes. Really, all you need is 5 minutes to have a fully working headless commerce storefront connected to your backend. And first, you have to use our CLI, pick the e-commerce platform you're using, and the CLI, it will generate a boilerplate project for you. And now we only need actually to install the dependencies, change the credentials to point to your e-commerce platform, and voila, you have a working headless storefront really in 5 minutes, maybe less. It depends on how fast your internet is. Okay, I guess it's demo time. So how does it look like from the client's perspective? The headless storefront really is no different than a real storefront. So we have a home page. Then we have a product details page. It is already connected to commerce tools in this particular situation. So we could enter the product, we could add it to the cart. Then we could go to the checkout, and you can just finish the checkout. It's a pretty standard e-commerce. I'm sure if you're working in the e-commerce industry, you've seen it million times. But now let's see how it looks under the hood. So what we have under the hood is basically a standard Nuxt.js project. So we have all the pages like category, checkout, homepage, my account. In the checkout, we have also sub pages. And if we click on any of them, we see that we have a direct access to the whole code. So we can get rid of the pages that we don't want to have. We can modify the UI to any degree. So this is perfectly a boilerplate. At the same time, we already have this middleware. So this is the API gateway. And if you want to add a new integration, then the only thing that you have to do is basically adding new entity in this configuration. This one stands for commerce tools, and it is connected to our demo environment. So you could just copy it and run. It will already be connected to those instances, so you'll have sample data as well. You also have internationalization. So we have 2 languages, but of course it's very easy to scale them into more. So as you can see, this is just a regular Nuxt.js project that is also a boilerplate for the e-commerce. And you have some additional capabilities like this boilerplate. And if you take a look at the Nuxt.js config, we'll also see that we have a bunch of pre-built modules in here. Now, there is one thing you can do to give your e-commerce superpowers. When we are utilizing headless commerce, then we could also utilize headless CMSs. And here on the right side, or maybe on the left side. Yep. So on the left side, I have a demo of Vue storefront connected to headless CMS. In this particular scenario, it is Storyblock. And these days, those headless CMSs, they are insane. They're allowing you to edit the content in so many ways. All of this is connected directly to your components. So what I have right now on the right side are components from my application. I have freedom in moving them up and down. I have freedom in modifying the content. But what is great that most of the headless e-commerce, most of the headless CMSs, they also have a feature that is allowing you to directly get the data from your e-commerce. So what you see here, it is coming directly from commerce tools. I don't need to code anything. The marketers, they can directly access commerce tools here via plugin, search for products, and pick the one that you want to display on the slider. And you can have much more sophisticated views because slider is just a component. You can add a bunch of other components as well. And this way, you have a very, very sophisticated front end that is addressing all the needs. It's built by developers. They build it exactly in the way they want. There are no compromises regarding performance and features. And on top of that, you have a tool that is allowing marketers to take full control on this software. And I think this is amazing. And that was actually all I wanted to show you today. So I really hope you learned something new. I really hope I made you excited about headless commerce, no matter if you're using Vue.js or React. There are tools like this in every ecosystem. But I really hope I gauged your interest on that topic, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Philip. It was really nice session. And yes, you are right. Either you can use React or Vue.js, but yes, you have shown the demonstration of the same, and it was really great learning with that demonstration how it looks like and everything. So thank you so much for your such a very insightful presentation and the details on the same. Now, you can just stay on the stage for the question and answer, which is after the next session. So next session is going to be taken by Mr. Atish Goswami, and he is going to speak about the GraphQL, Headless Magento with GraphQL. So Mr. Atish, I'm adding you on the stage. So please switch on your camera and let's just make sure that you are visible to everyone. Your presentation is also visible to everyone. Hello, Mr. Atish, and
Hey,
good
hi.
evening. Yeah, hi.
Good evening. How are you?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you. How about you?
I'm great. I'm great.
Okay. So I'm going backstage and you can start your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Hey, hello everyone. So let's get started with our presentation, right? So I hope everybody is doing great and staying safe at home with their families and loved ones. And in my today's presentation, I will be talking about fundamentals of GraphQL and how you can use the concept of GraphQL to create headless Magento applications. Okay, so a little bit about me. My name is Atish. I work as a technical architect at a company called Dentsu, specifically in the Adobe Commerce Practice Division. I have been working in IT for the last 10 years, 7 of which has been priority on e-commerce applications, specifically with Magento. I'm also an organizer of Magento Meetup Nagpur, which is a local meetup group for all the Magento developers from the city of Nagpur. We do meetups to learn a lot of new things that are happening in Magento. I'm also passionate about teaching people PHP as well as getting them started with Magento. So a little bit of an overview of what we are going to discuss. We are going to understand what it is GraphQL is all about, what is the history behind it, then who is using GraphQL, what is the difference between GraphQL and REST. So REST before GraphQL was like the pretty much industry standard for creating web APIs. And we'll see what are the benefits of having GraphQL over REST. Then we'll understand some core concepts about the GraphQL and how it is a little bit different from REST APIs. And finally, if we get some time, we'll actually see how to create a simple module in Magento. So a little bit of a history. So GraphQL was created back in 2012 by Facebook while they were creating some native mobile applications and were facing issues fetching resources using REST APIs. So they found that it's very difficult when you have a very high big application which has multiple resources where we have to fetch around a lot of things. We have to go back and forth for all of these data. So they decided to create such a language or a web service in which the client has all the power, using which you can actually fetch all the data that you need and only specifically the data you need and nothing else. So after that, they open sourced the GraphQL in 2015, and ever since the developer community really loved it and then hopped on the GraphQL wagon and then started creating multiple tools, libraries, etc. So why GraphQL? So GraphQL came into existence due to the need of better flexibility and efficiency on the client-server communication. So we're going to explore what this actually means. So what is GraphQL? So GraphQL is a query language for your API. Like SQL is a query language for your database, or to be very specific, SQL databases. Same way, GraphQL is basically a query language using which you can query the service to get specific amount of information. So before GraphQL, how things used to work. So we used to have like an endpoint wherein we used to send a payload. If it is a post request, the API used to process that information, fetch all the data that it needs, and then send out a JSON response. Basically, this is a REST API in a nutshell. So now what happens when we use GraphQL? So instead of like sending a request to a particular specific URL every time you need a specific resource, we now have a single endpoint in which we send queries, and depending on what type of queries we sent out, we actually get the response. So how does that look? This is how it looks. So this is a very basic example that I have taken from the Magento application. So here, as you can see on the left-hand side, we have CMS blocks, and in which I have put in identifiers as CMS block ID 1, 2, and 3. I just need the block IDs 1, 2, and 3. And in the response, I would just like to know their identifiers. And on the right side, you will see that it just gets me the identifier, nothing else. But if we had used REST APIs, it would actually have dumped out all the information, which we will see in our future slides as well. So what does this give us? So it provides the client the power to ask exactly what they need, nothing more, nothing less. And then we have GraphQL APIs get all the data you need for the app for a single request. So again, if we have like multiple resources that needs to be fetched, GraphQL is pretty capable of fetching all that information in a single go. Also, GraphQL is language agnostics, which means that the client or the library, like the server, GraphQL server or the GraphQL client can be created in any language, be it like Python, JavaScript, so on, Node.js, so on and so forth. And almost for all languages, the library is still available. So who is using GraphQL? So pretty much all the big companies are using it. So Facebook is using it. Of course, they created it. Now it's known as Meta. So I just forgot to change the logo. So PayPal is also using it, Twitter, Shopify, as well as GitHub. So these are like a few big companies that are using it. There are a lot of other companies, but I didn't include them because I didn't have the space in the slide. So let's talk about REST versus GraphQL. Okay. So before we try to understand that, let's take a real world example wherein I'm trying to build a mobile UI dashboard in which I would specifically need 3 resources to like generate the view. So one is the customer name or the customer details, and then I would also need the customer orders, and then finally the customer reviews or like the product reviews that the customers have left. The customer has left around in the website. So let's start by using REST. So with REST, we actually have like 3 different endpoints that we have to use. The first endpoint is the customer endpoint, wherein I put in the customer ID, I get in all the information about the customer. Then the next endpoint is the customer orders, wherein I send in a request with the customer ID and specific resource, which is the orders. And then I get all the orders that have been created by the customer. And same for the third part as well, resources. So now there is a lot of back and forth that needs to happen. Like we need to send out 3 separate API calls. The first one, we get the REST API call for the customer details. And at the bottom, as you can see, we get all the customer related information, the first name, last name, gender, and then created on, so on and so forth. And as you can see, the client doesn't have any power to request specific sets of information. It actually has to get all that information in and then parse it, filter it out to just render the information that are needed for the UI. Same happens for the order as well. So here we send a request for the order endpoint, wherein we get all the orders that the customer has created. And then also we get all the fields that are related to the order. And finally, reviews, we kind of see the same thing here as well, wherein we get the reviews and the list of all the information that are available in the response. So now, what is different? So when we use GraphQL, there would be no multiple round trips. So here, as you might have already seen, there are 3 different API calls, the 3 different round trips that we have to make, aggregate that information, and then render it in the front end. So when we start using GraphQL, it is a single query that we sent out, and then we get a JSON response. This is how it looks like. So here at the top, you can see the entity is customer, wherein we are requesting the first name and the last name of the customer. And then inside that, we are requesting orders, just the last 10 orders. And then we are not really interested in anything in the orders. We're just interested in the products names that have been ordered. And then again, the second part or the last part of the query is reviews. Again, we are requesting only 10 of them, or the last 10 of them. And then the item product, we are only interested in the name. So we can have very specific rule sets in the query and tell the server that this is what the information that we need. And on the right side, you can see the response, how depending on the request or the query that we created, this is the response that is sent to us, which is very specific to what we needed, nothing more, nothing less. So here are some side-by-side comparisons of what we noticed with this real-life example. So we have, like, for REST APIs, we actually had to make multiple round trips to collect the information from multiple resources, whereas in the GraphQL, when we are using GraphQL, we just made a single call or a single request to collect all the information, and we aggregate all that data. So now, fetching the data and under fetching the data is also a problem in REST API. So there is sometimes problems that we might have to face wherein we are getting a lot more information that we need, or there can be sometimes situations wherein, like, the data is not that much, and then we have to send out 3 other different calls to get all that information that we needed. So, but in GraphQL, we know what we need, we ask for it, and we get a tailor-made response of exactly what we need. Here, front-end teams heavily rely on the back-end developers to deliver the APIs because there is no schema or no contracts that are put in place so that the front-end developers know what to expect. But in GraphQL, as we will see, there is a schema structure that is in place using which all the, the API service is created. So let's talk a little bit about GraphQL core concepts. So in REST API, you might have seen, like, the different concepts there, wherein, like, we have different types of methods in REST API, like post, put, patch, delete, so on and so forth. In GraphQL, we also have the same thing, but in a different way. So that's what we are going to try to understand. So as we already understood that GraphQL is a query language for your API. So let's try to understand the types. So first of all, we have, like, the data types or the scalar types, wherein GraphQL supports int, float, string, boolean, and then ID as well. So integer, like float is like decimal point, string, basically any string that we have, a boolean, true or false, and then ID is kind of a special identifier that can be used to cache objects and then refetch it by the client. So this is how a schema looks like. So you will see this, and it might remind you of SQL queries when you are trying to create a table. So it is pretty much the same way, where we define the type, which is the entity type, and then we define the fields that are inside that entity. In the same way, like, we create a table and then we define the fields inside the table or columns inside the table, and also provide the data types. So same way we are doing it here. At the very bottom, you will see country_code : and then country code enum. So what is enum? So enum is basically a way to add, it's kind of a special scalar type wherein you can put in all the allowed values that are present. It's basically like a drop down wherein you have a pre-selected amount of values that are the only ones that are acceptable and the rest are not acceptable. So this is how you can do it. Then we have operations. So we have one called query, the other is called mutation. So query is pretty much equivalent to your GET request in your REST API, wherein you are using that to fetch all the information from the web service onto your client. And then we have mutation. As the name suggests, it helps you mutate the data or change the data. So it is equivalent to a post, patch, put, or a delete request. So using mutations, you are just kind of updating the data. So this is how it looks when you are declaring it in the schema file. So we have like the type, we put in query, and then inside that we can create a custom query of any type, and then define what the query is supposed to fetch. Same way in mutations, I have put in an example of reset password, wherein we are taking in several arguments. We'll look into arguments and how they work. And then, as you can see in the reset password mutation, we are taking an email, reset password token, and the new password. And then the return type is Boolean, wherein it will either return true or false, depending on if the operation was successful or not. Now, you might have noticed another thing, that here we have the data type string, but we also have an exclamation mark behind it. So what does that mean? So exclamation mark pretty much gives you an ability to have the data type as non-nullable. So which means that by default, if you don't specify an exclamation mark after the data type, it is kind of optional. But if you want that your data type should be mandatory and should be always passed in during making a query or making a mutation, you just use an exclamation mark. So let's talk about queries. So before we talk about queries, we need to use a GraphQL client. So for the purposes of this presentation, I'm using Altair, which is one of my favorite GraphQL clients, but there are a lot out there like GraphQL Playground, Chromely, and other ones. But this is the favorite one that I have been using for a while, and it has a lot of features that I need, which I will show you as well. So like we had Postman for REST APIs, we have Altair for GraphQL. Of course, Postman also has the capability of GraphQL queries, but it is not catered or like specifically made to query GraphQL servers or GraphQL services. So it kind of lacks certain, what you can say, feature sets. Also, I'm using this demo URL as my what you can say for my demos. So here you can see the first part of the URL is the base URL of the application, and at the end you see /GraphQL. So this is the endpoint where all the queries, mutations, and everything or every post request or payload for a GraphQL client is directed towards, and it is responsible for resolving it and giving you a proper response. So let's talk about query fields. So in query fields, this is basically pretty much like the heart and soul of GraphQL. So here, as you can see, it's the UI of Altair. On the left-hand side, I have created a query. So it starts with 2 curly braces enclosed, and then I have the entity type where I have put in country. So countries is the entity type, and in which I am putting in another 2 curly braces in front of it, and I'm just requesting for a full name English and an ID. And on the right-hand side, you will see that we get the data, countries, and iterated over all the countries that are available in the application. Okay, so the first part of the query is the query type, or like the query that is available. We'll see how I know what are the parameters that are available that can be used. So if you control click on any of the entities, you on the right hand side, documentation will open, and it will provide you all the available fields that are present, and you can just type them in, or you can just use control spacebar, which kind of gives you an auto suggest dialog box, wherein you can just select the field that you are interested in. Next, we have query arguments. So here we just send in a simple query. We didn't send in any arguments. It's just sent in fields. But sometimes in some queries, we have to send in an argument, which is pretty much equivalent to a select query in your database with a where clause. So here on the left-hand side, you can see that I am trying to request a CMS page with the identifier as home. And the field that I'm interested in is the content, only content, nothing else, right? So here the identifier becomes our argument. And in using this argument, a proper query is created in the backend by the GraphQL service, and you actually get the response accordingly. So you only get the response of the GraphQL, the CMS page, which is equivalent to having an identifier of home. Of course, on the right-hand side, you can get the documentation of the arguments, that is ID and identifier, what are available that can be used as an argument in this query. Next up, we have aliases as well. So aliases are something which are really nice to have. So basically, sometimes what we need is that a field name, whenever it's not very, what you can say, self-explanatory, and you want to change it to an alias which makes it more describable. So instead of having an ID, we can just alias it with country underscore code, put a colon in front of it, and put in the exact field that we are requesting. And on the right hand side, you will see that instead of sending an ID, it will send a country code and then the value of the ID. So this comes in very handy if you want to alias certain fields to make it more what you can say, readable. Of course, it has other functionality as well, aliasing, which we will see in other future examples as well. So let's talk about fragments. So fragments are basically functions. Like in coding, you will call them functions, wherein you put in all the repeated amounts of code lines into a single encapsulated function and call the function everywhere that you need. So it is kind of trying to implement the concept of try or do not repeat yourself. So here, for example, again, I have created two separate queries for the product entity. Here I have put in an alias in front of it, because if I send in a query with the same product entity twice without an alias, it will throw an error, because GraphQL does not recognize like two same entities being queried together. But here, as you can see, the filter I have put in is for category ID 7, but here I have put in for category ID 5. And inside that, I am just requesting the items. I want to know like the product name, their description, which is HTML description, and then the category name as well, or whatever categories they are assigned to. And I'm doing the same here. So you will notice that the fields that I'm requesting for both these entities are same. So using fragments, we can change it to something like this, wherein at the very bottom, I created a fragment called product data, and on this item points to this interface, which is product interface. And I put in all the fields that I need. And then here, instead of putting in fields inside the item curly braces or the closure, we just put in 3 dots and then put in the fragment name. Okay. So now at any point of time, if I want to increase or remove any fields from this fragment, I just have to do it here. And everywhere the fragment has been used kind of gets updated on its own. So by this time, we executed queries, but they are kind of anonymous queries. We never named the queries. We can actually name queries, which looks something like this, wherein you can put in a query keyword in front of it. So before this, we just used to have like 2 curly braces encapsulating and the 2 curly braces encapsulating the entire query that we are sending. So if we don't specify anything before this curly brace, it is kind of understood that it is a query operation. You can specify query as well, and then put in a name, and then put in the query or the operation that you need to perform. This comes in handy when you are using like GraphQL clients like Apollo, and you can use like the query name instead of like writing the entire query. Helps make the code more readable as well. So after till this point, you might have seen that the parameters that we are passing, like 5, 7, these are pretty much hard-coded, but we need a way to make it more dynamic. So we have also a concept of variables as well. So here, as you can see, the same query we are using, but instead of like fetching the products and putting in an hard-coded, what you can say, category ID, we will actually be using variables. So variables are a way of making the query dynamic. So here I have opened a parenthesis and then put in cat ID and then specified a data type which is string with an exclamation mark which is mandatory. And here, instead of putting the hard-coded 5, I just put it in the cat ID, which is the placeholder variable. And at the bottom, you'll see that I can pass variables with like opening a JSON object, putting the cat ID and the exact value that I need to pass. So this is again comes in handy when you create multiple queries in your GraphQL client. And then whenever you're invoking a query, you can just set the variable parameters and then execute the query. Next up, we have mutations. So mutations, as I told earlier, is an operation using which you can actually modify objects or like modify data, update data, or create new data. So here we have an example of generate customer token. So here we have a mutation get auth token. This is again a named operation. We have the mutation name as get customer token. It takes 2 parameters, which is the username and the password. And the only response that it is supposed to give is the token. So here you will see as a result, it gets the token, and this is the token that you get. Right. So now, how do we authenticate requests? So till this time, all the queries that we made are kind of open queries, which means that it does not require any kind of authentication. You can just go and put in the query and you'll get the result. But there are certain amount of queries which actually requires authentication, like getting the customer details or things like that. So being specific to that customer only, we actually have to authenticate the request. So by default, in a normal web application, we use sessions, but as APIs are supposed to be stateless, we can't actually use cookies from request to request. And sometimes what happens is that the front end of the application is hosted on a different domain, the back end is on a different domain. You can't really share sessions at that point of time. So what happens is that you actually create tokens and then put it inside an authorization header, using which the application recognizes which is the current user and gives you the detail. So here I put in an example wherein the query is customer, and then I am just asking for the first name. But here you will get a response saying that the current user isn't authorized. So basically what this means is that the application is not able to recognize any logged in user or any user that is currently like authorized to execute this query. So what do? We actually have to create a token. So how do we do that? We can create a mutation, pretty much the previous example that we saw. Generate customer token, we take in the email address and the password, generate the token, we get a token in response. And then on the left hand side of your client, you will see a button to add headers. Here you add a header called authorization, bearer, space, and whatever token you got. You save that. And then once that is saved, you can actually make the call again, and it will actually recognize the current user using the token that was provided in the header, and you get a proper response here. You can also read more about like the authorization token and how it works in the the link provided below. So let's make really quickly a Magento module using like all the information that we just learned. So here I'm creating a new module under app code Geekle GraphQL demo. And another thing, the GraphQL package that Magento uses to create the GraphQL server is the one that I have mentioned here. It is Webonics, I think, and GraphQL-PHP. So this is a composer package. It's an open source composer package which is used by Magento. Of course, it's heavily customized to meet their requirements, but this is the the base package that is used for creating the GraphQL servers. So here we register a module. On the top, you will see that we have the registration.php file. Here we are trying to register our newly created module, which is Geekle_GraphQL demo. And another file which is mandatory is the etc module.xml. Here also we mention the module name as Geekle_GraphQL demo, but also define a sequence in which we are putting in a module name called Magento_GraphQL, which means that the GraphQL module or the Magento GraphQL module actually has to load before the Geekle GraphQL demo is loaded. so that all the classes and other stuff that we will be using to create the endpoint are already available for our module. So here we create a new file under etc schema.graphql ls. So here this file is actually needed to define our schema. So in here you can see that we have put in a type called mutation, and what we are trying to do is trying to create a customer inquiry ticket. So wherein we are taking in different arguments. We are taking in the customer email, we are taking in the phone number, and we are taking in the comment that the customer has to write. And we have a return type of Boolean, which means that once this mutation is executed, either you will get a result as true or false. We also have a resolver directive, as you can see here, points to a particular class. So this class is basically responsible for handling this mutation request that is sent out. And also we see an @talk, which gives you the description. This comes in handy when the schema file is parsed by the front-end client. You get a very nice documentation wherein you have the field name as well as the description of what the field is supposed to do. So this is the how the resolver looks like. So it extends to a resolver interface, which gives a mandatory method called resolve. It has quite a few parameters. The ones that we are interested in is args. So basically these parameters like email, phone number, comment, and so on are actually available in args when the request is sent to the application. And this is how the structure looks like. And then you can have your own little logic, which is supposed to create an inquiry. Either you can save that payload in a database, you can create a curl request and send it to a Salesforce CRM or whatever the logic is. And finally, the function actually has to return a Boolean, because here we have told that the return type would be a Boolean. And that's pretty much it. We have a sample request. This is how it looks. So we have mutation. We create, which is create customer inquiry. We put in the email address, comment, and the phone number, and we get a response as true, which means that the ticket was successfully created. Also, we have another parameter called context, and this can be utilized for authenticated request, wherein let's say that you want the inquiry tickets to be only created by logged in users. So using context, you actually can get like if a current user is logged in or not. And depending on that, you can either allow the ticket to be created or throw an exception that this mutation is only for, let's say, a logged in user only. And that's pretty much it. These are some reference URLs that I would really like you to read about. So the first one is the dev docs document of Magento. For the GraphQL, it explains how the implementations is, the various mutations and the queries that are available out of the box. And then finally, we also have GraphQL.org. It's a very nice little website where you have details of all how GraphQL works, what are the different like feature sets that are available, and so on and so forth. And it has a very nice, what you can say, documentation as well. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Atish. It was really nice presentation about Magento GraphQL and how things work. And definitely, I mean, it is going to be the next gen thing compared to REST API and everything. So you have explained it thoroughly, so nice, and with the examples and everything. So now I would like to invite all the speakers whom we have listened, Mr. Oleg, Mr. Filip, Mr. Debadri, everybody on the stage. Welcome back to you all. Thank you so much for all your nice presentation and examples and everything what you have given. Thank you for your time. So we have questions from a couple of our members and users who are here. So I would like to start one by one. So let's first start with Mr. Atish itself. So Mr. Atish, the question is, and if anybody is having any questions, they can put it into comment, and anyone would like to add into the answers, because you all are expert with this section itself in the e-commerce. So you are feel free to give your inputs and recommendations on the same. So Atish, the question to you.
Mhm.
If I use REST now, do you think I should switch to GraphQL?
It totally depends on like is REST serving you well. So if it is, you don't have like much multiple resources back and forth, or you can say performance issues happening, REST is very good for you. But if you see like the examples that I showed you, wherein there are like multiple back and forths that are happening, wherein you have multiple resources, where you have to send in multiple requests for that, aggregate all that data, and then send it to the front end. For that purpose, yeah, GraphQL is a very good alternative, and it gives much power to the front end, or like the GraphQL client or the client side, wherein they can make specific request instead of front end developers coming to you saying that, oh, in this endpoint I don't see this data. So you say, oh, then you have to get this endpoint and get that data. So sometimes what happens, I've seen it in many projects, that people actually create custom REST APIs aggregating all the other REST API responses into one, and then try to send it to the front end.
I would actually, on top of this, just said it's not only for the REST and GraphQL, it's for everything. If it works well for you, don't touch it. I mean, look at the present and the future. If you don't see challenges in the future, you don't have challenges right now, everything working fine, then why change?
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe
I will add one thing into this. Or
Yes,
sorry.
please.
Go ahead.
No, it's go ahead.
Okay. I would add, it is worth actually switching in e-commerce just for the product listing, because usually you have a lot of variants, a lot of products, no matter what platform you're using actually. And 99%, I guarantee you are overfetching. So it is worth switching to GraphQL when you have a very long list of items with multiple properties. And product listings are basically, for me, a go-to place where actually GraphQL shines the most. Okay.
Yeah, and I would like to add on to what Atish very importantly said, that there is a culture which is building that, okay, there are some 5 different APIs where people build this aggregator pattern, which is also called experience API or API products. In those situations, it makes sense that, okay, instead of aggregating from individual discrete APIs, you use GraphQL API instead to give your experience API, which is not reusable, single purpose, fit for purpose for a front end or a section of a front end. So that gives GraphQL a meaning in that sense rather than aggregation.
Correct. That's great. So Debadri, next question is for you only. Let me show it. So could you share most efficient case or result that Events API has brought to IKEA?
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful question. And we are constantly doing that when it comes to measuring the effectiveness of the whole eventing ecosystem that we do here in IKEA. If I share an example use case, if directly not related to the event API as such, but related to the distribution of the APIs in a mesh pattern. Before we were like heavily invested in Google. In such a situation, it means that, yeah, you are adopted to how Google pops up, which is the brokering system in Google works. And you are required to create a project because you need to create a subscription. For a publisher, no pain. You choose a messaging broker, you dump your messages or events in there, and hey, I'm all done. The pain comes on the perspective of the consumer. So it's always about thinking where your data is going in that sense, and what the pain that the consumer would have. So in our case, as I said, we have a large footprint there in China. We have a big business for IKEA in China, and Google is not supported in China, right? So what do you do? So Alibaba Cloud is a platform that we go over here when it comes to cloud. Now with the use of Solus PubSub Plus, which we use as a product for event mesh, it becomes pretty seamless. It's cloud agnostic, so it runs on top of Kubernetes flavors across the board. And the important thing is you optimize the way your teams spend reliance and dependency on Google. So everyone is not a Google expert in that sense. So competencies is a big challenge in today's world. So by building something which is cloud agnostic, uniform, we have seen increased how should I say, return of investment to the business. For example, to a last mile delivery systems and stuff. So over reliance on a single public cloud provider might not be good. Cloud agnostic makes life simple, easy, and therein the whole mesh concept and the event API concept shines, making it more seamless. Now you are muted, Kalilov. Yeah, good.
Sorry?
You were muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, Philip, next question is for you. Why some CMS are still monolithic? What's your opinion on the same?
Why some CMS are still monolithic? I think probably you're referring to things like WordPress. And I think the answer is pretty simple. They're just doing much more than CMSs do these days. Because historically, the term CMS was actually a content management system, and the content management systems back then, they were slightly different to what modern headless CMSs are allowing you to do right now. Back then, it was more like an admin panel for your whole website rather than just a source of content. So WordPress itself, even though it is within the category of CMS, it has a completely different set of qualities. And this is why I don't think they will ever go fully headless. But at the same time, we see that those kinds of technologies are adding more and more capabilities on headless. For example, in WordPress, as far as I know, they have this Gutenberg, which is like their editor. And right now they have a library that is actually allowing you to transform the content from the API that is based on Gutenberg into any headless website. So basically you can leverage the best things from WordPress without WordPress itself. So I think that's the main reason. I mean, those companies, those products, they serve in many use cases, and delivering the content itself is just one of them.
Thank you. Great. Now, this is a very general question, and I'm sure everybody will be happy to answer this. How do you determine a project's success?
Yeah, that's a very philosophical question. I mean, you know, if you define your goals and you achieve those goals, that's probably a success, right?
Yeah, and depends on how much time you get to sleep. So
Correct.
that's also a success.
Thank you.
I usually, for this one, I would say that before even starting the project, you start from objective key results with your OKRs, right? You will define them, what actually you're trying to achieve. So if you're able to achieve that, what you initially defined, I would call that a success project. And it wouldn't be success when you launch it, but maybe sometime afterwards. Because when you actually launch something, it's just beginning of the journey.
Exactly. And I would also add here, feeling a pulse of the users for whom you are building stuff is key. And constantly doing that, which aligns with the principles of evolutionary architecture, is well, super important. And that is how you measure success in a way.
Atish, next one is for you. It's very interesting. I'm sure you will be happy to answer this. Yes. Is there any extension for Chrome or Firefox that works stable for GraphQL?
Yeah, there are a lot of them. So one of them is the one that I showed you, Altair. It has a Chrome as well as a Firefox extension. And you also have something called GraphQL Playground, which is also available, and it's quite stable as well.
Okay, great. One more general question from users. What types of problems have you encountered most often in your program after deployment? This is really a nice question because, I mean, problems keep coming, and how do you resolve them? And after the deployment, it's most important thing for the successful deployment completion. So, I mean, anybody from your side or all of you can answer one by one. That's great.
I can tell you from my experience, the first and most common problem after something is deployed for the first time would be content. Usually, if someone creates content, they will say, oh, I made a typo, other stuff. That would be like very common common problem when you do some of the releases with the content management stuff, but they can be fixed very easily. And second type of problems would be edge cases. So when you think about any solution, you most likely will first think about happy paths. And when you think about negative, like some false scenarios, it's super hard to actually cover those, like everything that could happen. So you will 100% miss something, and it's okay to miss it. The point is to build a process where it's easy to investigate those kind of issues. So then it will come with the people, engagement models, and other stuff, how you can easily find what's actually went wrong and how to fix it.
Right.
Yeah, and I would like to add on that. There are also content can be a problem. Sometimes configuration is also a problem, wherein I have seen like people going in deploying a new code and forgot to switch the configuration from sandbox, for example, for a payment gateway onto production. And for some reason, everybody is creating orders and no payment is coming into the transaction of the main account. So configuration management is also a key thing. And the other one that I have noted is misunderstanding the traffic load that you have. So what happens normally is that whenever you create a new, let's say, web API or something like that, you normally test it on staging, wherein you or 10 or 15 people from your team might be testing at the same time. And you see that the application or the API is performing really good, and then you decide to put it on production. But on production, the traffic is huge, and all of a sudden, the API that was working like awesome in your staging is no longer performing. So doing a little bit of load testing on your lower level environment using like applications called K6 and all, or Gmeter or something like that, can give you a little bit of an oversight on how your functionality will behave under like your normal average production load.
Okay, thank you. There was one question for headless part. So what are the weaknesses of headless?
Weakness, I wouldn't say are there a lot of them. The main problem that I have seen is that people not understanding the concept of headless and then trying to use their monolithic mindset to implement headless. So wherein like they truly don't understand how an headless application should be designed and make a lot of like design mistakes. And after that, at some point of time, they realized that maybe headless was not such a great thing, which it is. But if you don't implement it the right way, understanding the core concepts and how the vision is supposed to be for an application, it kind of becomes a mess after some times.
Yeah, I will add that probably one of the biggest weaknesses is rather big initial cost and time of implementation. Plus, basically, you have a lot of decisions to make. So there's a bigger chance that you make wrong decisions. But the thing is that headless is something that pays off later. So this is this kind of investment that you have to make right now to be sure that in the future, when your business will be growing, your software will not be a bottleneck. But again, like it is not for everyone, really. Like Headless Commerce is, I think, mostly for large-scale enterprises that have very sophisticated needs, use multiple systems, and are rather tech-savvy, so they don't want really to be locked into a single particular vendor. This is where it shines the most. If you have a small business, there's no reason to go into Headless. It will never grow. Okay, maybe I hope it will grow, but there is a rare chance it will grow so much that you will need all of this additional infrastructure, because you have to deploy a lot of additional stuff. You have to take care of a lot of additional caching layers. There is so many new points of failure. So, the complexity itself and the time of implementing this complexity, to me, is the biggest weakness. So if you don't think that headless is actually something you will benefit from in 2-3 years, then just don't implement it.
Yeah, and almost in every architecture, there is a weakness, like pros and cons, right? So,
True.
As Atish and Filip said, it's not for everyone. It has specific purpose, and if you even deep dive more in the kind of what potential could be, I wouldn't actually call this weakness. It's more like obstacles, right? There could be like some latency, because if you had a monolith, you don't have any latency, right? Now you have those APIs. You can solve them with the caching, other stuff, but you have a latency. I guess even when we had the presentation for IKEA, when you have event-based architecture, you also have this latency stuff that you have to think. So when you decouple anything, you have to think about this. Transactions. When you had a monolith, it's super easy to make a transaction. But when you have decoupled systems, how you then trace back transactions, how you make them. If, let's say, chain of systems, you place an order. If something fails, how you roll back all the kind of events. That's like obstacles comes with the architecture. It comes with a lot of powerful stuff that we discussed today. So, I mean, my call is, don't be scary about headless. Just spend time to understand and see if it's for you. And if it's you, go ahead.
Yeah, and we here in IKEA learned it probably the hard way, or we are with every organization there is some learning that goes with it. Headless calls for a lot of decoupling, which is true for what I spoke about as well. And there are a few key things. One is that you need to be monitored. You need to monitor your decoupled systems well. In which case, open standards like OpenTelemetry helps us a lot to get a visualization of where things are going from which microservices to which front end to which back end and stuff. So getting things, using OpenTelemetry like standards helps for tracing and monitoring. The second thing is standardization, contract first, so that we or try to achieve this or speak in the same language across the organization when it comes to what data is exchanged, so that inconsistencies are not growing in this decoupled landscape. So yeah, these are key learnings that we had as well.
Yeah, just to add to that, in IT there is nothing, no technology like a what you can say, like a silver bullet which like solves all the problems that you have, right? So everything comes with the pros and cons. As long as the pros outweigh the cons, you should be using it. If the cons are outweighing the pros, then you should be not be using that.
That's pretty nice answer, I would say. Thank you. So Debadri, one question for you. I'm just taking this. What was the hardest in designing at scale, except the scalability itself, obviously?
Yeah, I believe the hardest in designing at scale is there are a few things here. Number one, when we were building this infrastructure layer, a common surface to decouple and surface events from every application, one was that we didn't want to build a centralized platform. It needs to be distributed. It needs to be containing a lot of nodes across. Of course, distributed architecture is complex. Life would have been much simpler if we would have been doing monoliths, for example. But then the blast radius in a distributed architecture is hardly highly reduced. So that is key one observation that we had, build nodes, build distributed. And the second thing, which we also observed is, since we are building these internal platforms, it is key for us to, or imperative for us to not, name it as a platform, like make it behave as a platform. We have heard a lot across the industry how platforms are the new products and the mindset we should have. That is what we are applying, that, every team should be able to do things in their own way in a self-service APIs over the platform, so that there is no bottleneck or how should I say, speed breaker when it comes to autonomy for each small teams that we have. So yeah, autonomy, self-service ways of designing the landscape, and number two, making it distributed yet glued together in a single way are the two biggest hurdles when designing systems at scale.
Okay, thank you. Filip, the next one is for you. What is compatibility between Vue Storefront and iOS?
Wow, it's more like a question: what is the compatibility of web and iOS? So the situation is like this. Vue Storefront itself, it's a progressive web app, so it could be shipped to any kind of the app store. For the Google App Store, you just publish it as so-called trusted web activity, so you can actually publish PWAs on the App Store. For the web, it is obvious. For the iOS, you can still do this as well. You can still add this to the home screen. It could still behave like a native application, but some of the APIs will not be supported, like, for example, push notifications. But there's a lot of software that actually is allowing you to leverage that. There's, for example, something launched by Microsoft called PWA Builder, where you're basically uploading your web application, and it is automatically packaging this as an iOS application. And we also have a bridge for APIs. Right now, I don't think they support push notifications, but soon they will. And there's a bunch of other websites that are giving you this kind of wrappers. What is funny is that Apple is very concerned when you want to use application native browser APIs like push notifications that are actually accessing the native APIs of the device. But if you put the same application on their app store and pay, I think, $100 for that, then it's perfectly fine. So basically, if you're talking about things like push notifications or service workers, it could work effectively on iOS. We just have to wrap it, and it is a very straightforward process. And for every other platform, it just works.
Okay, thank you. Now there is one general questions. Anybody can answer for this. What is your process to test and find bugs in application? So I think, Atish, this was specific to you, your session when a person asked, but I mean, anybody can answer because you all are from the field. We can answer that. Like, what is the process to test and find the bugs in the application?
So you can actually get started with at least knowing like the what you can say the acceptance criteria. So the first thing to know is like once you build a certain application or let's say an API, what are the acceptance criteria that it needs to pass? So that's the starting point. The second are like the scenario based testing, wherein like you put in blank inputs, false inputs, invalid inputs, and so on and so forth. You can start with that manually and then slowly try to move on to some kind of an automation testing framework like Cypress or like whatever is the best that you can find. Some people like to use Postman. Postman also has like a test runner wherein you can put in like post response scripts to try to assert if the responses are correct or not. And then slowly and steadily you can create a test suite. And then every time you make some iterations, it actually helps, like the automation testing kind of helps push releases much faster. So you can start with manual and do it slowly, one API at a time or one scenario at a time, move it to automated test cases, and then finally into a test suite.
My personal approach is more with TDD, test driven design, and I love the book's DevOps handbook. And if you know the Phonics project, or like actually the series of like Magic Triangle, Unicorn project, Phonics projects, and the DevOps handbook, like they're really great, and they really talks nice in terms of the quality assurance, and more even with our headless architecture when we decouple the systems. So everything would start from kind of a unit testing, where you would first try as was mentioned with the acceptance criteria. So you would try those unit tests on function level, but that will be not a test what customers would actually see. So you then would like to write some user experience automation testing, for example, with Cucumber or Selenium, other stuff. But then you would work only on one piece, just application customers see, and you want to do also integration testing between different systems, right? So you can write another integration testing as well with automated scripts that would do that. And then you would include all of this in your deployment pipelines when actually pull requests are raised. Maybe you will issue all the environments which be connected, and they will run all integration scripts just to validate that quality is okay. And then with each build, you will also run these automations and make everything. I mean, the point is that quality assurance starts from the moment someone says, I want something. This is when you have to start to think about it. And then slowly you have to include quality from every step, and all team members are responsible for the quality of the delivery.
Yeah, every client wants like quality assurance, but once they see the budget that like gets increased due to like what you can say test driven development, they are like, no, we just want the features. you can test it out on production, not a problem.
That's
So I have
nice.
seen I've seen a lot of clients who are like come in, see like the budget that comes up. Like normally what we have seen is like a 30% increase in the time span of like the release due to like writing test cases and so on and so forth. So for us, we have been doing much more like functional testing, like end-to-end testing, which is like much faster to automate. We do know like the unit testing and the acceptance testings are like the key important features that you should have. But if you don't have the budget for it, like functional testing can actually save you like a lot of time with like post deployment issues. If you have like a normal workflow automated, wherein you can just go in and run the script which like adds the product to a cart, does an order, checks it in the back end, and so on and so forth. Major workflows that can be broken are something that helps a lot.
Right. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Atish, Oleg, Filip, Debadri, for your precious time. Nice presentation. Very good answers to the audience questions, and it was really pleasure listening you all. Thank you so much, and wish you to see you again very soon in the e-commerce tech summit next year. And thank you, your host signing off, Mr. Kalrao, over here right now.
Thank you for having
Thank you,
us.
everyone.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye.
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 All right. Yeah. Thanks, Kalarov. And we're going to see him tomorrow as he will be also moderating tomorrow's senior track. And I'm just here for very, very quick announcement before we go on a short break. Right. So let me just tell you all about our sponsor, BigCommerce. Right. So BigCommerce is actually a leading open software as a service e-commerce platform that empowers thousands of merchants, developers, and partners to build, innovate, and grow online businesses of all sizes. Build dynamic shopper experiences with robust GraphQL APIs and a world-class commerce backend. Find your balance between customization and composition using the front-end stack you love without having to build everything from scratch. BigCommerce is built for flexibility, whether you are optimizing for performance using a front-end framework such as Next, Gatsby, or Nuxt, or you're looking to support a best-of-breed CMS like WordPress or Contentful. They have solutions to support your unique needs. BigCommerce take care of all the boring stuff so you can focus on creating awesome customer experiences. Start building, innovating, and growing your online businesses today. The link will be in the chat. And yeah, so we're going to go on a short break, and then we'll have our next moderator, Robert. And I also will be moderating a last block of today's broadcast. So you also see me later. Take care.
Hey Geekle fam, and now I want to announce our Cyber Week discounts for our 2022 events. Only today and tomorrow, you will have the opportunity to get yourself a package of all the 2022 events with a discount that happens only once a year. The prices will be even lower than our early bird tickets. So this is as low as it gets. Only once a year, you have this opportunity. I will post link in the chat to our main site where you can choose one of 5 packages, whether you want to get all the events of 2022, a semi-annual package with only spring and summer events, and maybe you would like just the backend or just the front end or just the GS stack events. You can find package that suits you the most in that on that link. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Friends, developers, lend me your ears. I'm Robert Rand. I am the head of partnerships and alliances at JetRails, a mission-critical web hosting provider that specializes in e-commerce. And I also host the JetRails podcast. It's my great pleasure to be here with you today as part of the 2021 e-commerce tech summit. I'm moderating a group of 4 different speakers that have a lot of expertise in artificial intelligence and the intersection of AI with e-commerce. And so let me make sure that we've got video on here. Let's try that. Okay. So we're going to be having a great group of panelists today that are all going to present, and then we're going to be joining together for some Q&A. And so absolutely be sure to submit your questions through the chat throughout our 2.5-hour block today. And, while you're at it, this is a great time for us all to network, get to know each other a little bit. If you want to just drop in a few notes about who you are, where you're from, how long you've been in tech, and what it is that you do within the ecosystem, whether that's already in e-commerce or whether your specialties lie a little bit elsewhere, and you're going to be learning and growing with us here today. Out of our 4 panelists today, the first that we have coming up, Piotr, is with Accenture, has been in the space for for us in tech, a long time, has a ton of experience as it relates to open source platforms like Magento and Adobe Commerce, and is going to be talking about AI and e-commerce vis-a-vis Adobe Sensei Usage. And so, Piotr, if you're here with us, I'm going to get you up on our screen. And Piotr, hi. Thanks for being here with us today.
Hi, Robert. Nice to meet you, and welcome everybody on the session and on the whole Tech Summit. Hope you're enjoying the event so far.
And Piotr, before we dive in with your presentation, which feel free to queue up whenever you're ready. But I was checking out your LinkedIn profile, and I noticed that we had a few certifications in common. I'm an Agile Scrum Master, but I remembered in particular the Magento 2 Certified Solution Specialist exam, and I think I took that in 2017 when they were still testing it out. So I had to take tripled the questions and wasn't sure what they were going to mark, and so it was an interesting experience. Do you remember going back to any of those certifications and what that process was like for you?
Yeah, I do. And there were quite some high expectations. From me personally, but from my whole team of e-commerce specialists, business analysts, developers. Because there were a couple of people who were trying to take this one, the solution specialist, or as it's called right now, Adobe
the business
practitioner.
Practitioner, yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, the expectations were high because a couple of people tried and they failed. So it's not. It wasn't, and it's not. It's not an easy exam, right? I've been passing the former form of it, where I think I had much more questions that they are in the exam right now. I think they lowered down the number of questions of a level of 20 or something. So, and I also had those additional questions that were not marked in the scoring. So there were like 5 testing questions which you could answer correctly, and you weren't even sure if you got points for them or not, right? But I remember I went through the whole exam. I marked around 20 or 25 as something to double check. And I read some of the questions like twice, 3 times. I'm like, what the hell the author had in mind? Like,
there were definitely a couple of trick questions in there where my opinion was, it was early. I'm sure they fixed a lot of that, but the answer wasn't clear cut. That there was more than one right answer, or that there was no right answer.
Exactly that. But then again, I was also having this feeling that if you're a native English speaker, potentially you can answer some questions, not even knowing the topic, but just simply connecting the proper correct grammar with the answer, question and the answer itself. But time passed, and now those exams are looking different. If I will be, let's say, lucky enough, I got an invitation for participating in a new version of this exam. So maybe I can do some improvements and adjustments to it. Let's see how it's gonna go.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I could keep reminiscing about a lot of that with you, but I don't want to hold up our audience. And so, with no further ado, if you'd like to start your presentation, I'll be back shortly and to lead us into our next, and look forward to chatting with you more during our panel.
Yep. So I hope I have the presentation loaded, so I hope it should be starting anytime soon.
Good. And there it should be. All right. Well, everyone enjoy.
Awesome. So thank you, Robert, for the introduction. And once more, welcome, everybody. I hope we'll have a good time together. And if you're just joining, I wanted to just tell you that we are on the e-commerce Tech Summit event right now. And today I'm going to have the privilege to tell you a few words about artificial intelligence in the e-commerce solutions, especially in the sense of Adobe Commerce platform. And that also means that I'm going to talk about Adobe Sensei technology approach. We'll describe this a bit in a few slides, in a few next slides. But to start with, I'm not gonna tell you exactly, as this quote says, I'm not gonna tell you exactly what you should do with your e-commerce if you're the business owner or if you're leading a development team. I'm not gonna tell you exactly what you should do. I will just show you a few things, and it's gonna be your own perspective if you would like to use this solution, this approach or not, right? And I would be glad to basically see the results, and if there are questions or some comments or feedback, that if in a couple of weeks you're gonna start to use Adobe Sensei, I would be happy to hear such feedback from any one of you. Okay, so just to give you a bit of a perspective what we are gonna talk about. So in other words, just tell you how the agenda of my presentation is gonna look like. It's as it's stated on this slide. So first of all, I'm gonna tell you what Adobe Sensei is, why you should consider to use artificial intelligence in e-commerce solutions. Basically some facts, some comments and feedback in terms of the usage, how to start or how to get prepared with the implementation, what let's say obstacles I had with my teams when we were initially working on usage of Adobe Sensei, and especially product recommendations powered by Adobe Sensei. And what's the roadmap? But just to be clear, it's not really an official roadmap. It's more like some things, outcomes of some discussions I had also with the core team that works on this particular set of features from Adobe perspective. And as the last thing, I will also briefly tell you a few things about Adobe Live Search, which is also a similar solution to the product recommendation. It's also under the hood using the Adobe Sensei and some artificial intelligence plus machine learning techniques and technologies, right? And this is also pretty new feature coming from Adobe, which I promised to also talk a bit on the session today. Okay, and that being said, without further ado, I'm just gonna jump to the next slide. And yeah, I talked what I'm gonna tell you about today, and maybe a few words about myself. So my name is Piotr Siejczuk. I'm currently a senior manager in Accenture Poland, and also I'm acting as an e-commerce practice lead, which is also, let's say, a new role for me. The whole e-commerce thing is under my shoulders, let's say. I'm responsible for the work done by this team. So yeah, and as Robert mentioned, I do have few years of experience, so a bit. I'm pretty sure there are people with more, but I've been working with e-commerce solutions, e-commerce platforms, with Magento especially for more than 10 years already. I started a long time ago when Magento 1 was under the version of 1.3. So not from the very, very beginnings of Magento platform, but almost from the almost day one, right? And as it has been already mentioned, I'm also having a Magento Commerce Business Practitioner certificate, which basically is just kind of like evidence that I know a bit of facts and a few things about how the Adobe Commerce platform works. So I can help my customers and our clients at Accenture to basically speed up the work on their e-commerce solutions, or when they are under the digital transformation process, and let's say either starting e-commerce journey or basically transferring from a different platform, or maybe upgrading Magento from Magento 1 to Magento 2. So that would be it if it comes to who is going to tell you the story about Adobe Sensei. And now I would like to use a quote from Misha Kotov, who is a principal product manager at Adobe Commerce, and basically the guy who leads the team on Adobe side if it comes to the Adobe Sensei technologies and basically product recommendations. And I think he's also involved in the live search feature. So to make it, let's say, more clear, Adobe Sensei is the technology that basically powers the intelligent features across all the Adobe products. So it's not only meant for the e-commerce platform, right? But it's also for the other set of tools that Adobe has and offers, right? And the main goal of Adobe Sensei usage is to basically provide a better content for the end user, more personalized towards their needs, and basically giving the perspective that the end customer is getting what he was actually looking for in the e-commerce in his e-commerce journey, right? What does it mean? Also, is that we don't really know how Adobe Sensei works, right? It's like a black box solution. It's using let's say innovative algorithms, some machine learning techniques under the hood, and gathers the data, and based on that data provides the end user the correct and personalized content. Okay, so the question why you should consider to use product recommendations, right? Because some may say that it's not worth it, or there are different solutions that could address those the similar area. So I just gathered some facts. Those numbers are coming from the team that is, let's say, responsible for the product, and is basically an outcome of feedback gathered from the customers that started to use product recommendations. But maybe to start with one thing and one fact that I will also highlight on the next slide is that currently the Adobe Sensei and the product recommendation solution is already 1 year and 7 months old, which maybe in terms of software itself is still a short time frame, but across this time it has been firstly released in April 2020, right? And basically since then, the customers started to use it, and some of those figures that I'm presenting here are coming from the feedback from those customers and clients, right? So first of all, the clients noticed a 25% of increase in terms of the average order value when they started to use the product recommendations from Adobe, powered by Adobe Sensei. They did also notice a 15% increase in the click-through rate factor on the product detail pages, meaning when the product recommendations started to show up, the number of clicks for those recommended products increased on the level of 15%, right? And yet another fact was that it has been noticed that the revenue coming from the product recommendation usage versus previous solutions providing similar, let's say, features has been increased on the level by 15 times, right? So basically the revenue from the product recommendation feature using Adobe Sensei is 15 times higher versus other solutions that were used by the clients in their e-commerce solutions prior to Adobe Sensei. And other than that, as you can see on the left-hand side on this slide, there are some facts and numbers and quotes from some industry portals. One is coming from Forrester, which did some research, and the outcome is that 77% of customers basically would choose a provider, an e-commerce solution that has some personalized content, right? And there's a high chance that those customers are gonna come back to those end users to this e-commerce platform. Other than that, another service is telling that the market you see a 20% increase in sales when there is a personalized content, personalized experience being used on the e-commerce platform, which is of course the case when you're using Adobe Sensei. And some facts here that we can see on the right-hand side, based on those 40 plus global sites that were running product recommendations by the time when I was preparing this slide. 40 plus sites are using already product recommendations. There are additional 55 that started to collect behavioral data, but not, let's say, providing actual recommendations yet. I'm going to tell you a bit more about this, what's the difference between those things in a moment. And additional thing is that basically the clients notice around $60,000 per month revenue coming from the usage of Adobe Sensei recommendations, right? So this is basically a pure revenue, pure gain based on the usage of the solution. Some additional facts about the technology and where you can use it and some other elements. So The very initial Adobe Commerce version that you can start to use product recommendations is Magento 2.3.x, and of course all the newer versions. And there's no problem to use it in the Adobe Cloud offering when the hosting is provided by Adobe, or if you're using on-premise version of your e-commerce, meaning you can still host it in cloud, any provider, but if it's handled by you for a product recommendation, there's no problem about that. You can use it without any issues, right? I did mention that it was initially released in April 2020. That still didn't change. One thing which is probably important to mention is that this is a feature and technology that can be used only for merchants that are using Adobe Commerce. So this functionality is not meant for the open source, so for the free version of Adobe platform Magento solution, right? At least not at this time, and I didn't hear any let's say rumors of that being changed. In the very beginnings, there were two options to get hands-on this solution. Right now, there's only one, which means technically speaking, you can use Composer-based installation. In previous days, let's say last year, you could still use standard, let's say, a zip package, put it on the server, and it would work. That's not the case anymore. So it's only Composer-based installation at this moment. And as I said, it's only for the Adobe Commerce platform, but it also means that if you do have a license for Adobe Commerce product, you don't have to pay anything extra if it comes to product recommendations. You can just install the solution, adjust it towards your needs, and just be happy with the results it provides. There's no additional cost at this moment. You're just paying for the initial license of Adobe Commerce product. That's it, right? And maybe one extra comment for partners and development agencies that are official Adobe partners. The option for you is that you can basically get this solution for free for the sake of proof of concepts, some tests, and basically to run, let's say, initial spike or initial review of the solution, and only based on that either recommend this for your end client or not, right? But as I said, it's for free if you're using Adobe Commerce. So I would say it's kind of a sin not to at least try to use it within your e-commerce platforms. Okay, and here I wanted to show you how the architecture looks like for this solution. So as you see on the left-hand side, we have Magento or Adobe Commerce platform. And on the right-hand side, we have a SaaS service. So Adobe Sensei, and basically the Rex service, because the short name for product recommendations that is used within Adobe, it's Rex, basically. So product Rex, product recommendations. And here we see how the data flow looks like between the Magento platform and Adobe Sensei service, right? So we have some storefront events, first of all. So something which is triggered by the users browsing the site and either triggering events like view pages or some clicks on particular, let's say, buttons or well, more like recommendations themselves, right? So that thing, so the storefront events would be linked to some behavioral data that is being gathered by the solution. So how the customer, how the shopper basically acts, what's his level of engagement, and what he does when he's on your site, right? And then we have the other type of information, other type of data, which is more like static data, product metadata, and that's let's say static product information. So things like, product name, price, colors, sizes, if you are having this kind of attributes, and all of those static elements which you defined for your products when you're starting to sell them online, right? So there's going to be a synchronization of this information from Magento backend towards the Adobe Sensei service. And as this is a SaaS type of a solution, there's an option to basically configure it, and you can a few words about this in a couple of slides later. But basically, once you configure it, you will see the same configuration across different Magento environments. It is just based on the Adobe Sensei configuration you will provide in your Magento backend, right? Okay, going next. Here I gave some basically some additional information, technical information, how to install it. As I said, it's just composer based, and there's a command in point number 1. I also, in point number 2, I provided a set of dependencies. So when you're installing product recommendation, the system will also add additional packages like data service and SaaS export, which has their own meanings described here on this slide, and they have to be in your system. They have to work in parallel to the product recommendation itself, right? There are some additional things that are available right now, and that they weren't available when the product recommendations emerged in 2020. So currently, there's also support for the page builder functionality. So you can put product recommendations using the page builder, but you have to install additional package, which is mentioned in point number 3. And there's also another feature, or let's say extension to existing set of features. So there's this thing which is called similar visual similarity recommendations, right? Based on some product data, product attributes, characteristics, Adobe Sensei would provide similar set of products. Let's say when a given product is out of stock, or just to kind of like provide you a similar products when you're browsing a particular page, right? And as I said, this is Adobe Sensei. The product recommendation is a SaaS service. So once you install it, you need to provide an API key and configure a SaaS data space in your Magento backend. And you have one production data space and two test spaces. So obviously the test spaces are meant for non-production environments, for development teams, and for the end client, your customer, that would basically test this solution before introducing it in his production store, right? So that's how it works. And now, as you probably know, Magento is a system that provides an option to customize everything, well, or almost everything. This is the same thing for the Adobe Sensei recommendations, right? And here I just gave some references to where this kind of customization can be done. So first of all, the user interface is under this project team product recommendations layout /web template recommendation HTML file, right? And then if you're familiar with the structure of Magento, technically speaking, there are also some layout files, and for this solution, the layout files are located in project team and product recommendations /layout catalog, where you can do desired layout modifications. I have an example for you on the next slide, but before that, I also put here an information what type of layouts and what files and for which page they are meant to. So we have layouts for PLP, for category pages under the catalog category view. The same goes for catalog product view, which is the layout for the PDP page. There's also a layout for the cart page under the checkout cart index XML file. There's also one for the success page, or thank you page. So basically the one that you see when you're successfully paid for your order or basically finalize the journey or the placement journey. And then the last one is on the whole page, which is resisting under the CMS index layout file. So that also means that the product recommendations currently could be placed on those pages that are mentioned here in the right column, right? And here, I hope you can see it more or less okay. I just gave an example how you can edit a PDP, so product detail pages layout, and how to customize it. There's a default placement for the product recommendations, and this let's say change. This example is coming from official Magento dev docs, which are done on an extremely good level for the product recommendations feature. And this one is telling about shifting, replacing the standard place where the product recommendation would appear. And we see that versus the standard layout file, this element in red has been changed to product.info.media. And basically it means that that the product recommendation would be appearing after the product image on the PDP, right? So just a quick example that, even though this is a SaaS service, it still has some integration with the platform, and you can play around with it, customize it towards your own needs and towards the needs of your client, of your customer, or if you're a merchant, basically to address the needs and user interface requirements that you would have. As I said, one thing is really good that the whole product recommendation feature is super detailed described in the dev docs that are coming from Adobe Magento team. So I do recommend you to, if you are interested in this solution, to check that. It will have much more info than I will be able to provide you on this session today. And here I wanted to show you, at least in brief, how you would set up the product recommendation, or as it's called, recommendation units. So it is something which you would do from Magento backend, and there's a set of screens you will have to go through, right? You will also, among other things, elements that you will have to pick is the page where you would like to display it, and the type of the recommendation you would like to display, right? I gave a bit of details about the page builder feature. So this works as a standard page builder functionality, so you can drag and drop those product recommendations. And here I also gave you the info what recommendations are supported. And for the page builder and the widget of product recommendation unit in page builder, that would be most viewed products, most purchased, most added to cart, recommended for you, and trending products, right? So those supported recommendations would be, you would have the possibility to set them, configure them in page builder. Other recommendation types are also most added to cart, most purchased, customers who viewed this, viewed that, customers who viewed this, bought that, who bought this, bought that, and there's also this type as it's mentioned, more like this, and generic, right? There's one important thing to mention here is that this is depending on the page you are trying to put it in. So not all the recommendation options are available, for example, on home page. Not all of them are available on PLP page, or not all of them will be available on checkout pages, right? There's a really good description about this, the matrix, what can be used where on the document dev docs pages of this feature. Okay, here I think due to the timing, I will not talk much about this, but currently versus the legacy way of showing it, you can also preview the recommendations, which is a new thing that this has not been available before. One good stuff which it's showing is that it's showing this result type, and it has two values, either primary or backup. Primary means that there is enough behavioral data gathered based on which you can start to display relevant recommendations, and the backup means that it's going to use only the static data of products from your catalog. Okay, and as I said, like, it's worth to know what's the return of investment for something like this, right? And here I just briefly wanted to show you that there is reporting available, and you will see some factors like impressions, clicks, and click-through rate, revenue that the recommendation unit generated, and some other factors, right? So this is available in Magento back office, and you can just get it when you're installing it, so you can see what's the result of usage of the recommendation units. One thing which is relevant to mention here is that when you're playing around and customizing the user interface of the recommendation file, you need to remember that you need to keep some JavaScript events. Otherwise, Adobe Sensei will not be able to gather and track this information like clicks, the impressions, and so on and so forth. So it's important to keep the proper, let's say, pattern of the code for the JavaScript events. And something which I wanted to tell you about, on the left-hand side, we have 2020. There were some limitations of the product recommendations, the customer grouped pricing, the bundled and grouped products, category permissions, the headless type of e-commerce solutions, the B2B commerce package. Those things were not supported by product recommendations, right? So when you were running a B2B type of e-commerce, you couldn't use in full, and then the beauty and the power of Adobe Sensei. Nowadays, we are in 2021, right? In December already. All of those obstacles were removed. The B2B package is fully supported. The category permissions, shared catalogs, customer grouped pricing, all of this is supported. There's also even, let's say, an option to support the headless storefronts. So it's not only Magento-based standard legacy frontend. You can use PWA solutions when you're using either PWA Studio from Adobe, or when you're using dedicated custom-built solutions based on React or Vue.js technologies. This has been described in details on the dev doc pages, but the beauty and the main outcome of this slide is that those obstacles were removed. The headless type of e-commerce are also supported. You can leverage the Adobe Sensei in product recommendations from Adobe Sensei nowadays. So good stuff, good work by the Adobe team on this one. Some words and comments about the roadmap. So there were questions and discussions that at some point there's going to be an option to introduce third-party data sources. So let's say you would like to inject some additional data options. You can provide inputs for Adobe Sensei. That's not there yet, but it's going to be the case probably in future. There were also discussions and options to introduce the product recommendation units in transactional emails. So yet another option level of providing personalized content, right? There's also an idea to improve the catalog synchronization and the dashboards. So basically, you would be able, as the shop operator, to see what kind of data has been synchronized to Adobe Sensei service, if there's something pending, or some reporting and some analytical information, right? And other than that, Adobe team would like to yet introduce another options of filtering the data, providing more control over the recommendation types, and basically what's being displayed or what's not, and on what pages. And probably something which is really, I think, cool from my perspective, as I'm a customer of e-commerce stores as well. There was also a talk about personalizing the PLP pages and the products displayed on PLP pages based on Adobe Sensei Usage, right? So that basically the sort order and products that are going to be displayed in a given categories at some point could be empowered by the Adobe Sensei and let's say the algorithms and the cool stuff that Adobe Sensei provides, right? So you would get even more dedicated and relevant content for you. I do have a couple of slides about live search, and I'll just maybe briefly tell you about this. It's yet another new feature, which is also a microservice type of functionality, like product recommendations. So nowadays, Adobe is working also on introducing their own search engine based on Adobe Sensei technology. So you could replace the standard search by leveraging Adobe Sensei, and the idea is the same. Based on some behavioral data and product data, there's going to be an option to basically provide even more personalized search mechanism and search results. Okay, guys, I think I'm either already run out of time or I'm close to that. So I believe I will stop here. If someone would be interested about getting a bit more details about the live search stuff, I'm happy to discuss it in the QA session or even outside of the conference itself.
Yeah, Peter, thank you so much. I probably should have cut you off a little early, but it was a great presentation and I was enjoying it. So, the way that this is all evolving, I have a few questions that I hope that I get to throw in at the Q&A at the end. And for our audience, we hope that they continue to submit questions that we'll have queued up for that. But Peter, we'll catch you back at the Q&A session at the end of this block of presentations. And thank you so much for all the detailed information. And I'm going to queue up our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Robert.
We'll see you back in a few minutes.
Yeah, talk to you later. Cheers.
Awesome. Well, for everyone here that's tuned in or that's watching the recording of this video, we just finished our first speaker for this block, and we've got the next coming right up. We've got Balvinder from the ThoughtWorks team, and let me add Balvinder to our stream here. Hi, how are you?
Hey, Robert. Hello, everyone. I'm good. Hope everyone is doing well.
Excellent. Balvinder, you can add your presentation and make that live anytime that you're ready. I'll make sure that we help you get that up on the screen. But while you do that, I was looking over some of your history in the industry, and I think you and I probably came out of school somewhere around the same time, although the years have been a lot kinder to you. And, looking at that, I'm wondering, is that partly, looking at your background, because you've worked with so many different technologies? I was seeing, different environments, Cloudera, Google Cloud, Hadoop. I mean, the list goes on, Java, all sorts of things that you've worked with. Is that part of the secret sauce, getting to work with a range of different technology, getting to always be learning something new and striving?
Yeah, I think, Robert, what has helped, I won't take the entire credit, but I think what has really helped is also the organizations I have been working with. And I did start out as Java developer, as you said, and the move to big data was not intentional. It was completely by chance. And when I moved there, I actually really realized what kind of value the data can bring in. To all the domains. Today we are discussing e-commerce, but data is applicable everywhere. And I think it's a very cliched saying that data is the new oil, but it definitely is. So yeah, I think I give credit to my organizations as well as some bit of that to myself.
Absolutely. Well, I do believe that we're all the product. So that data is very much a key. If you're in an industry like e-commerce, your real currency in many cases is that data that allows you to stay at the top of the industry, that allows you to continue to surprise and delight shoppers, consumers out there. And so, I know that, you're a lead data engineer and data architect. And that's that's come with all these many years of experience. I'm looking forward to the presentation that I am adding up to our screen right now, where we're going to be talking about pricing. And I know, watching just as an occasional shopper myself, seeing how often prices can change, and even trying to think about in response to what, whether sometimes that's other vendors, other e-commerce sites, whether that's supply and demand, whether it's, so many things that are happening. I'm very much looking forward to how tech is meeting us there. And with no further ado, I'll turn it over to you, and look forward to catching you back for a few moments at the end of your presentation.
Definitely, yeah. So thanks, Robert, and thanks everyone who's joined us today to listen to these very informative discussions. And I think Robert did start it off really nicely. There are so many factors, and we've gotten so used to, that the prices could change. But there is a lot that goes behind the scene, and retailers actually figuring out what price is right. So today we'll talk about how do they figure out this right price, and see how data plays a very crucial role in figuring out this right price. So we'll move on. Just give me a moment. Yeah. So before we move, something about me. I think we've spoken enough. I've had 15 years of experience, and I work extensively with data-driven systems, creating solution data architectures and data platforms. And currently I'm associated with ThoughtWorks. And here are my coordinates. A quick view of what we'll be talking about today. So we'll talk about retail, and in particular the pricing, aspect of the retail landscape. We'll see, what all is there and how the pricing really works, and why retail, is complicated. We'll talk some bit about that. And I'm going to take you through a case study. This is one of the engagement that we had with one of our clients, and we worked on the pricing solution for them. So we'll talk about the vision that the client had, and how we partnered with the client in realizing that vision. So I'll talk about some of the solution aspects, the data science and the engineering involved in that solution, the technology that we used, and we'll end it with some of the impact that we created and the learnings that we had with this engagement. Right. So curious case of changing prices. So as Robert also said, these prices keep changing. This is a screenshot from Amazon, as you can see, and there is some price mentioned. This is in, Indian currency, and the same product, the price changes just in a matter of days, even sometimes in matter of hours, right? And as I was saying earlier, we are so used to the prices getting changed. We know that the prices can go up and down sometime, and we've gotten into that mode of waiting for the optimum price, waiting for the minimum price, and then purchasing the product, right? Especially if it is something which is not really urgent. So even the consumers have gotten into that mode of waiting for the right price. But as we said, there is so much that goes on behind finding out this right price. This is not, randomly, retailers are doing it up and down. There is a lot of science and a lot of data that goes behind deciding what is the right price. So before we go to the pricing aspect of the retail, just a little bit about retail itself is complicated. And this is important because once we understand this complication, we will be able to appreciate the logic behind pricing even more, right? So there is one very important lever for retail that we understand is demand, right? So as the demand of the product increases, the price might increase, right? Because there are so many people already wanting that product, and they would be willing to purchase it at a higher price because they know that if they don't do it now, the product would not be available. And retailers do exploit this as well. There's a lot of times you would see on your e-commerce channels that against the product, they would mention that this product is going out of stock soon, or only 2 items left, or only 3 items left. So that's basically demand driving the retail business. Then there are different modes and channels of selling, right? Shelf pricing or shelf selling method, where you go to a brick and mortar store and you actually purchase the product from there. You pay on a point of sale terminal and all of that. And online retail, we already know. So again, modes and channels of selling also impact how consumers behave and how retail behaves. So for example, if you are looking for something online and you feel that the price is not something that you're looking for, or it's not worth it, you might delay the decision of purchase because you're just sitting at your home and you're browsing the products. But if it is shelf, then that decision would change, because you've traveled to the store and you've you invested your time, you've given some effort. So a little change in the price might not impact your decision of purchasing the product. You might still end up purchasing it, right? Then there are different types of product, edible versus non-edible. So if I find a really good deal on, let's say, breakfast cereal, am I gonna purchase 12 months worth of breakfast cereal and store it? Maybe not. But if I get a similar deal on washing detergent, I'll probably purchase it for a year and store it, right? So retailers also have to keep those dynamics in mind. Then there is a fresh versus processed within the edible section. So for the fresh produce, the retailers also have to price it optimally, so that that produce is sold by the end of the day, or whatever is the shelf life for that fresh produce, which is much less than the processed food, right? So they don't want to price it so high so that it just doesn't get sold and it goes waste. And they also don't want to price it so low that they're losing out on profit. There is a very important next category of product called complementary products, right? So bread and butter, if the price of butter substantially goes down, because I want to eat bread with my butter, even though the price of bread has not changed, I'll still end up buying bread, right? To go along with that butter, or chips and soft drinks, all of that complementary products. So there is pricing strategy there. There is cannibalization, where one product of the same retailer, of the same brand, can eat up the sales of another product from the same brand. And this is also, if used intelligently, can be profitable for retailers. I think Apple is a very good example who does cannibalization. Nobody purchases an older iPhone if a new iPhone is out. So essentially, they are eating up the sales of the older iPhone, but in the long run, it is profitable for them. And all of this, the examples that I spoke about, are very evident, but there are a lot of hidden examples here which only data can bring out, right? So for example, complementary products. There was a study that went on for quite a long time, and they find out diapers, baby diapers, and beers are complementary. I mean, this is something nobody in their sane mind would be able to link together. They still don't know the logic behind it, but data always tells them that their sales are related. One thing that I could think of is maybe because when babies are born, it's fathers who are going out for grocery shopping and they buy a lot of beer along with the diapers. But yeah, that's the thing. And then there are some of the self-explanatory dimensions for retail. There is competition, definitely, the type of customer, whether it's a wholesale customer who would buy in bulk, or a customer who would buy only one item. The time at which sale is happening, right? I'm rushing to office and I want to buy something, I'll probably not pay so much attention to the price. But if I'm going there at my leisure on a weekend, I'm doing grocery shopping, I'll probably pay more attention to prices and the place of sale. So retail has all of this. Like, this is just the tip of iceberg. There are a lot many, but retail is complicated. And I just wanted to talk about this area as well. So let's say retail itself is complicated. We pick up one area of retail, which is a shelf pricing. As I said, the prices of the products in the store, that itself has a lot more dimensions again. So even if we start narrowing down, there are more dimensions and more factors that we have to consider, right? So In shelf, the prices are less dynamic. I don't see the price change every day. I cannot have customized prices. So whatever price I put on the shelf, every customer who walks into the store gets to see that price. The way I place my products on the shelf also has an impact. Promotion and discounts have a different strategy when we are in store. Because I have all of those inventory issues, space issues, everything changes, right? Cool. So now that we have a fair understanding of retail and its complications, I'll talk a little bit about our client. We'll come to the case study. So this client with whom we engaged, it is one of the largest B2B retailer. It also does B2C, but mostly it is a B2B retailer. And it also has a lot of physical stores, the brick and mortar stores across globe. So to add to the complications that we had already seen, this client had even more factors to be considered. So it had two modes of operation, which is B2B and B2C. It has many more channels. So it has physical stores as well as online stores. The size is huge because it's across the globe, right? And it is having a huge assortment. It could this client would sell anything from the construction equipment, the basic staples, apparels, and whatnot. So this client was selling a lot of products, a huge assortment. There was a geographic spread, as I already said. So multiple countries where this client had presence. And because there were so many different countries, right, the processes itself were very, very different. So the way the products were sold, the way the supply chain was managed, the way the customer relationships were managed, and pricing processes all were very, very different. And hence there was the data that was collected in all of these different countries had a lot of different quality. So it was not similar data. And there were also a lot of competitors that this client had, because again, there is a huge spread. There is not just one competitor that this client has to deal with, but multiple competitors. So what are the factors that affect? Now we come to the demand of the product, and why we are coming to the demand of the product. That's because of all the factors that we'd seen earlier, which impact retail. Demand is something that's is the most prominent factor out of all of these, right? And if we want to narrow down on what we want to do with our articles, what we want to do when we want to price them, demand is the first lever that you would try to adjust. And you can also say vice versa. So your price impacts demand and your demand impacts price. So this relationship is quite solid for a lot of the products in retail, and hence this is the relationship that is exploited most often, and as the first place where you can play with the pricing. And even within demand, as you would see on screen, there are external factors and there are retailer control factors. So in this case study, definitely you cannot do much with external factors. So things like seasonality and holidays. So you might see a lot of demand for, let's say, stationery products for back to school season, or you will see a lot of demand for chocolates, cakes, maybe some wine at holiday season. Then there are competitors who impact your demand. If the competitor price is very, very low, your demand would move to competitor. So these are the external factors that a retailer cannot control, but there are some factors that a retailer can control, and out of those factors we chose price because of the reasons I mentioned earlier. So now we had narrowed down our problem statement to pricing for this retailer, and we said that we want to do pricing and hence create an impact on demand, and hence create an impact on bottom line of the retailer. So that's the whole idea. And if you look at the vision that we really had was do this via data, as I said. So basically science, which is nothing but data science, technology. So to implement this data science, you need a lot of technology, and also the design, because consumers are looking at whatever you're doing. It is directly impacting consumers. So the design has to be such that it doesn't create any negative impact on the consumer. So combining all these three, we want to give a right price to the right customer, right products, right place, and right time. I think I did speak about place and time aspects of the product as well. We discussed different type of products, we discussed different type of customers, and yeah, price. I'll just take a quick pause to see if there are any questions. Nothing. So yeah, let's move on. So moving on, with this vision in mind, what we actually wanted to do is reach to a stage where we have 1:1 pricing. So if I, Balvinder, look at the website, and since maybe I really love painting and I've look at the colors or acrylic paints, I might see a different price versus maybe Robert, who doesn't like painting so much, he would see a different price. So can we reach to that level of pricing was the goal. And how were we able to measure it? Like, we've decided a goal for ourselves, but we also wanted to be ready with some measures that would help us to understand whether we've reached our goal or not. So to decide that, we took two high level items. The first is the coverage of articles. So when I say coverage of articles, can I use all the data that I have to come up with a price point for all the articles that this retailer is selling, right? Because I want to do this for all the articles so that I create a maximum profit or maximum revenue for my client. And is the price accurate? Am I overpricing the products and I'm losing my customers, or am I underpricing the products and I'm losing my profit? So these two together basically tell me whether my pricing solution is successful or not. Cool. So now we have understood the problem, we've understood what we want to do. Now we quickly come to the data science and the data engineering aspect of it, of how we actually solved it. Whenever you're working with any problem that involves a lot of data, even before you can understand how this data can help you, what you need to understand that what this data actually is. And usually we do one exercise called as data sources mapping exercise to understand what this data is, right? So multiple things. From where is this data coming? What is the source system? What are the access mechanisms for this data? Who can access this data? How frequently is this data changing? At what granularity I have this data stored? What is the format of this data? And all of this is in addition to the entire metadata study that you will do. So you will definitely look at the schema of the tables, the semantics of different columns, the values, the sample values between all of those columns. But apart from that, all of this meta information is also very, very important. So coming to this is an example of this meta information for some of the data sources for this client. So for example, you will see they had data related to articles or the products. So what is this product, whether it is a fresh product or it is a processed product? Is it a food item, non-food item, all of that? Whether it is a seasonal product, regular product, what are the different prices? At what price do I buy it from my buyers, right? The SCM. At what price am I currently selling it? Is there any promo price that is applicable? All of that. That was all available in the master data warehouse of the client. And the only way to access this was either through a custom application and API, or via, we'll ask them, request them for the data. They'll, get out the data from the MDW, the master data warehouse, put it on a file location, and we'll read that file, right? So what we really wanted to do was, you definitely don't want to read the meta information about the products or the articles every time, because that changes not very frequently. But you really want to understand how prices are changing. So you want to understand real-time price changes. And for rest of the information, you'll probably pull that information daily, right? And this is how you read this entire table. So we had a lot of such data sources, and we did all of this data source mapping for the client to even begin with, how would my data architecture look like, how these different data points would start talking to each other, so that I can come with a data science solution on price recommendation. Now, I have my data, but what do I do with that data? The very first thing the data scientists would try to do with the data is exploratory data analysis, wherein they'll try to understand what are the different stories the data is telling me. Typically for retail, uh, most of the articles can be put into these three buckets, where you have highly price sensitive articles. An example could be milk or butter or bread, right? Because I'm buying it every day, and a 10% increase in that article would maybe I could change the retailer from whom I am buying, because the other person or the other retailer is selling at a lower price point. And these articles are called highly price sensitive. Basically, any small change in the price leads to a big change in the demand, right? And for these kind of products, I would want to be as close as possible to my competition, right? So whatever competitor is pricing, I'll price close to that so that I don't lose a lot of demand. The second bucket is a medium price sensitivity, where probably I have a little room to play with the price and it doesn't impact demand so much. So I can use these products for creating some more revenue. And the third one is low price sensitivity, where with these are the products. So, for example, luxury wines, perfumes, for which I really don't know what are the pricing trends. So customers are really very less price sensitive. And these are the products where I have a huge margin of playing with price and having maximum profit. So once we got all of that article or product data and price data, this is the first thing that we did. Now, how do you do that actually? So to do that, there is a term in retail which is called KVI. It expands to key value items. And these key value items are nothing but your staples, as I said, your bread and butter. And how do you identify what are my key value items? So you use things like these: basket penetration. So if I have 100 customers buying from me, if 90 customers have bread in their basket, that means bread is one of my key value item, right? So you see how many number of purchases per basket. You see price elasticity. This is something that I talked about in the previous slide, where I said that a little change in price creates a lot of change in demand. So they have a high price elasticity. How regularly am I selling this? Do I just sell it in a specific season or once a month, or I'm almost selling it every day? What are the number of purchases per month? How much am I selling these? And what is the percentage contribution of these products to the revenue of that category? Not to the entire business, but to that category. So we used all of these different data points to figure out what would be the key value items for this retailer. Now this is important to understand, right? Because key value items for one retailer can be different from key value items for another retailer. So again, data plays an important role to find out the specific list of key value items for this retailer. Right. And once I've found out what are my key value items, as I said, for these items, I want to be as close as possible to my competitor data. And how do I do that? I need, that data of the prices that my competitor has, right? So I start with competitor data. I try to understand where I want to position myself compared to this competitor. Like, is it a huge retailer, or is it a small time retailer? Is it like a local grocery store? And then based on that, I find out that term is called as target price index. I find out where I want to be, and I basically calculate the price for my articles. But what do I do for other articles? For the other articles, I actually want to find out that relationship between demand and price that we spoke about earlier, right? So I want to understand. I'll take all the historical data and I plot the demand versus price curve. Now this is, it is very simple when I say it, but it has a lot of different factors. So I have to also take into consideration: is this article seasonal? Was there a promotion applied? Was there some item out of stock? Was there any event? Was there any macroeconomic condition even, right? So all of that, considering that, you try to figure out what is the original relationship between demand and price if I was to be able to remove all of these factors, right? And then based on that, you basically create an equation which gives you so what we are essentially doing mathematically is extrapolating that demand versus price graph. We're extrapolating that and we find out what should be my price to create this kind of demand, what should be my demand if I had this kind of price. So you get that relationship. But what do we do with this relationship, right? It's a graph, it can extend in both the directions. So another important thing that you need here is your objective function. So what do you want to do with this? I think again a little bit of maths over here. For each curve, you can find out a maxima and a minima. So what do you want to maximize? So going back to those three buckets, if you remember, there was this medium range bucket which we wanted to use to minimize the customer footprint into my store. That means I want to sell more and more of this product, right? And for that, I want to maximize the traffic. But for the last category, which was the third bucket, where I had a very large room to play with prices, I want to maximize my profit over there. So those are the objective functions that I would figure out for different category of prices, right? And lastly, moving on, I think we will talk a little bit about technology. I think we've understood conceptually how we want to do it. So as I said, this was a data platform. This was a data architecture. So, and we also saw how was the data sources mapping. So how we were getting the different data points and how we were consuming it to run our data science algorithms. So this is the very first, data service that we had written. Basically, this service, the responsibility of this service was to visualize all the things that we had done. I'm starting with this one because this is the most simplest one, and we'll go on to the competitor-based pricing and the demand-based pricing that we saw earlier and their architecture. But essentially, assume that all of that is done. I have, created competitor-based prices. I have created demand-based prices. Now I want to publish reports. So how do I do this? So all of my data resides here in this purple block. This is nothing but the data lake. And I create some data platform engines within this data lake, right? So these are nothing but basically Spark jobs, right? And whenever I need this report from my data lake, my service would trigger this Spark job. The Spark job would basically run all the mechanics to create the data in the format that it is requested. And it would basically provide that data to my service. This data for temporary access or quick access can then be stored in a Postgres database behind this service, right? And this is basically you could also schedule it for whatever time you want. So we did it daily schedule, and every day people like pricing analysts or store managers also, they can come and look at this reports that were generated on this service to see how they performed the previous day. Coming to now this KVI selection and competitor-based pricing. So the reason we wanted to do the KVI selection was to figure out those different buckets, right? And as I said, we had all of these 7-8 parameters that we used to figure out what are my key value items. Now, when you want to do this classification, it is basically on demand. So again, you go back to your data lake saying that, I want to figure out the latest list of my key value items. And this entire logic of considering those 7 parameters or 8 parameters, it is codified as a Spark job. That Spark job runs on my data lake. It considers all the historical data, figures out what is the basket penetration of each article, what is the price sensitivity of each article. All of that it takes into account and spits out a list of key value items. Once that key value items is available on the screen, again, the pricing analyst can add or remove. So it's basically a decision support system. So data is helping you decide what could be my KVI. So not always you would agree with what data tells you, because there is a lot of human experience. People have been working with this, so they know. So they can add or remove to this list using this UI. And then this list is sent again to the data lake, And this is called basically the feedback loop in your data science terminology. This basically helps improve my next set of recommendations. So let's say I said that, nuts is one of the KVI for this retailer, but then the pricing analyst knows that, nuts are not an KVI, and I can use the nuts for pricing it differently. That feedback goes here, and now my algorithm knows that nuts again cannot be added to the KVI list. Now, once I know what are my key value items, I can now do a competitor-based pricing, right? So I'll ask the service to give me the latest list of key value items. And as soon as I receive the competitor-based pricing, and how retailers usually do this is they have agencies which they hire, some agencies like Dunnhumby, which go to different competitors and find out what is the price at which they are selling their KVIs. And then this list is shared with the retailer. There are also web crawlers now like everyone has gone online, so there are web crawlers. You could have a web crawler which could go to Amazon, and based on the items it could figure out what is the price. So that list and the list from here, my own list, these are compared and all those rules are applied to create the pricing for this first bucket, which is the most price sensitive bucket. And this is demand-based pricing. Basically, now demand-based pricing is completely data-driven. As I said, there is nothing related to competition. It's my own demand versus price curve. So I need all the data. I use all of that data to create those curves. I use my objective functions to figure out what could be the price point of each of these articles, and I give that back. Again, the pricing analyst can accept or reject these prices and give the reasons where they could say that I don't feel this price should be so high because so and so reason. So that reason again becomes a feedback loop for my data, and it can take that feedback in the next cycle. So one thing that I wanted to point out here, I think that's interesting, is we also help this retailer move to cloud. So if you see the other architecture diagrams, these are basically, you'll see Hive and Cassandra and things like that. They were on an on-premise Hadoop cluster, and we help them move to GCP. So you'll see all the GCP terminology over here. But at the back of it, the algorithms were, as I'd shown earlier, they were pretty much the same. And coming to the last bit of it, the impact and learnings. Lot of learnings, right? This project took almost 2.5 years, and there was a lot of back and forth between the client and our team, and multiple reasons. One of the reasons was there was a lot of data gap that they had, right? As I said, they had different countries. Some of the countries were still working on pen and paper, right? So they didn't have a lot of data. And even when they had data, there were gaps. So they will probably have data for 5 months and they won't have data for 1 month, things like that. And that definitely impacts the accuracy of the algorithm. I said one of our success measure was to see if we can cover all the articles, but we realized that 100% article coverage is not possible. Again, multiple reasons. You might not have, a lot of data. You might not have changed the prices of all the articles. So if you've not changed the price in a long time, you don't have that price to demand curve, right? You cannot plot a curve and you cannot do further pricing. So 100% coverage was not possible. The explanation of algorithm is as important as algorithm, right? You're talking to business user, you're talking to someone like a pricing analyst, or you're talking to someone like a store manager, and they don't understand all of this technical stuff. So you need to be able to explain it in their terminology so that they are ready to accept the prices that you suggest. Upfront OKR definition. So as I said, we decided 2 OKRs or 2 success measures for ourselves that really helped us. And applying all the software engineering practices to data teams as well. So especially when you're doing data science, it's very easy to be lost in so many experiments that you do with data. So you apply all the good software engineering practices like versioning, testing, all of that to your data teams as well. And avoid any silos between application team, data engineering team, and data science team. So just for this point, going back to this diagram, if you see, all of these components are talking to each other at so many levels. So there is a service which is written by the application team. There is a lot of data pipeline work that is written by a data engineering team. Then there is the actual algorithm that is written by the data science team. And if they operate in isolation, the things are bound to fail. So no isolation between these teams. These are some of the learnings. And definitely we did create some dent, we did create some impact. So these are some of the impacts. Because of contractual obligations, I cannot share the numbers, but there were certain articles that these retailer had where they had not changed the prices from last 4 or 5 years, and you could imagine the kind of profit that they could have made in all those 4 or 5 years if they changed the price. So those are the kind of impacts that we created. On the right hand side, you see some of the codes that we had actually from the CTOs and the CEOs of the client.
Yeah, and Balvinder, I'm going to be asking you a few pointed questions about some of those impacts because, like everything in e-commerce, it's also additive. That we're always trying to build a better mousetrap, and this is obviously an area that can have a deep impact for businesses, especially those in industries that are competitive, that are selling like goods. They can really track these things in such an elegant way, and they can really utilize the data. So I want to thank you for the fantastic presentation. We are going to get a little announcement coming right up before we bring on our next speaker. But Balvinder, thank you so much. And we're going to have you back on in just a little while with our other panelists today for some Q&A. So for anyone that's tuned in, be sure keep submitting questions. We'd love to ask them in the Q&A. Otherwise, you're just going to have to hear all my questions. And we all know that yours are going to be a little better. So with no further ado, we'll move into that announcement. And thanks again.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Waiting to see you in the Q&A.
And now we want to say thank you to our sponsor, Inca Group. Inca Group is a franchisee of IKEA and the world's largest home furnishing retailer. With 657 visits to IKEA stores, 23.9 million downloads of IKEA app, and 4.3 billion visits to IKEA.com. Inca generates more than 90% of IKEA total sales. Can you imagine that? And now Inca unites more than 3,000 developers under their umbrella in 8 major digital hubs in southern Sweden, Amsterdam, Madrid, Philadelphia, Shanghai, and Bangalore. And now they're expanding their digital team. Check out join.inca.com for open positions, and I will post this link in the chat.
All right, so I'm back. It's me, Robert, again. I know you've missed me terribly. We are going to move on with our next presenter. This is a recorded presentation, so you'll notice that I'm not speaking with the presenter, but let's just assume that Vidya, who's with the Accenture team, so our second speaker from Accenture today, who's going to be sharing a lot of insights around custom AI for retail. Vidya is a senior technology architect and senior manager. And I was blown away that, in tech, so many people move around so much, but Vidya has been with Accenture for about 12 and a half years. So really, learning and growing and moving up in the ranks through the years, and, looking forward to getting to see this next presentation together, and to having Vidya as part of our panel at the end. To be able to
good afternoon, good evening,
show off
everything. Hello all. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to all of you. I'm Vidya Rajagopal, a passionate innovator, love to play with technology to solve problems for efficiently and differently for my client. A mother of a 5-year-old son, Vio, enjoys traveling, gardening, cooking, and reading books, which helps me understand who I am and why I'm here for. I'm a senior tech arc a senior manager at Accenture, having 19 years of experience. Worked on various technologies, started as an embedded application developer, and then moved into model-based design and development, robotics, then into IoT, virtual agent, cloud-based microservice architecture. Predominantly have been working with automotive domain, retail, and energy sector. Has 14 patents to my name, and mostly on the automotive and AI domain, for which I hold the passion for. Today's presentation is on custom AI for retail. And what I'm going to cover, I'm going to give a quick overview of AI in retail, when go for custom AI, and few AI demo models, which I'll be demonstrating how to build your custom models. And finally, from there on, how do you scale, personalize this custom model and put it onto a cloud and in a big scale, right? So let's get started with our presentation. Pandemic has changed the way we have been living our life, right? And it has changed for sure the way we are buying the products, more from offline to more on online. This has not only changed our life, but it has also changed the retail business scape or the e-commerce business scapes totally. And technology has played an important role ever before in helping the retail or the business to overcome this challenge and adapt very quickly to the changes which COVID has brought in everybody's life. And AI plays one of the important role. And AI alone has expected to give a growth of 38.3% to our retail industry by 2022. Now let's do a quick recap of what are the 6 P's of retail. The first one, what we see is the product, right? What is this retail industry selling? Which kind of a product? It can be a product catalog, hierarchy of products, a lot of things. Product management itself is one of the big piece of the retail industry. The second one is the price. For each of this product, what is the pricing model? The price management is another big P of the retail. Followed by, where are you selling this product? Is it offline, online? So the place or the location of the product where it is getting sold becomes the third P of the retail. The fourth is promotion. How are we selling our product? What are the kinds of promotion we are giving to our end user? The fifth one is a presentation, the merchandising and the uniform fleet. How are this product reaching your e-commerce platform? Finally, the personalization, the selling of the product itself, and how the support or the services are provided for selling this product. And where does the AI sit here? If you ask me last 2 years back this question, I would have told AI typically sits in either in the analytics space of the retail or maybe to an extent the user experience in the apps. But today, AI is not just meant for user experience and analytics, but it stands to bring the business of experience. Business of experience, what does that mean? Business of experience is an experience which you bring it to the 4 corners of the business. That is your marketing, services, commerce, and sales. Now, which are the different segments of the AI or the key pillars of the AI? So I would categorize them as analytics, which all of us know, then voice, text, and vision. And there is one brother of AI who sits among vision, voice, and NLP, that is called the robotics. I've not put him here because that's a very big topic altogether, but he is also there under the AI wing. Which are the different use cases which are there in the AI under these 4 segments? If you take vision today, or the retail industry, cashier-free stores, in-store assistance, visual search, warehouse automation, all are vision-based AIs. If you take voice, voice is picking up, not many use cases. Voice-based search, drive-through voice-based check-ins, And then chatbots, voice-based chatbots, you would see it. NLP, NLU, very strong for customer prediction, customer personalization, recommendations, search engines, product categorizations, so forth. Yeah, analytics has been there for quite some time and growing big in terms of use cases. It could be a price prediction, supply chain logistic, market campaign recommendations, so forth. A huge set of use cases under analytics, right? Now, today's topic, as I said, custom AI. I choose this because I've been working in this AI domain for quite some time, and I also worked using OTS, off-the-shelf products for AI. And here I'm not going to tell the pros and cons of custom AI versus the OTS, but instead, from my experience, when we should think of a custom AI, I'm trying to bring out here. The first key point when you should think on the custom AI is when your data set is very niche and it is very small, and you know your data set very well, that is when you should think of a custom AI. Right? Second one is when you want to do a pick and choose of the models. None of the models existing is fitting your data set, and you want to experiment with multiple models. That is where you should think of a custom AI. The third one is the hybrid model. When I say hybrid model, it could be a combination of custom models, model A output given to model B to model C, or it could be a custom model plus an off-the-shelf model itself. For example, I'll give you one. We were working for one of the client who has 100 data set, and he wanted to build a search engine. He already purchased one search engine, which was an index-based search engine. And we put this data set on the search engine tool, and the tool gave us very bad results. Customer was not happy. That is when we built a Genesim-based, a custom model, which fitted this data set very easily, and we could customize it very well for the customer data with a small data set what we had. So what we did, the output of the custom model plus off-the-shelf tool, we brought both of them together and gave the search engine results. So that's a flexibility you will have it with a custom AI. The fourth one is the data privacy. You don't want to give this data outside of your system or outside of your business. That is where custom model works very great. Fifth one is customizable. Custom model, you can customize, scale it, personalize as much as you want based on your data set. And you can also reuse your model from one business use case to another. Sixth one is you own the IP for all the models, what you build. So this is where these are the 6 points which you should keep in mind when you want to choose a custom AI. And also, if you want to hybrid with your existing AI tools in the market. With that, we'll get into a quick demo of custom, which are the simple custom AI models, what you can build with a simple data set is what I'm trying to demo here. For the entire set of the demo, I'll be using this simple data set of order data. It mainly consists of a customer ID, followed by order ID, the date when the customer brought this product, the product name, and the quantity he brought, and the unit price. This is a simple data set what I have got for one particular location for a week's of data, one particular site, and for a week of data. The last model, what I'm going to show, will have a data of feedback, customer feedback collected. Right? So let's start with the first model. The first model, what I'm going to demonstrate is the customer segmentation. Today, we have seen in the market a lot of customer segmentation models, mainly segmenting the user based on the age, gender, location, brand, so forth. But this is a very unique and a different kind of a model, which I'm going to show It's called as a recency frequency monetary value, or the RFM model, which is going to segment your customer based on how recently he has purchased the product, what is the frequency at which he purchases the product from your store, and what is the monetary value he brings to you. Right? So that's a very unique way of segmenting a customer. Now let me go to the model. For building the model, what I have used is Python 3.9. The packages used is Pandas and the MATLAB. Let me show the model itself. So as I said, a Python Pandas package. So I read the entire data set as a Pandas data frame. And after that, we are going to group this data based on the customer ID and apply one simple Pandas Q-cut algorithm. So this is all processing. So then we add the Pandas Q-cut algorithm, which is going to convert this data set or read this data set and divide the data into 4 quadrants for the recency based on the date, frequency, the distribution between the dates, and finally, based on the monetary value or the product what he has purchased, the monetary value. So this is called as a Pandas Q-cut algorithm. That's it. After that, you're going to sum all the RFM score, and then with the RFM score, you're going to segment or the classify based on the score you get into 7 different segments. Starting from can't lose them, having the highest score, to the lowest score requires activations, or the last one being the need attention. So this is as simple as one of the models, what you can build, and this is how the output comes as, right? This is one of the RFM segmentation model output. Now, what do you do with this output data? Let's go back to our slide, right? Now, this data can be used by your marketing team for analyzing how your customer segments are and arriving at the marketing promotions. It could be a loyalty offers or insight promotions also, because you want to bring your require attention to somewhere loyal, champions, or can't lose. How do you do it? So this is left to the marketing. So you know what percentage of your customer falls in which particular segment, and a very concentrated campaign can be launched for that particular segment of user. Today, if you see a loyalty program, it is launched for a location or for a particular site, but not very focused, personalized campaign for a segment of user of this sort. Now, what are the different customization or the personalization scale of what you can do with the simple model what I showed you? You can vary your Q-cut weight. You can vary your duration for which you want to do the segmentation. You can do it for only one specific brand or a combination of brand, and you can do it for multiple location, geography, so forth. And it can be scaled up, as I said, across brands and stores. Now let's see another simple model. Now it is store and user product personalization. You have heard of a lot of personalization, right? A lot of ODS tools also does this. I just want to show you how simple it is to build one simple personalization model. So for this, I have used Pandas as usual to read the data set in the Pandas frame, followed by Matplot to plot the graph I'm showing you, and simple one-liner NLTK frequency distributor algorithm. Now let's see how this model works. So here also have the same data set of 1 week of data of order. I'm going to read the Pandas frame, process the data. I do some cleanup of the data so that I combine all the items into one order, and some cleanups are done here, and then pass it into an NLTK frequency distributor. This is a key one-liner for us, right? So when I run this particular algorithm, it is going to give me which are the most popular items sold in the site. This is for one particular site we have been building. and gives you most popular items sold in this particular site. There is one data set what we got, right? And this is the most popular items bought by this particular customer. So you see this? So the data set is one of the QSR data set. So you see all the food items here. Now, what do I do with this data? So we did this, we got the data, we got the most popular item, which is sold in that particular site. We have the most popular item brought by the user. So how do I use this outcome of the data? So I can use this for my upsell and cross-sell. I want to push the items which are in the middle segment to become a most popular item. So I do an upsell and cross-sell, right? And when the user enters the home page, I can provide the most popular item this person has been buying it, or it could be a most popular item sold in his particular location. This is the personalization what you can bring on the home page using this data. It also helps you. This can become an input to your supply chain for inventory prediction. And this model also can be customized for the duration. It can be done, this entire exercise can be done for the brand and the category at a store level or at the user level. It can be done for multi-sites and multi-brands in the product. You see how simple it is to build a personalization model, custom model. Then we'll see one more, lot of heard, right? Recommendation engines. There's nothing big in it. There are many ways of building a recommendation engine. I've picked up one simple recommendation engine using NLTK. So how does it work? You give a set of order. When a user enters an item X and Y, it finds the most similar pattern of orders which is placed from the historical data and tries to give a recommendation based on that with a score. Right? So that's as simple. So let's see that recommendation model. And there are ways in which you can refine this much more by adding a clustering. Add a cluster and identify which cluster this particular order format belongs to, and get a refined data set when there is a huge data set of historical data, and then post that you run this TF-IDF or the cosine score similarity scalar algorithm. Here also, we have made sure that we read the pandas frame. We do a little bit of processing on the data set, followed by our TF-IDF cosine scorer. So it finds the most closest items for this particular order, right? So for example, for this example, I have taken that the user puts in the bag SM fries and double JBC. I'm trying to go and recommend him that by the time he comes to the check-in screen, these are the additional product you should think of, because people normally purchased along with these orders, these items as well, right? So you can see there is a cosine score given for each types of order. And based on the cosine score, you are recommending these items in the order of weight. How simple it is to build one recommendation engine, right? Yeah. So next, let's go to one more model, which is frequently heard, the frequency feedback analyzer or the sentiment analyzer. The feedback or the sentiment analyzer also, there are multiple ways in which you can build a model. But normally people hear of deep learning models, right? You would have heard of deep learning models like TensorFlow, Keras, so forth. Now, all this deep learning model and the Keras all will work very great when you have a very big data set. But a customer or a business is new and they want to use their own data set, and the data set is very small. So for them, I would suggest go small, build something very small. Don't use strong models like Tensor or a deep neural network, which does not adjust very good to a small data set. So just to demonstrate how flexible it is for you to pick and choose a model when you are building your own custom model. So first category or the first type of models which you can build on the feedback analyzer or the sentiment analyzer is the NLTK word vector based. That also, let's demo that, right? So this is the model. So here what we do is simply classify a word as positive, negative, and neutral. You train a set of words or label a set of words as positive, negative, and neutral. When a user enters a feedback or a sentence, what we do is divide this sentence into words and count how many positive, how many negative, and with that you will be able to judge whether it is a positive statement or a negative statement. Little more advanced to it, instead of taking single word, you build an engram. That is a combination of words you bring, and you will get to know, it will give you a much more better result. See, for example, here, I think we have given a statement called awesome movie, I liked it, right? And the score is given here. Each word is categorized as positive or a negative, and based on that, it gives you finally whether it's a positive statement or a negative statement. There is one more model called the DNN. So I've also considered the next level. When you have a very good data set, right? So what we do is take a training data set and label your data set with positive or negative, that is ones and zeros, and then pass it to this hidden sentence classifier, build a model, and have a predictor. So this is where we build the model and also have the predictor going forward to predict if that particular sentence is a positive or a negative sentence. This is a little more advanced deep learning classifier. All right. Apart from that, there is a third option also available here. That is, you just don't stop. You build the DNN model. If there is a bigger data set, you classified the data, then you take it to a next level called the hybrid of this, where you will try to extract the intent and the entity of this feedback and make a judgment about what is wrong. If it is a negative feedback, what is exactly wrong? Is it the food? Is it the movie? We were talking about the movie. If it is movie, is it the movie story bad? Is the choreography bad? So you will get the intent and the entity you can extract from that negative feedback, right? So this is the whole range of possibility which you can achieve when you have a custom AI model. You can extend your use cases, build more use cases, get more output and accuracy out of your custom model. Now, finally, let's see all that done. Now, let's see how you can customize, personalize, and scale up these models, what I show on locally, how you can put it onto the cloud or on-prem and make it a product which can be used in your projects. There are two approaches to it. The first one is when we are in an MVP stage, normally we prefer experimenting with the model, right? So the option one is where this is all AWS services which I have considered. Parallelism can be drawn with GCP or Azure or your own cloud platforms, what you have it. The data set gets stored in the S3 bucket. You host all this model in the Lambda, make it a Flask APIs, and expose it to your apps. This is the first phase when you're running it as an MVP phase. This is where you fine-tune your model, you understand your data set, customize your models. The second one, when you want to really scale this up, that is where this is a bigger picture where you collect all your business data in a data lake. Whatever is required for your data, for your models, you put it in a Redshift ML data place. And use your SageMaker and Python Boto to host your model, train your model, and put your predictor here. You can have a front-end configurator app which helps you to fine-tune, because once the model is built, it's not the end. As the data set changes, you have the option to fine-tune it and build more accuracy in the model, right? And then you you build your AI, custom AI microservices, which will expose different endpoints, collect the feedback of the user on your model and put it back into this SageMakers or your model builder, which can refine your model to further extent. all the model output. For example, we were talking about, say, the customer segmentation, the output of the model. They are not the real time, right? You store that and persist that data in your databases. So for that, we have made use of Redshift output DB, where you can store some of the model output directly here, which is not required a real time. All the predictions, for example, the recommendation, which is real time, that goes as an endpoint here to your front end apps. I think with this, we come to the end of the session. If there are any questions, happy to take. You can always reach me at vidya.rajagopal@accenture.com or vidya9425@gmail.com. I also provided my LinkedIn. Happy to connect, happy to answer your question. Thank you.
Hey, Robert, you're muted. Sorry. And look at that. Now I have a voice again. I found my voice. Who knew I knew how to lose it? Thank you, to our last presenter, who we'll get to speak with a little bit more directly during the Q&A that's coming up. But we have one more presentation for you before that. So with no further ado, we have Denis Rothman, also a video presentation. Denis has just a phenomenal amount of experience when it comes to artificial intelligence. He's an author in the space, an instructor. And so we're going to lead right into his presentation on Industry 4.0, global market AI, and sort of looking at the the fourth industrial revolution as developers are getting to bring all this wonderful new tech to market. So with no further ado.
So first of all, I'd like to thank Geekle for inviting me to this e-commerce Tech Summit 21 to give me the opportunity to present my ideas on Industry 4.0 and to see how you can be an Industry 4.0 developer. So we'll go from some theory and then we'll dive down into the code with a case study. So let's get going. So my name is Denis Rothman. Okay, my name is Denis Rothman. I'm an author, speaker, instructor of artificial intelligence, and I spent my whole life on artificial intelligence for decades. So that being said, you can see some of my books on the side. In these books, what I'm saying in this presentation is in these books. So you can go into the books if you want to. So let's get moving. Let's get moving. So let's see where we are. What is Industry 4.0? First, let's see that, and then we'll go down a little bit. So Industry 4.0. First, Industry 1 was just machines coming along because there was an agricultural revolution before that enabled that. Then Industry 2 is for the assembly lines. Industry 3 is everything that is digital. And that's the problem. Most people think that we're in the digital revolution. With COVID, everyone's saying, we're in the digital revolution. No, that digital revolution was 25 years ago. So today we're in Industry 4.0, and we've been there for like 5 years officially and maybe 15 years before. So what is it? Industry 4.0 is digital, is the past already. It's just connecting everything. Everything is connected. So you're saying, well, yeah, I'm connected with my smartphone. No. I'm speaking about machine-to-machine connections. Machines that don't need us anymore. Machines that make their own decisions. And it speeds up the supply chain. So, and bear in mind that some people don't have machines. Some people don't have factories. And some people don't even have the internet in the world. And that's we're talking about a lot of people. So there are other systems that I'm not going to present here that are more in that don't rely on digital to make the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Just to give you an idea, some people use QR codes on pieces of paper. So that's not the subject today. The subject today is machine-to-machine communication. That's 4.0. 3.0 is the digital part. So what does that mean? Everything's going to be connected. You're going to have the technology, the data, Internet of Things, automation, artificial intelligence, cloud computing. All these things were developed, but now they're coming together. And they're coming together without the need of human intervention. That is the real revolution. It's when you can go from a machine to a machine without going through a human to speed it up. I'll be focusing on autonomous vehicles, self-driving cars, but along the way, I'll show you that this model that I'm going to show you can apply to anything in this Industry 4.0 revolution. So what's going on? Why do we need machine-to-machine communication? You're thinking, well, I've been listening for a few minutes, but why doesn't he need humans? Why isn't it human-centered? Why aren't there humans all along the path? There's a problem. There's a problem that we've gone from a linear world to a non-linear world. What does that mean? Here we have some concepts here like complexity, chaos, non-linear, state space. Let's take this example. Look at this little line here on the presentation on the top of the screen. You have, and you see that there's a fork, right? So let's suppose that two trucks leave the same warehouse at the same time with the same load, and they're going to the same place. You're saying, well, that's linear. I mean, they're just going on the road, you know, and that's linear. Well, no, at one point, one of the drivers stops to eat and the other driver continues. But when the other driver that stops to eat gets back on the road, there's traffic. So now he's late. So now they're not on the same path anymore. And then the one that was so happy say, ha ha, I didn't stop to eat. I just kept driving. Maybe his truck is going to go to have a breakdown. It's going to break down, and there might be a problem like a tire bursting. So you can see that in this non-linear world, things are very sensitive to these initial conditions of what's going on. So you're saying, oh, that's not important. He's going to fix his tire. Oh, yeah? What if he's late for a cargo ship that just left without the cargo? You're saying, yeah, I'll take the next cargo. Yeah, so what? What if they were medication? What if we were talking about medication for COVID? These have deep consequences. So we need constant communication between machines to know what's going on. Maybe the truck we could predict with these kind of trucks the problems that were happening, and then change the schedule of the cargo, the boat, in the ship in the harbor. There's a lot of things going on, okay? So I'm just saying this world has become so complex and there's a lack of resources. You need to go fast and you need machines to talk to machines very quickly. So now what I'm showing you is we're in an infinite state space. A state is like I'm taking a car, but why would I take a car? Maybe I want to take a bicycle. Maybe I want to go on foot. Maybe I want to take a bus. Maybe if I take my car will break down. Maybe it's dangerous. Maybe there's snow, rain. Are there children on the road? Is it dangerous? Are there too many people just walking everywhere? Is it rainy, sunny? Do I have connections? If I'm looking for an itinerary, do I lose my internet connection? I don't know where I am. There's so many problems and limitations to this infinite state space that we do need more than human to machine. So let's take this example I'm going to show you today. Today I'm going to show you an autonomous vehicle. This autonomous vehicle is just driving around and it's looking for a free place to park, free parking space where it's available. So on the top of the screen, you can see that there's a parking lot with a lot of space. On the bottom left, you can see that there isn't a lot of space. So now we're going to write an algorithm that can do everything you see here automatically. it'll see if there's parking space available or not. And there's a webcam in every parking space. Okay, there's a webcam everywhere. Suppose the city installed webcams everywhere. Okay, so you're thinking, oh, he's talking about the future. No, go look at Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, they've installed systems with sensors in parking lots, and they begin to do all this automatically. So there are places where it's happening already. So we're saying the system is connected to all these webcams and all these parking lots, and it's looking for a place to park. So it's saying space available, and it's looking camera by camera by camera until it finds one. And then it'll say, yeah, but this is an autonomous vehicle. I need to take a safe route where there's not too much traffic, because there's a lot of limitations to my little autonomous vehicle. And then once you have that, it will calculate the itinerary. So we do have something pretty complex. So that's Industry 4.0 is complex, and there are pipelines. And that's where you come in as a developer, thinking of all these solutions that you can put together. Now, in this presentation, we'll be using Python, TensorFlow, Hugging Face, OpenAI, Google Collaboratory. It's just to show you that in these kinds of pipelines, there's a lot of things that we put together. Now, let's slow down a bit. Now, the first thing that the system needs to know is how to recognize if a parking lot is full or not full. So we need to teach it that. So to teach it that, we're going to open a neural network. So let's go into the code. This is code motion. So let's put some code in motion. So here we have a convolutional neural network. We know that they're being progressively replaced by transformers that I'll show you in a few minutes. But in this case, I just wanted it to take images of parking lots to see if there's an empty space or not. So you're saying, well, it's teaching parking lots. No, I'm teaching it a concept. Now, this is a very important library, because it's not teaching it to recognize the image in itself. It's teaching it a concept. It's concept representation learning. It's semantic. It's so that you can use the same model for different subjects. Maybe after for traffic, maybe in a factory to see where there's room to manufacture or not. For any place where there's a load, too much and not enough. Okay. So here I just picked up the data sets, and I'm writing this typical neural network with the convolutional layer, the pooling, the second layer, pooling, flattening, full connection, dense, whatever. Then I'm fitting it to all kinds of images. And here, what do you see? Surprise. You don't see cars, you don't see parking lots. No, I'm teaching it a concept. Teaching it to recognize concepts in images. It's semantic. It's not, oh, there's a car, there's not a car. No, is it full or not full? Is the waiting line too long or not too long? It's concepts. This is concept representation learning. It's cognitive. Now, that's a very important thing to keep in mind. We're not talking about objects. We're talking about concepts. And once you get that concept level, you can apply it to an unlimited number of domains, okay, and topics. So once that's done, well, it goes through the training, it saves the model, and of course, you have this neural network summed up. Okay, so basically, the takeaway here is it's learning a concept. It's not learning to recognize cars or anything or parking lots. It's concept. Is there a gap here? And there's no gap. Gap on the bottom, no gap on the top. So now we've taught it something. You can see that on the left of the screen, you have these clear images. On the right, they're blurred. I don't care. They've been transformed by the neural network. I'm not looking at cars. I'm looking for a concept. Is there space or not? Now, the second thing we need is that once it recognizes that there's a parking lot like 2 miles away, how is it going to get there? There's a sequence to respect in traffic, driving. It's an autonomous vehicle, but it could be inside a factory. It could be people. It could be anything. Remember, we're talking about concepts. So now we need sequences to go from one place to another, from one thing to another. So let's go into another program. Okay, I told you, Industry 4.0 pipelines are complex. Okay, and you're going to be adding a lot of things. You're going to be assembling. So here I'm taking a mark of decision process. I'm creating a reward matrix right here. You have it right up here where I'm saying you can do this, you can do that. It's reinforcement learning, which is typically used for autonomous vehicles and for many things where we don't have time to write rules. We're not going to write 100,000 rules for Hong Kong, another 100,000 for Paris, another 100,000 for Nairobi in Kenya. No, that's not going to be possible. So what I'm saying here is it's going to learn how to make decisions in a sequence. Okay, we give it a certain number of possibilities. It can't drive through a building. It can't fly over a building. It has to go through streets. This is reinforcement learning. It's what Tesla does every day as the cars drive. And now we get sequences. If it's at E, it can go to D. If it's at D, it can go to C. If it's at D, it can go directly to C. If it's at B, it can go to D to C. So we're seeing all kinds of possibilities of itineraries, but it could be a thought process. It can be anything you want. It can be a marketing decision, a manufacturing decision. We're talking about sequences of logic, of semantics, of words, of anything you want. Okay, so once it has learned how to produce all these sequences automatically, it's basically producing all the possibles and reasonable sequences that can be done for this particularly project, okay, to go from A to B. So it's to A to C. C is the goal, okay? So, and we don't know where it's going from, for example. So you have all these possibilities, and it's generated quite an amount of sequences that are logic. These are good sequences. Now, what do we do with them? Problem here is we have a lot of sequences, but we'd like a neural network to understand them. We have the sequences. We know how to recognize concepts. Through concept representation learning at this point, we know now how to generate sequences. We'd like to go further. So now we're going to use a transformer. A transformer is a model that replaces recurrent neural networks and can replace even convolution neural networks. It's something that can do many things. The takeaway here is a transformer is one model that can do many things. And why can it do it? Because every layer is of the same size. It's the same size layer all the time. And each layer is divided into 16 parts that can run in parallel. So it makes it extremely powerful. It doesn't use recurrency. It doesn't use that. It just works through the sequences, looking at each part of the sequence. Now, I wrote a whole book on that. So if you want to dig into it, you can get the book or ask me questions. The thing here is this transformer needs to understand the sequences and predict sequences. So let me show you how I did it. Okay, let's say, how do you teach a neural network logic? Now, you've maybe heard of GPT-3, OpenAI, this super neural network here. Okay, now OpenAI has produced something extremely powerful. We're talking about 170 billion parameters, 170 billion parameters. That means that when I import OpenAI and I import with my key here, I have access to a trained engine that trained on 170 billion parameters Or I can choose smaller ones like 50 million parameters, but they're trained. But I want to fine tune it. Many people don't know that you can fine tune GPT-3. Okay, so I have videos like that on YouTube if you want to see that. So right here, what I did is I took the works of Immanuel Kant. That's the German, he's the German philosopher. I took his works, okay, and I put them, I processed them. I processed them into, into a text file, okay? And then I took this text file and I tokenized it. And I'm asking the GPT-3 engine to fine tune itself using this logic, which means I'm taking an engine and I'm piling up some logic I need for my sequences, okay? So once I have them, I'm going to test it, and I'm going to see what it understands. Like, are thoughts pre-existent, okay? You can say here space and time existed before human thought appeared, so it is quite practical if the conditions and some be taken into principles. We're talking about several concepts are a priori, such as the term freedom, concept of free will. This is very powerful. These are very powerful engines. So I trained it to be something extremely powerful in terms of logic. Remember, since the beginning of this presentation, I'm focusing on decision-making. Connections, that's pretty easy. Decision-making requires logic. So if we go back here now and we think about our takeaway, we took images and we taught the system to interpret them as concepts. Then we generated a pack of sequences that can follow some kinds of basic rules, like not going through buildings and but now that we've trained the system to be logical, we can maybe train it now to predict sequences, the best sequences for this autonomous vehicle. Now, since I know that GPT-3 models are not available for everyone, in my book on transformers, we're going into this, I have, this comes right out of the book. I'm going to train a BERT. You have GPT-3 right now and BERT that are dominating the market. So now I'm taking this transformer and I'm basically doing the same thing. I'm feeding it Kant's works, and I'm saying, you know what? Once you have all that, I want you to work on my sequences. Okay, so I have this big model. It's the same thing. You can see this big transformer model, and just to show you, all these layers are identical. If you look at layer 1, you're going to see attention, linear. You look at layer 2, you'll see the same thing. Everything is the same size, 768 in this case. So now you go on and I train it with all its parameters. In this one, I just use maybe 84 million parameters or something like that. It's not a big model. Okay, it's in millions. The biggest models are in billions. So now I'm going down and I'm saying, well, what can I do in terms of sequences? So here I go. I take location A, location E, location D, location C. I have my little vehicle going on and I'm saying, what should I do next? And it's saying, I think you should do BDC, okay? Or I think you should do EDC. Okay, so EDC is correct, but here maybe it's suggesting to go through BDC instead of EDC. So what I'm saying here is it's predicting sequences that it has optimized with all this logic we've been feeding into it. And now you have to write some code. You're going to have to write some classical code to post-process this and turn it back into something that can be used by a system, another machine, or at the end of the day, have a report for a human being. But in the process, you don't need to translate it for humans. You can send it directly to another machine. It could be a support vector machine to see where feed some traffic into the sequences here. You can mix traffic problems You can say that A, E, and D, there's too much traffic. Maybe you should use B, E, F. Okay, B, D, C. So let me repeat this. You can, with the support vector machine, you can detect traffic and say A, E, D, I don't want to go there. I want to use D, B, F, and go to C. So what I'm saying is I'm adding more concepts, okay, along the way. It's becoming very complex. So now we get to the system that's going to work. We're getting to the end of our little journey here. And just to remind you, you have it reading webcams and it's checking to see if the parking lot is full or not. And if it's not full, well, it's all red here. And it's going to keep looking until it finds one. Then it's going to go get the traffic once it finds one with the support vector machine. We see all these little dots. It's going to feed this all this information into our sequence optimizer that's going to find a good way to get there. So let's have a look at, let's run the program. Okay, now I'm going to my laptop so you can see that it doesn't require that much resources once everything is trained. Let's run it. Let's run it and see what happens. Okay, let's run it and see what happens. So what we're having a vehicle that has maybe picked someone up or picked something up, and now it's looking at going to park somewhere. And as I said, you have parking lots like that in Hong Kong. There are cities like Paris where there's a lot of problems. We're beginning to have applications in which people can find their parking spaces, and there's machine learning in it. So you can see that the program here begins with our reward matrix because it's going to be changing all the time, okay? Because we're doing different ways of going through the city. So the first image that comes up here, okay, let me bring this one down. Okay, so the first image that comes up is this parking lot, and we can see it's full, right? If we're looking at our diagram here. So it's going to say that, sorry guys, the parking lot is full. Okay, so up to here, we're okay. Then it's going to check again, finds another parking lot is full. If you're thinking of Manhattan, it's going to be full a lot. So it's still full. Okay, so it's scanning all these web cameras all over a city. Okay, and here we go. So we're in this red loop here where there's no parking space. I mean, we're really in trouble. Okay, this system here is not finding a parking space. So it's just going on and on. Of course, this is very slow motion for you, but in reality, I'll do it in less than a second. So now we have another image here. It has the concept gap. So now it knows that there's some space here. So now where do we go? We go right here to parking space available. That's great. Then we're going to look at the traffic. Okay, we're following our little thing here where we know that we're going to look for places to avoid traffic, and we're going to add that to our sequence calculation, and we're going to say, okay, exactly what we had here. Let's avoid A, E, and D. Let's take like F, B, D, and go to C. So now you can see how there was no human being here. Okay, the car did it, the truck delivery did it by itself. And then here you have the safest routes where it's looking at traffic loads on roads. This is statistics that are fed back into Google Maps, for example, to say, okay, see, here's the traffic here in D, maybe something you want to avoid in the future. Okay, so basically, if we sum up this whole concept here, we're going to see that the future is okay, we can use an autonomous vehicle, we can drive a car, but do we need to drive a car? Maybe a car can just go there and do things for us. And why would we move? We can do e-commerce and have autonomous deliveries like I just showed you. We can use Kindle instead of going to a bookstore. We can go to the theater anywhere with Netflix, listen to music everywhere, Spotify. You have Facebook, Zoom, Mox, everything. So we're in an infinite state space now. All kinds of states, people walking, people in cars, trucks, not walking. It's a new world. That's Industry 4.0. So that should give you a general idea of what's going on. So thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. And if you have any questions along the way, well, you can ask me. You can ask all the questions you want, and I'd be glad to answer them. So thanks for listening.
Well, here we are again, and we're going to welcome back all of our presenters in order to be able to ask them some great questions. So I'm going to start adding everyone up to the stream. And let's see, we've got Piotr, we've got Denis, we've got Vidya, and we've got Balvinder. So welcome, everyone.
Hello again.
Okay, so we've got about 10 minutes for some questions for you. And let's see where we're going to start today. Well, let's start with a chat question, because those are always fun. Vidya, is the code that you were referencing available on GitHub or any public repository?
No, not yet. So it's all on my local. Okay. I can put it and share it.
Oh, fantastic. And I'm sure that that people would love to be able to access that. Maybe you'll post it on your LinkedIn or social media where people will be able to find it. And that would be fantastic. Let's turn over to our first presenter of the day, Piotr. How does Adobe Sensei deal with scalability? Is that ever an issue, as it is a SaaS product and already in the cloud?
Well, I mean, I would answer it in this way. It's not the problem of the client or the customer you're helping supporting. It's something that Adobe has to address. It's a SaaS service, so they're monitoring their infrastructure, their solutions. So it's in their hands, and I've been asking similar questions, maybe not exactly this, but what's the standard response times of those Adobe Sensei services, and those were on average in between 200 to 300 milliseconds. So rather fast, and I guess they will try to keep that number. So something to not to be a problem of yours, but more like something that Adobe is taking care of.
So, it's funny when we talk about e-commerce, of course, 200, 300 milliseconds, brands spend a lot of money to cut that kind of latency out. So every little bit starts to really add up. Denis, as I was listening to your presentation, of course, as soon as I heard things about, supply chain and ports, my brain went in a lot of directions there, but I started to pull it back to e-commerce. And I was personally wondering if you had any thoughts on this machine-to-machine AI in e-commerce. Some of the things that came to mind for me, based on the unique day-to-day life that I have, things like speed optimization, where I think, for a lot of e-commerce merchants, figuring out where to invest their time, where it's going to bring them return on investment. Should they be focusing on better optimizing images? Should they be focusing on their database, caching layers, things, content delivery networks and edge networks, minifying code, and that there's so many avenues, and sometimes it's a question of, is that going to bring me return on investment? Figuring it out. And so, sometimes just having all of those different data points coming together between all of those disparate systems into something actionable is difficult.
Yeah. So, in fact, what I showed you is it's very close to what you're saying. So let's take a real life example I worked on. You have a customer order coming in. So a customer order can come from a big distributor, can come from Macy's, Walmart, or I'm talking about, that's the level of customers I'm talking about. So let's say that Walmart needs a lot of food for in 2 days. So online, people now can order they can order food and get it delivered to your house, but maybe something's missing in storage. So what happens is you get an immediate trigger. As you said, all this data has been consolidated. You get an immediate trigger that goes down to the warehouse. And into that warehouse, that's what I was saying during the presentation, it could be AGV's automatic vehicle. It goes straight to a robot. The robot will go straight and get the products. It will take it back to the pier. On the pier, it'll just trigger another data and saying, okay, I'm at the pier now. Where's the truck? The truck now receives an order, but it receives an order automatically. So that we're talking, there's been no human being up to now, right? So now your truck, today you don't have autonomous trucks on the road because they're not level 3 or 4, not allowed on US roads. So they're not there yet. So you have a driver coming and he just has his instruction. Okay, but as soon as he starts driving, we know his GPS position. So now we're calculating the time it's going to take him to get to that harbor we were talking about. So now it's triggering automatic information. The people at the ship are beginning to prepare the containers because it seems very easy in movies, but it takes a lot of time to get the container out of some huge storage place, get it ready, and then there might be other goods in that container already. So what I'm saying here is this: when I'm speaking supply chains, e-commerce is a supply chain. Even like Amazon, when you order a book, triggers immediately an order to the warehouse. So the speed is exactly what we're talking about. That's where the optimization is. We need to have zero waiting time. That's what we're looking at right now.
At those ports, you can't be waiting for a chassis to put that container on. You can't be waiting
anywhere. And that's the genius. That's the genius of Amazon. You can say anything you want about Amazon, but when you put an order through, you'll get the exact.
That's dangerous to tell me that I could say anything about Amazon, but I don't think Mr. Bezos is tuned in today.
Anyone, a lot of people have a lot of things to say about Amazon, but when you order something, you get it because it triggers off this huge supply chain through the e-commerce channel. Servers are part of the supply chain. Like if you take Netflix, there's a lot of load balancing going on. Like you want to watch a movie, it's just like like a warehouse. You just ordered something to a data warehouse, and where it's going to go to the right place and say, okay, you can watch it on this, you can watch it on that warehouse because there's a waiting time. It's too big on the other one. So what I'm saying here is e-commerce is just supply chains. Data is part of supply chains. Servers.
I'll throw you an example back right there that we're coming out of Black Friday and Cyber Monday and the holiday shopping peak, and the company I work for is highly involved in load testing and preparing for that. And while we can have cloud instances auto scaling and all sorts of things happening, there are third-party SaaS integrations. There are all sorts of dependencies and code pushes that happen that you need to be testing for. And so the load testing, sometimes even knowing when to load test and to what extent, by looking at what's the growth in the email marketing list for this company, what's the growth in the social media following, can we predict what kind of traffic spike we're going to see this year versus last, or a different holiday or different season. It all sort of comes together. Well, I'm going to queue up another question.
What I'm saying is, when you think cloud, it gives the impression that something is in thin air. But what you just described is pure supply chain management. You could replace the variables of everything you said by food, products, shoes, cars, anything you want. You're in a supply chain.
Yeah, clouds are just a bunch of servers interconnected, so it's all hardware sitting somewhere. I'm with you. Now, let's take a look at Balvinder. Can you tell us a little bit about how you deal with privacy and legal restrictions? I know that GDPR, CCPA, and we're going to continue to see more and more of these coming up. What's your take on addressing these things based on your presentation?
Yeah, I think this is very important, and I think a very great question. especially with everyone going on cloud, and this has heightened the concern across industry on how do I protect my data, how do I stop data getting into wrong hands. And one of the things that we start doing is we started taking care of data security and data privacy as the first class citizen. So as you develop data platform, you bring in your strong data governance along with you, right? So you find out the data stewards, the data owners, and you have to put those policies in place before you actually start moving the data out. So for example, in my use case, we're talking about we were looking at the articles data. Now even for retailers, the buying price of an article is a very sensitive information. They don't want to disclose that information, right? And how do you take care of this buying price not getting out to the public, whereas it is definitely required for the algorithms that you're writing, because you cannot work without that kind of information. So how do I have strong data governance rules in place, and then a strong framework to execute those rules, right? So both of these things are very important. And there is pros and cons of everything. So with clouds, there is definitely this risk of data in being in public, but then all the cloud providers today also come up with a lot of good frameworks to handle policies like GDPR, policies like automatic masking of data, automatic encryption of data. So yeah.
Beautiful. And I'm going to turn it over for the next question to Vidya. Can you share at least one of the best use cases that you've seen for AI, and maybe why you think so? What were the results that were so astounding? And I remember in your presentation you had all sorts of different use cases. One of the ones that I was looking at was customer satisfaction tracking, because there's always so much focus in e-commerce on making the sale, and I think we're just really getting to scratching at the surface of improving that long-term customer lifetime value, customer satisfaction sort of set of metrics and KPIs that, that's where I think a lot of ground is yet to be won, and we're going to see a lot more improvement in the next few years.
Yeah, I think I bet on that. I bet on that because that has been one of my always question to myself when I also give a feedback to a service or a product. What happens to my feedback? Goes into one classification as positive and negative, or maybe rates in 1 to 5 and post that what happens, right? So that triggered, and then I think that's one place. I know there are a lot of sentiment analysis tools and engines available, but going one step beyond that and analyzing the intent and entity and bringing some more gooder NLP and NLU algorithms onto it, and giving the real insight of a feedback and telling what is the most priority problem area which a customer is talking about, what are the causes of it, right? Bringing that kind of a Pareto and fishbone analysis, what we do for our SDLC lifecycle, to this feedback also. I think that's one of the use case which I can think as a very different from what we have it today as personalization and recommendation engines or search engines, what typically we see it.
Fantastic. And I know we're really running up on time, but Piotr, I think we're going to get you the last question of the day. You talked a lot about, of course, Adobe Sensei, which is really an up-and-comer in the space and is highly tied in with Adobe Commerce. But there are players that have been in the space longer, and there's certainly a lot of users on other platforms, even the sister to Adobe Commerce, where you've got users on Magento open source that I know you have a long-term history with. Have you seen others that, especially for those growing brands that might not yet be at an Adobe Commerce level, if they were looking at things like SearchSpring, Nosto, FastSign, Just Uno, is this a playing field that's really still out there, for everyone? Is this, something where you think it's industry specific or really based on the size of the business? How do you advise a business when it comes to figuring out automation and artificial intelligence as it relates to things like product recommendations?
Well, I mean, although maybe that's not politically correct answer, I guess the clients will, in the end, decide based on the cost of the solution, right? So that's let's say a kind of like a positive factor in terms of Adobe Commerce, because you're paying for the product already, right? And what I didn't mention, and probably is worth to tell right now, is that at least that's my feeling. I mean, it's of course giving all of the data to one vendor, but let's say if we would go with a setup of having product recommendations, the live search service also from Adobe, and also potentially using Adobe Analytics, right? So you're using 3 solutions from the same vendor, and what would potentially what is going to happen potentially under the hood is that at some point Adobe will decide, like, we are gonna connect all those data streams, right? We're gonna take data from this service, from that service, and we're gonna combine that, right? And based on that, we'll provide even better recommendations towards the client, right? Because we will have analytical data from at least three different data streams, right? Well, if it comes to other solutions, and the thing is that this is a solution or a set of solutions coming from one vendor, so it's on their side to take care about how easy it's going to be to integrate this stuff together, right? While if it comes to different solution providers, well, it's a third party one. Adobe will not, potentially, if you would be using Adobe e-commerce platform, right? They cannot give that 100% guarantee that those things are going to work without any problems, right? While if it comes to product recommendations or live search, as it comes to the standard Adobe Commerce, you can just create tickets for your for the support team on Adobe side. You can contact your own customer success manager to talk with him, like, hey, there's something which is not working. There's also a community channel, a whole space on Slack where people from Adobe are present, right? And also guys from product recommendations. You can reach out to them directly, which I did a couple of times, right? And I ask questions, we figure out problems together, right? Not even kind of like by passing the standard rules and not creating the support tickets, but the goal was reached. We found the solutions and resolved the problems. So I think that to make it short, a summary, the benefit or the big pros of using Adobe product is that it's one vendor, and you can combine potentially at some point the data from their different solutions and have better recommendations, any kind, like product recommendations, the search results, right? So I guess that's the main thing that you are getting out of using Adobe Commerce. I hope it answered your question.
I think it did.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. And we did have one more question that came in on the chat that I'm going to sneak in here. This one is going to go to Denis, and it's asking about the ability to program a recommender for e-commerce based on a sequence of pages that a user has seen. And of course, that data is crucial. That tells so much about their journey as a shopper and what they're trying to find and what their experience is. So, Denis, could you dive in on this one a little bit?
Yeah, so let's take a transformer. A transformer is a sequence predictor. So it will take any type of sequences. So if we expand what my fellow speakers have been saying, we can take the behavior on a site with every single click you're doing, everything you're doing, how long you're staying on pages, what you wrote in social media. All this can be combined and fed into a sequence, just like sentences, since they'll be converted. And from there, you can make a prediction of a consumer's behavior. So yes, and this has been done already. There are articles on it. I even have a video on YouTube in which I implemented a prototype in which I show how to do it. So basically, you introduce the whole sequence of behaviors, and it'll predict it. Okay, so if someone says, I don't like this movie, I don't like that movie, I don't like this movie on Netflix, well, then you can easily predict the sequence, looking at the features of the movie, and then give him the movie he or she wants. So yes, this can be done. It's already been done. It's already been implemented, and you're probably using it somewhere. Google search is based on Google BERT, and Google search is like a filter bubble. It means filter bubble means that every time you search for something, it's going to create your own little world in which your searches will not look like another person's searches. So you can test it on your own, this transformer's behavior, just by looking at Google search today and comparing it to someone next to you asking for the same thing.
Fantastic. Well, I think that's all the time that we have for our panel today. We've got more great content coming up. So a big thank you to everyone that's up on screen right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Fantastic. Okay. And this is my goodbye for today. I will be back tomorrow to moderate the session on hosting, monitoring, and scaling for the senior track. But Nick is coming right up after some announcements, and he's going to be leading the next block of sessions, which are going to have to do with e-commerce essentials. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. There is more great content coming for you shortly. Big thank you again to everyone that participated today, everyone that submitted questions, our live audience, and of course, to the Geekle team who's been working so hard behind the scenes and will continue to throughout the rest of the event. So with that, I'm signing off, but I look forward to catching many of you tomorrow.
And now we want to say a huge thank you to our platinum sponsors, Shopware. Their leading e-commerce platform used by both SMB retailers and also leading European brands and manufacturers across both B2C and B2B. Shopware gives you the freedom to quickly and easily realize your growth potential. And whether you are a front-end developer building on bespoke PWA or a back-end developer who's looking for familiar PHP Symfony-based stack, they got you covered. Today, more than 100,000 companies rely on Shopware solution with global network of 1,020 sales, technology, and solution partners. Shopware hosts a marketplace of over 3,800 extensions and a listing of certified developers and an active Slack group where you can ask your questions and find support.
All right. So yeah, hi everyone. My name is Nick, and you will see me in a second. Yeah, just wanted to show you that we have 3 more sessions and 2 more that I will display later coming right up. We are a bit late, but so without any further ado, I'm just gonna play the video by Jennifer right away. So yeah, we'll have a session that's titled as Third-Party Libraries Hygiene. So let's talk about that. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Jen Janesco, and I am the Software Security Capability Lead at IKEA, and specifically the Inca Group. And so what does that mean? Well, the Inca Group supports the digital side of IKEA. And so we support over 170,000 coworkers in 389 stores across 32 different countries. And so on this slide, you can actually see a number of different statistics, but there are 2 that I'd like to pull out that are really important for what I do. So last year alone, we had about 24 million downloads of the IKEA mobile app. In addition to this, we had over 4 billion visits to IKEA.com. And so you can see that this is a huge number of downloads and visits. IKEA is going through a digital transformation. And so we're going from more or less of a traditional brick and mortar style business to a digitally led transformation business. And so what does that mean for me as a software security capability lead? Well, I work with our digital product engineers to help them develop strategies and to use the right tools to secure our digital products. These products are created with the goal of supporting the IKEA vision of creating a better life for the many people. And so when we build security in, we are creating a better life for our customers and our coworkers. And so we take a great deal of pride in the work that we do here. And so as one of the things that we focus on as a part of the security work is looking at our third-party library hygiene. So I'm going to ask you this question. How is your third-party library hygiene? And so if you don't quite know what the answer is to that question yet, or if you have kind of an idea, we're going to flesh that out in 3 parts in this presentation. First and foremost, we're going to look at hygiene and what do we mean by that. Then we're going to look at what could possibly go wrong with our third-party libraries. And then last but not least, we're going to look at some good hygiene basics for working with third-party libraries in our code. So what do we mean by hygiene? Well, when I was growing up, hygiene for me actually was tied to brushing my teeth, so dental hygiene and oral hygiene. And so when we look at hygiene, we're going to focus on 3 different aspects. First, we're going to look at habits. What do we do on a regular basis to help our dental hygiene? So focusing on things like brushing our teeth on a daily basis, at least 2 times per day, flossing on a regular basis, maybe brushing your tongue. These are all different practices that you do on a regular basis, habits that you have to help with your dental hygiene. In addition to this, there are the tools that you pick out to help with these habits and practices. So things like toothbrushes and floss and interdental brushes and tongue scrapers, toothpaste. These are all the tools that you use to help with your oral and dental hygiene. And then last but not least, you seek help. So you go to the dentist or you go to your oral hygienist to get feedback on, are you doing a good job with these different things that you're putting into place to help with your oral hygiene? Or if there's an unexpected problem, you get help so that you can solve that problem. And so these 3 aspects, habits, tools, and help, are all 3 aspects that make up good hygiene. And so what are we trying to protect against when we have good hygiene? Well, we're trying to protect against the things that go wrong. And so with our oral and dental hygiene, we have things like tooth decay and erosion, cavities, gum disease, dry mouth, bad breath, oral cancer, all of these things we're trying to protect against when we use those good habits, the tools, and we get help. So before we start talking about the hygiene that you have to work with third-party libraries, we're going to talk about what could possibly go wrong with those third-party libraries. So before I get started, we're going to talk about what is a third-party library. And so we're going to focus on open source code and then also proprietary code. And this is code that we import into our actual code base and use in our code base to achieve a particular purpose. And so it doesn't matter if it's open source, it doesn't matter if it's proprietary. If it comes from outside and we haven't written it, but we're leveraging it in our code space, then it is third-party libraries. And so the good things about third-party libraries is that it allows you to really quickly integrate with cloud and third-party platforms. Without these third-party libraries, you wouldn't be able to do all of the magic things that you can do in such a short period of time, which goes to this next point. It reduces development time. So regardless of whether or not it's integrating with a cloud or third-party platform, or if it's helping you build out some functionality that you don't really have time to build out, the functionality has been built by somebody else, and you can take it and put it into your own code and work with it. If you select your third-party libraries appropriately, you'll actually get hardened and mature code bases to work with. In other cases, you may focus on getting a third-party library because it offers some sort of special functionality where you do not have the expertise to build that out. And I'm thinking about things like cryptographic libraries, where you may not have the expertise to actually roll your own crypto, or in artificial intelligence types of libraries for like text to speech or speech to text, where that type of coding really takes a great deal of specialized knowledge. And so being able to leverage that kind of code in your own code to achieve the goals of your application is a big win. And then last but not least, another excellent aspect of working with third-party libraries is the support around those third-party libraries. And so if you've chosen well, there will be a strong community around an open source library, or there is paid for support for proprietary libraries. But now we're going to take a step back, and we're going to think about what could possibly go wrong. And for that, we need to look at all of the different places that our third-party libraries live. And so let's start on the right-hand side of this picture with the actual creators of the third-party libraries. So they write the code, they test the code, they push it into their repository, or they put it into a package manager. And then application engineers need a third-party library. So they install packages that have been made available through the package managers. They leverage those packages in their code, and then they push that code to their application repository, from which the code will be deployed and pushed to an application space, where then users will interact with that application space and work with the code in that way. And so you can see that these third-party libraries move through a variety of different places. And there are many things that could go wrong. I'm going to tell you 3 stories about how it went really wrong so that you can get an idea of where third-party libraries could hurt us. The first story is the Apache struts story. So this is a little bit older, from 2018. Apache struts version 2 released an announcement of a vulnerability, and it was a very critical vulnerability, in that if an attacker were to be able to exploit this vulnerability in the code, the attacker would be able to gain command execution on the server where that code was running. And so command execution basically means that an attacker could run commands on that server as if they were an actual user of the server. And so just shortly after they publicly disclosed this vulnerability, attackers figured out how to create an exploit for this vulnerability, and they weaponized it. So they started looking through the internet for servers who had the impacted version of struts. And they happened upon Equifax. Equifax, after 6 months of this vulnerability still being out in the wild, had not had the chance to update their servers to protect against this vulnerability. Now, when the vulnerability was publicly disclosed, a patch was offered, but the patch was not applied in this case. And so after 6 months, attackers were actually able to breach the server. And as a result, the attackers stole 143 million records of consumer data. And so in this case, there was a massive impact to consumer PII, and then also to the company reputation. In our second story, it focuses on TextHelp Ltd. Now, TextHelp Ltd offers libraries to support assistive technology tasks in browsers. And so this helps people with text-to-speech and learning and things like this. And so in 2019, what happened was somehow the TextHelp Ltd code, third-party library, was compromised, and one of their JavaScript libraries was updated. And so there has been no public mention of how that happened in the media, but we know that there was a part of their code that was compromised. Once it was compromised, application engineers who were developing their own web applications installed the packages for this, built that into their applications, and then pushed that out to their application servers. And so at the last count, there were 4,000 plus web applications that were impacted by this malicious third-party code. And so what happened was a security researcher noticed that in visiting one of these websites that his processor usage went way up, and upon further, and also his malware software actually kicked in and basically said, hey, you have a crypto miner on your machine. And so upon further investigation, he narrowed down where the crypto miner came from, which it was from this plugin from TextHelp Ltd. And so in this case, the actual flow went all the way from the third-party library all the way through to the end user. And in this case, the end user was impacted. And the third and final story that we have, we're focusing on UA Parser.js. And this is a relatively recent story in the past couple of months. So UA Parser.js is a really helpful third-party library. It helps you figure out what your user agent is and what sort of system a web application is running in. And it helps you figure out some very cool, interesting things about the actual browser using your application. And so what happened was the maintainer of UA Parser.js was compromised, and the attacker then updated the NPM package for UA Parser.js. In the time that this was impacted, they estimated that there were about 24 million installs per week with the malicious package. And so what did this package do? Well, it attempted to install crypto miners where it was installed. And then also it attempted to install software to exfiltrate secrets from wherever it was installed. So you can imagine the different places that it was installed. It was definitely installed in the application engineer spaces who were building code with that third-party library. And there was the potential that it was also installed in the application spaces where the third-party libraries were being used in production. And so in both cases, for the application engineering workstations and the application server spaces, secrets were exfiltrated. In addition to this, crypto miners were being spun up. So you can imagine in an application's server space, especially in the cloud where you can spin up things automatically, that there was a great deal of cost incurred from running high processors, and then also the different system resources that would be spun up to support the kind of requirements of the crypto miner. And so that actually raises the price of your overall cloud bill at the end of the month. And so in this case, we had financial impact, we had secrets stolen, and so this is actually not a very good scene for our third-party libraries. Now, the person who was maintaining this, once he figured out what happened, tried to get the word out so that patches could be applied, actually to roll back the version of the NPM package, but the impact was already there. And so what can we do? Here, there's no silver bullet solution. What we really need to do is have good third-party library hygiene. And so I'm going to talk to you now about some of those basics. What are the habits, tools, and the help that we need to make sure that our usage of third-party libraries is good and it's safe? So our first good habit is to use a process and tools to select mature, reputable libraries. So I'm going to start with this. If your company has a specific set of third-party libraries that they require you to use, please use that. There are probably some very specific reasons why they've set up these requirements. And so please operate within their requirements. And if you want something new, go through the process of making that suggestion. So please do not go out on your own and subvert their recommendations. There may be compliance issues that cause you to really have to be limited to those things. So I would encourage you to work with your company in that respect. But if you have the freedom to choose, then if you build it, you have to secure it. And so you not need to actually think through and select mature, reputable libraries. And here's some guidelines. So if your company has some guidelines about licensing, make sure that the software that you're looking at has the right kind of license. In addition to this, make sure, first and foremost, that this library is not being retired or deprecated. After this, look to see how many people are actually using this. Is it actively being developed? Is it being sponsored by a notable organization? Is there an active developer community? Does it have a big positive footprint in the internet? These are all practical engineering questions, but they also have security impacts. In addition to this, SNCC has actually just released a really cool tool, and I'm curious to see how it further develops, which is called SNCC Advisor. And so what you can do is put in the name of the library that you're interested in using, and then it will come back and give its judgment on the reputability of this of that library. And so this is another tool that you could potentially use in making that decision for new third-party libraries in your code. The second good habit is to use a process and tools to keep your libraries up to date. So as shown in the example of Equifax, it's really important to keep your libraries up to date. By doing this, you're going to solve 90% of your security issues. And so that saying to keep the libraries up to date, though, is actually more complicated than it looks. And so if you don't have a process to this today, what you need to do is work with your team to figure out a process for keeping things up to date. And so what that means is maybe pick a day once a week or once every 2 weeks or once per month where it is update day. And you as a team sit down and you work on updating specific third-party libraries that you've selected. Now, from a strategy perspective, you don't want multiple people to work on the same library. And the problem is this. 3 different people integrating an update to a library could result in 3 different people doing double work. And sometimes when that integration takes a long time, it's double work that actually takes a long time. So it's 3 times that long time. And especially when you enter in what is commonly known as dependency hell, where you update one dependency, then you have to update another dependency, and then you have to update another dependency. And then 3 days later, you're finally done. If you have 3 people working on that same thing, that's 3 times 3 days, which is 9 days. And so a good strategy on how to do the updates is super duper important. In addition to this, when you do your updates, make sure that it's tested across the board. So one simple update may have far-reaching implications. So make sure that you know the implications of your update and you've done the necessary testing. Now, you're not alone in setting up this process. You can actually use tools to support that. And so package managers offer their own versions of tooling to help you identify what is the latest version of this third-party library that I've installed. But then you can also work with some language agnostic tools. And I'd like to highlight 2 of those for you. First is RenovateBot, and the other one is Dependabot. And these are 2 really cool tools that you can build into your pipeline and help you do this whole process in an automated way. And so they're language agnostic. So this is super beneficial if you have multiple languages and multiple frameworks that you're using in your space. The next good habit that we're going to focus on is maintaining a bill of materials. So what is a bill of materials? Well, essentially, it is an inventory of the third-party libraries that you have in your application. And this is a lot more difficult than it sounds, because if you think about the import files that you have for your libraries, you list those third-party libraries that you have explicitly called in your application. But if you've ever done an npm install, you know that when you say npm install my favorite library then imports many of its favorite libraries. And so suddenly you have third-party library with many different dependencies. And so all of these different dependencies actually contribute to your bill of materials. And if you think about it too, some of these third-party libraries that have imported these other dependencies, there may be crossover between the different dependencies in the different libraries you've imported, and there may be different versions of those dependencies depending on the library you have imported. So it becomes very challenging very quickly to manually keep up with this. And so you really do need a tool to help you pinpoint what third-party libraries and which versions do I have in my application. And so here I've created a link to Cyclone DX. This is a tool from OWASP, and it allows you to actually query your different package managers and figure out, okay, what do I have? And then it will help you build that bill of materials list. The next good habit that we have is using vulnerability reporting tools. And so these are tools that will basically look at the third-party libraries that you have and tell you what vulnerabilities that have been publicly disclosed are actually in those third-party libraries that you have imported. And so this is really important because even if you keep things up to date, it may be the case that the most up-to-date package that you've installed actually still has vulnerabilities that you need to be aware of and you need to protect against. So it may be the case that you might have to change a web application firewall setting, or maybe you need to do some extra monitoring in the background. But the more you know about the vulnerabilities that you have in your application as a result of your third-party libraries, the better it is, or the better it is for you to be able to defend against the things that are being exposed through what you're using. And so once again, there are lots of tools to help you with vulnerability reporting for your third-party libraries. And there are package manager specific tools. There's also a language agnostic tool called OWASP Dependency Check. And I say it's language agnostic, but it handles multiple languages, not all languages, but this is a good starting point if you don't have anything else. And good habit number 5, automate the boring things. In the world of DevOps, we want to automate all of the things. That makes perfect sense. And you want to automate all of the boring things so that you can get to the interesting work of building out the features that are going to bring value to your business and to your customer. And so with security activities and third-party library hygiene, you can actually automate many boring things. So when looking for updates, so the latest update to a library, you can automate that whole process. By using DependabOt or RenovateBot, you can build that into a build process. But before you automate everything and auto-merge everything, take a stop and think. When you do updates, you usually have to test to make sure that nothing is impacted. So if you want to automate from the beginning to deploy, then you have to have unit tests set up in such a way that you know your application is covered when you automatically merge code. And so what I've commonly seen teams do before they actually get to a process of being able to automate from the beginning to the end with updates is to actually break it down. And so for minor versions of updates to libraries, what they do is actually create automatic pull requests, which then can be used by the team to do a quick review of what has been made for the pull request, and then they can actually approve the merge, approve the request and merge the code. For major updates, they actually get an alert, and then that creates a Jira flow where the team then goes and looks at what is this new major update to this third-party library? Does it make sense for us to take that update right now? And then what do we need to change in our application in order to support this new major version of the third-party library? And so having this systematic way of working with third-party libraries and third-party library updates being supported by the pipeline scripting of RenovateBot or DependabOt massively reduces the overall work and increases the efficiency and likelihood that this type of work is going to get done. And there are different aspects of automation that you can look at for all of the different steps of hygiene. But first, you need to put a process into place, then you can automate the process. The next good habit, number 6, that we will focus on is anticipate attack and establish defenses. And to talk a little bit more about what I mean by this is, imagine, let's go back to the last story that we told. And in this story, our third-party maintainer was compromised. The attacker basically put some malicious code into an NPM package and then made that available to application engineers across the world. There was no warning that this happened, no publicly disclosed vulnerabilities. There was no way that a vulnerability scanner could know this was happening. So in this case, we really need to, going back to this, anticipate attack and establish defenses. And so in this particular example, the application engineer workstations were impacted. Also, the application server space was impacted. And so in both spaces, we could be running endpoint protection or malware detection software. And in this case, it would have at least caught the crypto miners. And in those cases, there would have been a red flag that we have been compromised. Now, there are cases, though, where either a workstation, a developer workstation, or an application server space doesn't have the opportunity to have endpoint protection or some sort of malware protection. And so if you're working in the cloud, that's kind of good, because there are many cloud platforms that have their own versions of security scanners built in. So if you have the opportunity to leverage a scanning service inside of your cloud platform, look into that, because that may help to flag these types of issues. But if you don't have access to endpoint protection and you don't have access to these cloud security services, then start thinking about the type of monitoring that you can do to help detect these types of attacks. So in the case of our crypto miners, we know that crypto miners are processor heavy. If they're in the cloud, they tend to spin up many resources so that they can get as much crypto mining in as possible. And so you could be monitoring for exactly these symptoms. Now, that could indicate that there's something very wrong with your code, but it could also indicate that you have a crypto miner that has been installed in your application space and you need to deal with it, because you are going to incur high costs as a result if you don't handle it. Then if we look at the other path where secrets were being exfiltrated from both engineering workstations and then also from the application, there are a couple of things that we can do there as well. In the case of the application engineers, if they're using multi-factor authentication, it's going to be a lot harder for an attacker to be able to use the secrets that they've exfiltrated from the developer workstations. In addition to this, in the application space, the application could be monitoring for requests that originate inside of the server that go to some strange endpoint, so to the attacker's server or service. In many cases, malware actually tries to phone home. And so if you can set up something that's looking for something strange, some sort of strange communication that's not expected by your application, that could be a strong indication that your server has been compromised. And then you need to look into that. So set up the monitoring and set up alerts so that you can be aware of these types of things. Okay, and last but not least is good habit number 7, get help. Security is hard. Attackers are continuously maturing and becoming more sophisticated in the way that they attack. But security practitioners are also becoming more mature and sophisticated in the way that they defend. And so there may be something new and great that will help completely transform your process and make it better if you just reach out, or if you subscribe to their blog, or if you start monitoring their Slack channels. Security people love it when application engineers reach out to them, because together we can actually make things a lot better. And so in addition to this, set yourself up for alerts from your major libraries and keep up to date with your favorite security blogs, news, and checklists. And so let's recap. We've been through 7 good habits of third-party library hygiene. Select mature, reputable libraries. Keep your libraries up to date. Maintain a bill of material. Use vulnerability reporting tools. Automate. Anticipate attack and set up defenses. And get help. And so this is a shameless plug. If you would like to come and work with us, please apply. We are hiring. So we're looking for good application engineers like you to help us on our digital journey into transformation. And so if you've made it this far, thank you so much. I would also like to thank Geekle and the E-commerce Tech Summit for allowing me to talk with you all. Thanks for coming, and I hope that you have a great day.
Okay, thank you very much for this presentation, and we're gonna see. Oh, I hope I'm working. Yeah, we're gonna see Jennifer on the Q&A session very soon, and we're gonna proceed to the next speaker, who is Matt Law. Hey there.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. How are you doing? Hi, Nick.
Yeah, we are getting a little bit behind the schedules, but that shouldn't be a problem. We'll catch up later. I guess we should go straight to your talk. Like, you're gonna talk about enabling metaverse commerce for brands.
Yes, let me bring my slides up in the share tab, right? Share screen. And I share my screen here like this. Hopefully this will work.
Yeah, I do them here. All right, yeah, this is Matt Law from Boston Protocol.
Yeah, let me introduce myself. Hello, everyone. My name's Matt. I work in the strategy team at Boson Protocol. Boson Protocol is an Ethereum-based decentralized commerce protocol, and we are building a peer-to-peer commerce infrastructure for the web, and our first focus is on metaverse commerce. So, been asked to give a bit of an overview into what that means. And how we're working is slightly different from some of the other stuff we've seen today. And we go from injecting crypto miners into your web services into sort of crypto powered web applications, which is what we're working on. And essentially what we're focusing on is how we enable brands to sell physical products in the metaverse as NFTs. Now, the metaverse is quite a broad-ranging, very hypey sort of term, and I'll sort of go into that in a little bit of detail. But so I guess sort of first of all, let me introduce myself and the company. So Boson Protocol is essentially focused on decentralizing commerce. And what we mean by that is, if you think about how commerce is managed at the moment, relationships between buyers and sellers, if you like, it's mediated between, on the internet today, it's mediated through platforms, right? It's mediated by an arbiter of, customer service, logistics, and trust that sits in the middle. And we, have a vision, I guess, for a different sort of relationship between buyers and sellers, which is sort of direct and enables peer-to-peer transfer of physical items or even digital services in the same way that the digital assets and decentralized finance industry has sort of changed the way in which people can manage the transfer of value directly. And we're starting with metaverse commerce. It's a blue ocean. It's an area where there aren't large numbers of incumbents who have sort of sat with with services and customers already. So as that space grows, and by metaverses we mean sort of open virtual worlds, open games, and then And then all the stuff that goes alongside that, virtual reality environments and things that are less well used at the moment that will be emerging over time. And like if you think about what we're focusing on, which is essentially digital to physical transactions, we're looking at one of like the biggest problems in Web3. Now, Web3 is one of these is a concept that essentially means sort of like the next iteration of the web, which we believe is sort of focused around user centricity, it's focused around privacy, and it's focused around privacy, peer-to-peer transactions or peer-to-peer relationships rather than intermediated relationships. And in that rapidly growing world, the moment we have smart contracts as a sort of a means of sort of like enabling sort of distributed compute. And I mean by this things like Ethereum, Solana, Polkadot, these sort of like, online application platforms. Now, those smart contracts have created a lot of value in a lot of different areas. Things like, how, say, people are accessing financial services in a different way now through sort of Ethereum-based systems. But those systems are sort of fundamentally disconnected from real world commerce, right? And you have sort of billions of dollars of sort of value and sort of interactions going on in this sort of like this walled garden of decentralized finance. But then you have trillions and trillions of dollars of value being transacted in real world commerce. And there's no way really for that kind of, the blockchain, if you like, to interact with real world commerce and its data. And that is the challenge that we're looking to address. Now, if you think about how these sorts of decentralized applications interact with the real world, there is an analogy for this, which is things like smart contracts needing to get access to data. So if you run an online service on Ethereum, you need to say know what the price of gold is, or you want to know what the stock price or the token price of a certain asset is. You can get that from services like Chainlink, Data, the Graph, who kind of provide this sort of like this what's called an Oracle service to enable decentralized applications, smart contracts to access real world data. Right? There isn't a similar sort of thing for real world assets. That's where we come in. Boson Protocol is focused on solving this real world asset Oracle problem, right? How does a decentralized application, which does its, which is in its kind of archetypal state, doesn't trust anything, relies only on distributed or decentralized ledgers as a source of trust. How does it know who the owner of an asset is, or what has happened to that physical asset in order to, in the real world, that enables that smart contract to do things like automatically transfer money when a transaction has been completed, things like that. So what we're doing is we're building the system that enables that. And essentially there are sort of like, there are a number of different aspects to sort of how you need to sort of solve that problem. And they really sort of fall within these kind of like sort of three main areas, right? Sort of at the center, protocol design. How do you build a system that enables people to sort of be confident that they will either receive the item that they've bought or they receive their money back? And there's a sort of like a core piece of protocol architecture that does that. But then also there's a game theoretic aspect to it, right? What we're doing is we're actually creating a bounded game whereby people, each stage are incentivized to act in the best interest of the conclusion of the transaction, in a very similar way, in a way to say how something like eBay or PayPal manages that, via a company and a series of insurances and deposits and stuff like that, a reputation system. We manage that through a distributed, decentralized system. And then finally, there's a legal component to that, which is how am I confident that the actual ownership of the item is going to transfer, and how is all the sort of tax, VAT, across kind of global distributed set of buyers and sellers work. And that is what we've been working on for the last couple of years, and we've now launched our product in with a proof of concept in a virtual world game. And I'm going to talk you through that and sort of give you a bit of a demo about how it works. But I mean, essentially, what we're doing is we're connecting these smart contracts with real world commerce and its data. And I think the two principal benefits of that are, one, we enable people to execute real world commerce transactions with digital assets, which is something that's not hitherto been available. And it also enables merchants to sort of, access the inherent value of the data in a way in which is sort of where the value accrues to the network and all the participants own in that value that is created. And I sort of touched on like our go-to-market strategy. We're really focused at the moment on areas that are not well served, right? Fast-growing areas where there aren't incumbents. And essentially, we've got a focus as a sort of a beachhead of our go-to-market strategy, which looks at these kind of open world, virtual world environments, where the users are crypto savvy. They're aware of what they can make a transaction. They're comfortable with digital assets, but then also where there is an unmet need, which is buying real stuff, with digital assets. So we're focusing on that as an MVP. We've built a sort of like a sort of concept store environment, which I'll show you in a minute. But then we're also building a series of tools and services over the course of the next few months to create a metaverse commerce product where we develop a sort of a self-serve, or very thin service layer that enables anybody to build commerce services that everyone can trust and anyone can use. And then the longer term vision is that we break out further again from this sort of this niche that we aim to dominate in metaverse commerce into sort of more broad sort of decentralized commerce services across things like commerce, other types of games, mobile services, things like that. Essentially, because we believe that sort of the big theme, the big trend of the last 20 or 30 years is software eating the world. To use a slight cliche, and those things that previously or are currently done by companies in the future will be done by software, with companies interacting with that that new type of internet that encompasses sort of value and other rich internet services in a different kind of way. So another way of thinking about that is that we have this sort of, I think the entire Web3 or crypto industry has this challenge at the moment, which is that there are a lot of, if you strip out all of the hype and the mania that comes to the industry every now and again, we have a lot of innovators, right, who are sort of who are interested in this space philosophically or technically or ideologically, and who are sort of doing a lot of rapid innovation and rapid experimentation. And if you've not thought about blockchain and crypto since 2017, I encourage you to have another look, because there have been 4 or 5 years of very significant advances in terms of how the technology is working and the types of services and the types of users that are in there. But there is this chasm, right? There is this kind of gap, the innovator's dilemma. There is this sort of like gap between people who are like ready to experiment and open to slightly wonky services, and everybody else who just cares about user experience. And our strategy to that is essentially to focus on these types of early advocate users, and then bridge out through things like crypto enabled businesses. If you look at, say, what Visa, now MasterCard, and many of the other payment processors are doing, they're sort of trying to get into this area. PayPal now enabling sort of crypto transactions in the US, things like that. So we have got that kind of that chasm to jump over, and as we go over that, we are thinking about things like how we build e-commerce tools and services, how we plug sort of stock management and into people's existing ordering systems. WooCommerce, WordPress are big focus areas, and then this sort of like the long-term goal is, we believe, either us or services like us, become new layers of the internet stack. We become a sort of a TCP/IP for commerce, right? No one today thinks about how their email got to them or how their web page has been served to them. We believe that digital assets generally kind of will over time provide these like new richer layers of services which can be provided to users, probably quite abstracted from what you consider to be crypto today. And our focus in the short term, as I mentioned, is metaverse commerce. And what I'm going to talk to you now is sort of talk about that, and maybe some of you will be thinking about this as a trend, either as a sort of like a piece of innovation or as a marketable moment. And I'd like you to think about Boson protocol when you think about that, and consider like how either we could help you now experiment in that space, or as we go on to launch sort of tools and services to enable self-serve within open world games, VR, AR, that sort of thing. That's what our focus is for the next couple of years. And I guess the sort of like the main sort of user story that we're looking at is like, what if the items that you buy in the game were actually attached to or redeemable for real world items? So you buy a in-game skin and it comes with the rights to redeem, go to a store and redeem the physical item, or you get a little token or a little voucher, NFT voucher specifically in our case, that you can take to the merchant's online shop and redeem that for a physical item that gets delivered to your house. So connecting the physical world, the digital world, and the physical world. And we think this is really interesting. It's a rapidly growing area. I think if you think of metaverse, as we've talked about, digital assets and NFT specifically, an NFT is essentially a unique digital item that is sort of like that is represented on a ledger as a particular thing that is not fungible. It's not the same as another one. It's not like one Bitcoin or one Ethereum is the same as any other. It represents a particular thing. There's a big opportunity here to match unique digital items with unique physical items. And if you just look at some of the trends that are sort of going on in the space, last year Roblox had 920 million of revenue. If you just think about the most recent quarter, so this is Q3 this year, there were $10.7 billion of NFT transactions that took place. Now most of that is in digital art, digital collectibles, some in-game skins and wearables and things like that. But we think that's just the tip of the iceberg when you think about what the opportunity is for those types of transactions if they also are attached to real world goods and services. And this is probably reasonably well known now, but online culture, online identity, online entertainment is a huge. Video games alone are bigger than the entire movie industry and the entire music industry put together. So this idea of like a digital identity, a digital persona, which is married to your physical one, is very, very rapidly rising thing. And so we have built an environment called Portal, and Portal is a virtual world sort of wonderland concept store, if you like, experience that enables brands to sell physical items in the metaverse as NFTs, right? And the buyer can go to that environment and be confident that they will either receive the item or their money back. So we're really interested in like the future of commerce, right? And sort of what opportunities exist between virtual and the physical worlds, right? So how can somebody what are the new dynamics of commerce here, and how do people attach value to, say, in-game items and physical items, and those two things together? And over time, we'll be extending the product to things like what's called twinning, sort of like having a permanent connection between the digital item and a physical item. And that's a real significant interest to a lot of luxury brands that we talk to, where sort of like a chain of provenance is like one of the classic blockchain use cases, I guess. We'll be focusing on enabling that over the next year or so. But longer term, we see like the opportunity, not just for sort of like Decentraland, which is where we're currently based, and Sandbox, which is another, very well funded, very Anticipator game, which is launching at the moment, as well as things like Unity and sort of walled environments like Fortnite, Roblox, things like this. All of these games need a native commerce layer, and that's what we're aiming to provide. And essentially, the core value proposition is we enable the sale of physical items in the metaverse using NFTs. And what does that mean? Well, essentially, what we're doing is we are enabling merchants to sell NFTs. Right now, NFTs is obviously, you would have seen probably big promotions at Gucci, Dolce & Gabbana. It's a big thing in the fashion industry at the moment around, digital expression, digital identity. Who am I, in the virtual world as well as in the real world? And we're enabling brands to sell in-game items, in-game wearables, digital collectibles, so art and physical items together is what we're calling physical NFTs. Right, what we mean by that is digital assets that represent physical items, or more specifically, I guess at the moment, the right to redeem a physical item in the real world. And that portal essentially acts as a kind of a brand platform for metaverse commerce and enables big companies to sort of plug into that, either use it yourself or as a sort of a easy innovation and exploration point. And we can offer a sort of a full service for that, using our protocol as the infrastructure, and things like real virtual world retail spaces, enabling product launches, NFT based rewards programs, in-game games, virtual experiential marketing, even things like fashion shows. We've done an NFT charity art auction using the system a couple of weeks ago when we launched, which gives a whole bunch of potential opportunities, I guess, for how we can help brands, I guess, innovate in the metaverse. New sales channels, marketable moments, innovation, connecting with younger consumers. These are sort of like big things that a lot of people are interested in. So how does it work? I mean, well, essentially, within the game, we have a sort of like a experience concept that I'll show you in a second. But there is a kind of a essentially an in-game kiosk that enable people to have a look at the items, look at the 3D models, 3D representations, and buy that digital item with crypto and receive the physical item as well. The claim function is connected to your mobile phone, so then you can either take that in store or take that voucher to a claim point on a website and redeem the physical item as well. And then this is the sort of like in the real world sort of claim experience can be represented by by sort of POS to collect the physical item itself. Here's a few sort of like shots of the space that we've built in Decentraland, which is is probably the biggest sort of open, permissionless virtual world experience that's running today. Most users, I encourage everyone to go and have a look at it because it's quite interesting to see what's going on there. It's a very sort of event-based experience, and every day there are conferences, music festivals, events going on, and dive in. We've built a space in the sort of commerce district, which is sort of powerfully connected by Boson Protocol. We've got 2 brands live in there at the moment. I'll just show you sort of what they're doing. The space is called Portal. Within the environment, there are these portals, and you can step through these to sort of experience like in-game games or quests, if you like, as well as to access the sort of like the retail environments. The retail environments sort of look like this, with this kind of digital kiosk that you can pay with crypto and receive the physical item there and then. We also have a sort of like an in-game, sort of multi-series game mechanic called Cube, where you can participate in games to earn rewards and things like that. And these are some of the sort of mechanics that we can also implement for brands when they want to launch or run promotions. And so these physical NFTs, we're we're launching with digital jewelry brand Ouroboros. There's a digital fashion DAO or decentralized organization that have released a limited edition series of hoodies. We've acquired one of the recent Dolce & Gabbana digi-physical items, which was going on display in the virtual world, and certain aspects of that will be for sale very soon. There are other partners coming down the track as well. DressX, another digital fashion brand, and some others that will be launching next year. Beg your pardon. So here's a quick look at some of the environments. This is Meta Factory, which is this digital fashion DAO. They have an entirely online, completely distributed, like creative and production facility that that enables people to create items with their network of creatives and have them produced. We've worked with them on this Meta Factory hoodie, which you can buy in world right now and receive the in-game wearable and the physical item delivered to your home. Now, I showed you that already. Here's the in-game wearable. What's great about digital fashion is it's not bounded by what's possible in the real world, right? There's sort of this item, when you put it on your avatar, it has these kind of like floating aspects that sort of like glow around you, and sort of like it's really quite fascinating to look at how creatives are dealing with sort of self-expression and identity on the internet now, with these sort of digital twins or avatars, representations of yourself that are sort of much more high fidelity than the me bits or what was it, MSN Messenger avatars that we were looking at when we were younger. Here's a look at the physical item, and then I also want to show you what we're doing with Ouroboros. Now, Ouroboros is a sort of a digital first fashion company who are producing principally like digital wearables that exist only on the internet. And we've been working with them on a sort of digi-physical collection, essentially that you buy in-game items. So this is a sort of like a bodysuit that you would buy. And there are a series of jewelry items that represent that, and you buy the in-game wearable, and it comes with, here's the in-game wearable, and it comes with real-world physical jewelry items, 3D printed resin necklaces and headwear. And we've got a number of these physical NFT releases coming over the next few months as well, aiming for one a month over the first quarter, while we're sort of running a beta program for our sort of self-serve product, which we'll be launching during Q2. So yeah, that is sort of like the main part of the presentation. I just wanted to give you a bit of an overview of some of the things other things we're working on at the moment, and some of the other stuff we've got coming up next. So I mentioned the Cube, which is a sort of like an in-game game. We've got a number of series of this in-game game going on. There's one going on at the moment. So if you go into Decentraland, look up Boson Portal, you can participate in the game there. We're also doing a number of brand partnerships with this game, and that will be being released over the course of the next few months. We're also working on this Metaverse Commerce Toolkit, as well as what's called a governance DAO, a sort of decentralized organization that takes on some responsibility for the direction of the development of the Metaverse product, which is sort of voted for by the Boson community, and we sort of progressively give up more and more control over the roadmap and the direction of the project itself to the community. The long-term goal is that the Boson Protocol network is essentially run by its members. We are kind of like just setting it up, and then it will run on forever. And then some of the sort of like principal functional developments that we're focusing on next year, which I know are big themes in terms of how businesses are thinking about things like provenance and quality and sustainability and things like that. We're working on twinning. Twinning is essentially the permanent connection between a physical item and a digital item that persists. And another feature of that is essentially chaining, right? Chaining is I am the manufacturer, I sell it to the first user, the first owner. The first owner then maybe uses it for a while, and then maybe they sell it on, or maybe there's an intermediary in the network in the process, and we want to sort of know what the sort of like the provenance of the manufacturing process is. Well, we're working on that. That's something that we'll be aiming to launch in our next major release, V2, during Q2 next year. And then finally, thing tokens. At the moment, what we're doing is we're focusing on essentially the commitment to exchange rather than a particular item. Where we're going next is creating a series of items that are represented by a particular thing token, an ERC20, if anyone's familiar with that concept. And this enables things like Kickstarter, crypto-powered Kickstarters for physical items, right? Maybe there are 10,000 people in the world who want a non-Facebook controlled VR headset, or maybe if they're all prepared to put $500 up, then somebody in control of that fund of money could actually get that manufactured and sort of like launch that sort of decentralized crypto-powered Kickstarter driven by thing tokens, or enabling things like price discovery of a limited edition physical item through auctions, or what's called a bonding curve. So we're working on some new sort of commerce primitives, I guess, that are enabled by some of the innovations in crypto over the last few years. And that's us. Like I say, focusing on decentralizing commerce, looking at metaverse commerce as our first go-to-market. Really interested in connecting with anyone who's interested in or working on this area, and looking forward to the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Oh, hey, Matt. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I guess we're gonna see you in 30 minutes on the Q&A session. So yeah, see you.
Great.
Right, I have a very, very quick announcement before, and we'll proceed very quickly to our next speaker.
Well, as we all know, personalization is a must for digital customer experience. It's not enough to send your visitors generic messages anymore. You need to create personalized experience for each customer segment. It is also hard to implement as it requires a lot of tools, snippets, time investment, and can make your website really slow and sluggish. Ninetail is an API-first personalization platform that lets you effortlessly create real-time multi-channel personalization experiences to optimize the customer journey with no performance trade-offs. Ninetail built an API-first platform that powers real-time personalization for developers and marketers. Just connect an API to your CMS, such as Contentful or Graph CMS, within minutes via SDK for major frameworks like React, Next, or Gatsby. Moreover, you can also easily integrate analytic tools and data sources. Visit Ninetail.io to start creating your first personalized experience within minutes for free. Link in the chat.
All right, and now it's time to talk about mobile DevOps. And we'll listen to a talk from Motaz Nabil from Bitrise. Hi, Motaz. Nice to see you again.
Hi, Nick. Thank you. Nice to see you too. Thank you.
So, without any further ado, I'll leave the stage to you. So just share your presentation.
Okay. Just try. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yep, I'm adding it to the stage.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me today. I'm very happy to be with you at the Tech E-commerce or E-commerce Tech Summit. Today, I will be talking about the need for speed, how to accelerate your e-commerce mobile development through Mobile DevOps. My name is Motaz Nabil. I'm currently working as a developer advocate at Bitrise. And previously, I started my career as a software engineer, and then after that, I worked as a test automation engineer, working as a quality engineer as well. I worked with different business domains like agriculture, healthcare, telecom, fashion, and food delivery. I participated and designed different test automation frameworks, and also now I'm focusing on mobile development and the mobile DevOps by building a different CI/CD pipelines using Bitrise. So, at the beginning, before talking about the mobile DevOps, let's like quickly define what is the mobile commerce applications. So usually when we are selling or buying any goods or any thing, we are going to like physical stores. But actually, mobile commerce app is an online marketplace for buying and selling specific items and goods. So you simply make electronic transaction through your smartphones. So this is as simple as. And actually today, e-commerce market, and especially during the pandemic time and COVID, so it's required transformation quickly from like different online princes, and this is where e-commerce and mobile app development comes in. So this is as simple as the e-commerce. Then now let's think about why we need to build an e-commerce application, or if we have already an e-commerce application, existing e-commerce app as a company, how can we add the must-have features in our application? How we can make our customers more satisfied with our application? Because at the end, we will have a growth, or our growth, or we will grow our revenue from this app. So as you can see, the role of e-commerce app is crucial. There is several reasons why we should create one nowadays. The first point is smartphones rule the world. So currently we have more than 6 billion smartphones users in the world. So this is like, you can find the source as well in this slide. So currently we have 6 billion users for mobile or like using smartphones. And also it's affecting the revenue growth. So mobile apps attracts new customers and increase the revenue growth across all the devices, because we are using it in selling and buying goods, so which is at the end will like grow our revenue. And also user behavior changes after COVID, as I mentioned previously. So COVID is totally like it changed our life in a daily basis. We are using e-commerce app, or even we are using a general mobile applications. So which is make the e-commerce boom and had a huge impact in our on the way that we are purchasing goods and the services. So now, why I put this introduction to the mobile e-commerce application, to know the importance of the mobile or the e-commerce application, because that when we are building or when we are thinking about our mobile application, we need to like create or to do the best practices in the mobile development and the mobile releases to deliver our applications quickly, frequently, with the new features to our customers. So now, what the difference between mobile apps and the web apps, especially for e-commerce? So we already have a web application that we can open the browser from the computers or the mobile also, and we can also like using e-commerce websites. But what the difference, or what we are especially today talking about the mobile apps? So mobile apps is fast access to users. So we always like we have our mobiles or like we have devices in our hands all the days, so we can actually access to the users quickly if we have an e-commerce application. And actually it's a possibility to reach out the users via push notification. So there is a one technique for push notification. So we have like the silent push notifications, or the pop-up notification that displayed on the screen of the mobile. So in this case, for example, if we are an e-commerce application, we can like displaying like we have a like Black Friday discounts, we have like something for the Christmas and so on. So we can always doing things to interact with the customers, and also to give a customers a different or like new experience with our. So for example, we deployed a new feature to our application and so on. So we can use push notification, which is something that can be used with the web application as well. And the better option to track a user behavior. So with a mobile app, so we have different analytics and the tracking like applications. So to check which screen in our application is the most visited screen in our application, and the different things or different information we can get from the mobile development or the mobile apps. More in-depth analytics, as I mentioned, so we can have different ways to analytics or to analysis our user data, and also we can find something maybe interesting. Maybe one screen is not or the customer is not satisfied with this screen, so we can revamp or refactor or add new features, maybe based on the feature request. So which is we can use analytics in this case. Faster testing of the new feature, so we can deploy the feature to our mobile application, and also we can use a technique like a feature flags. For example, we can displaying this feature to a specific group of people just to start doing a A/B testing about the feature. Is feature is behaving correctly or there is any problem, and also we can like disable this feature if there is any problem in this one. So it's a faster way to test the features and get feedback as soon as possible or as quickly as we can. So now let's talk about the must-have feature in e-commerce application. This is from my perspective, actually, also because I'm a user for e-commerce app or even for a mobile application. So what I'm usually searching about, or like trying to find in the e-commerce app, something like personalized product recommendation, easy login and registration. So a seamless workflow for login and registration. Sometimes we can use a login with a social media if we have this option, because most of us now have like a social accounts on the different social channels or social media. So we can use our accounts without like doing a registration form and adding all the details. Loading speed as well, push notifications to get always the latest news from our e-commerce application. Advanced search option, wish list button, featured the product, quick checkout. So for example, I don't want it to go to 5 or 6 screens to do the checkout. Maybe I can have an express checkout. It's displayed like a pop-up or any other way. So it's based on my history or my previous orders, for example. And for sure, we should have a secure and easy in-app payments with different features, something like Apple Pay or Google Pay or PayPal, for example, or cash on delivery, something like this. So we will imagine that we are working in a mobile company. We have already an e-commerce application, but we are missing some of these features or a few of these features. For example, login with a social media. We don't have this feature currently in our e-commerce app, and push notifications as well. And then we start thinking about that we need to deliver this features. We can select one of them or both. We start thinking about, or we will assume that we need to deliver as an e-commerce company or e-commerce team working in this application. We need to deliver this feature like before the Christmas, or maybe previously before the Black Friday, something like this. So we have 1 month at least to start like implementing these features in our existing e-commerce application. But the problem now in our process that we will have or we will discuss in this slides, what the current problem for our team as a mobile team. We have different problems. Actually, it's like make our development and the deployment like slower than what we are expecting. We usually deployed our application or releasing new features every 2 months, which is huge time, because we have a competitors in the market, and also we have a features it's must have, it's missing already in the application, and we need to deliver it as soon as possible. And we have this problem, but why we are releasing every 2 months? Because it's accumulated based on different reasons. For example, we are shipping, or the shipping code or deploying our application is a painful process. It's including different manual steps, and we don't have a clear process inside the team. We don't have a release manager. We don't have a release train, or we don't have a schedule for releases, because that we don't know when or who should like take care or responsible for releases, for example. And also we have another thing, we have inflexible and fragile CI server or continuous integration server, which is we spend a lot of time every day that we have a problem in this CI server. We can't connect this node, for example. We can't connect the device, or we can't use a device that connected on this CI server to test our feature or test our application. We have a problem, or we have a network issue. We need to ask the DevOps engineer or the network engineer or support engineer about fixing this issue. And then he asked us to open a ticket and so on. So it's every day we are in dilemma related to the inflexible and the fragile CI server. And also testing is a time-consuming, as we know, manual testing is a time-consuming and require a lot of effort as well from our test engineers or QA engineers. And even if we have already also a test or automation or automated tested, we have a problem also. We have a flaky UI test, and also we have a flaky emulators, which is sometimes it may be related to the inflexible and the fragile CI. Maybe our test scripts is flaky. Maybe the environment itself is not stable. And our apps sometimes in the production doing some crashes. So we have also this problem, which is affect our development, because sometimes we are spending time to hot fixes and trying to check what the crashes in the application. And at the end, we have a negative feedback and rating. So we have a new features. We have new features we need to develop, but we have already problems. So we need now to find a solution to tackle all of these problems, to start like quickly and frequently deploy it and develop the new features in our application. And one more thing about, and also we need to remember that the e-commerce application, if we didn't fix this issue sooner, we will have a problem, because the e-commerce apps are like changing always, and we need to be or we need to get ready, because every time we need to add features, every time we have a feature request from the customers or from the market, we are find that this feature is missed in our application. So in this case, we need always to be like developing frequently and deploying frequently our application. Now we have a key capabilities to accelerate the software. Now we have a problem and we need to accelerate, or we need to speed the software delivery, especially for mobile apps, because today we are talking about mobile e-commerce applications. And here we have a key capabilities, or something like a roadmap we need to follow, or we need to apply the following point to be able to start like accelerate our software delivery. And this is based on the book. It's called Accelerate the Science of Lean Software and the DevOps book. The first one is implement a continuous integration, or like a CI server. So this is, we will assume that we have it already, but we have a problem that inflexible and fragile configuration, which is we will fix it with with the cloud-based platform after that. Then use trunk-based development process. What the meaning of this? That we usually open or created a new feature branches from our main code branch, and these branches should not take much, 1 or 2 days. So for example, we are opening one branch for feature or something inside the new feature that we are developing, and this should be take 1 or 2 days at least. And we will start reviewing it. If everything is green and all the checks passes, so we will merge it to our master. This is because if we open a huge or a big pull request, or we have a huge branch, once we are trying to merge this branch to our main, we will have problems and we have conflicts, and we will spend the time to fixing this conflicts problem. So trunk-based development, we have small features, we have small BRs, to be able to review it, and then we can merge it just to keep our master always green, and we don't have any integration, or we don't have any or any conflicts in our master green, our master branch. Implement test automation. As I mentioned, manual testing is a time consuming and taking effort also from the team. So we should also think about this automation, because this automation is a vital part of the software delivery or the CI/CD pipeline. Support is data management. We should also think about the different data. We should have a set of data we are using in the test automation, because this point is related to test automation. So to be able to test different test cases with different scenarios, with different user data, we should also think about the test data management. Shift left on security. As we know, security is very important for mobile apps, because we are talking about credit cards, accounts, we're talking about our emails, addresses, and a lot of data, which is sensitive for us. And also mobile apps should be secured. And because that here we are talking about shift left in testing and security testing. What the meaning of shift left? That we need to move security checks or security testing in early stages. For example, in every PR, we should run the security checks like static security checks, or dynamic, for example. So we need to move the security like more close to the development, and we don't need to wait until we developed our application and deploy it to the production, and then we can start thinking about the security checks or security measurements. Automate the deployment process, and also implement the continuous delivery CI/CD. So here we are talking about the CI/CD, which is a continuous integration, continuous delivery, including trunk-based development, test automation, security, and automate the deployment process. So the mobile DevOps is the way or the process that we will drive or we will accelerate our continuous delivery. So it says build and release process to achieve quick and frequent release schedule. And here we have 6 elements in the mobile DevOps. It's a continuous communication and planning. So at the beginning, as a team, we sat together and we found that we have features that are not implemented in our apps, and we start to communicate and plan together when we will deliver this feature. Then after that, continuous integration, we start opening in new branches and developing integration, running a CI, running the UI test, unit test, integration test, and then continuous delivery. Once we have something we can deploy to our test engineers to start testing, or to the product manager to check if the feature is delivered as we expected. And for sure, we have a continuous testing and we have a continuous monitoring as well. After we release our application, we should also monitor our application to check if there is any crashes in the application or any problem in the production. So here, the continuous delivery improves both the delivery performance and the quality. So this is mainly the mobile DevOps. So we will start with measuring, for example, as a team, what the features that we are missing. Then the CI/CD strategy with and fixing all the problems that we had. Then we start building our application, testing, releasing, which is something continuously happening every BR or every code commit or every release we are creating. And then at the end, we are monitoring. And if we have any problem, maybe we can start again with measuring, strategy, and everything. So it's something continuously happen. So continuous delivery has improved the delivery performance and the quality. And also, it's make our work more sustainable because we have a process. We have a clear process now. We have stages, and we know in which stage we should run or we should use this mechanism or this tool, and so on. And also, it's reducing the pain of development and preventing burnout for the team. So we are not wasting a lot of time for fixing the environment problems and find someone to deploy our application. No, we have a clear vision and a clear plan, and we start using it. So here, from my perspective, I believe that a mobile DevOps as a process is combination between people, process, and the tools. So people as a team. As a team, they should have a culture and mindset and commitment that we should fix, because we know already our problems. We need to tackle all of these problems as a team. So we need to agree about that, the culture, mindset, and commitment that we will fix these problems as a one team. And then with the process, we should, for example, if you are follow Agile or a Scrum, and also we need to apply or we need to agree about the RFC, or if we have a request for a new feature proposal, how can we proceed with this process? The code review process, if you have any incident, how we can manage all of these incidents. A feature flags, shall we deploy a new features behind the feature flags to be able to disable or enable them if there is any unexpected behavior of these applications or of these features in the application? And then tools. We have tools for test automation, for reporting, for releasing, and for monitoring. And then at the end, we will deliver we will reach to the continuous integration, continuous testing, continuous deployment, and continuous delivery. Then the second point, so at the first point, if we remember, it was a continuous integration, and we already agree that, we have a continuous integration server, we have a problem, but we will fix them after that. Then after that, the second point was use a trunk development, which is the branches should be small and to be able to merge them quickly. And the third point was a UI automation or automated testing. So mobile test automation is a great solution too. If you wanted to produce high quality, robust, and reliable app, test automation will help you in this case. And also it optimizes cost in testing. For example, if we are calculating the return of investment or IOI in our team, we will find that test automation is like reducing the cost or optimizing the cost, because also it's saving the effort for the development team or testing team, and they can focus on different things. For example, if we need to run 100 test cases on different mobile devices, on different configurations, on different OS versions, to make sure that our application is behaving in different mobile platforms, this will be difficult if we have a manual test case or manual QA engineers. because they will be try to run on different devices, which will be time consuming. But if we are using test automation just with a little configuration, with a cloud devices, with any like cloud service or cloud testing services, you can run different different test cases on different platforms with different OS versions, just to make sure that the coverage, or you are covering most of the devices. Then test automation, as I mentioned before, it's a vital part of mobile DevOps. So you can like think about the cycle of the DevOps. So if we have a building and the testing in the testing stage, if we are using manual testing, we will stuck here in this step until we finish all the test cases, and which can take 1 week or 2 weeks from the QA engineers to finish all the critical test cases or all the regression suite and so on. But with this automation, it will be automated, and we are trying to automate most of the steps in the process. So the test automation here is playing like a vital part in a mobile DevOps. Make testing a whole team approach. This will drive us to, because we mentioned that we will have like a continuous collaboration between the team. So test automation will be like a whole team approach or whole team responsibility, not only the test engineers, because that it will increase the communication and the collaboration between the team. And we should also agree about which framework or test framework or tools or configuration and the devices we should use. Shall we go to the native test frameworks like Espresso for Android or XUI test for iOS? Shall we go to the cross-platform like Appium? If you have a React Native application, we can use Detox, for example, and so on. And if we are using, or if we are using Flutter, so we can use like Flutter driver or any other framework supporting Developer. So here we have different options, and we should agree, or we should design our test strategy to be able to apply all of these things. Then the step we are now like developed, or we are working on the features that we are missing in our application. We start writing the UI test for this feature, and then once we have everything is like a green, and we can start like using automated deployment. So with automated deployment, you can automate the process for submitting updates or such, like a code signing and the provisioning, packaging, everything related, metadata, screenshots in your app store. So here, for example, you can have a step for deploying the application to Google Play Store or to Firebase app distribution for the beta users. You have a different options in your CI/CD, which will help you to automate the deployment, for example. And then the next point is deploy features under feature flags or feature toggle. As I mentioned, feature flags is like a conditional feature branch in the code. So for example, you can reduce the development risk and perform A/B testing with feature flags. So let's assume that we have a new feature, which is like a social login or the push notification. We already have this feature is implemented, partially is implemented and tested as well. And now we need to deploy it to like for AP testing, for example, or like to check that it's like for experimental test, something like this. So for example, we will select like a specific group of customers, and we will deploy this feature for this group. And we decided that the other customers that we have in our application, we will not deploy this feature for the time being. Why? Because we need to test this feature is working properly, or it's including any bugs or issue or live issue or anything. We can start check the analytics and everything related to this feature. And once this feature is done or it's working as expected from this group of customer, we can start deploying it to the other customer. So feature flag is trying to is helping us to enable and disable features. It can be remotely as well. So from the remote configuration, we don't need to open any development branch or creating any hotfix. Just the remote config, we can just like enable and disable the feature flags, and it will be displayed in the application, or it will be removed for the customer. So now we are like reduce the development risk, and also we can now deploying our application quickly because the features is already inside the application, but we can hide them if there is include any other any problems. But if it's work fine, so it's already deployed to the application. So for example, with feature flag testing, so maybe the question now, how can I test a feature flag using test automation? So feature flag, as we know, is enable and disable. So in my code, for example, if I'm using Espresso for Android, I can have one method for enable the feature flag before my test, and then I will run my test cases. For example, here I like a flag. I open the dark mode, for example, or enable the dark mode, enable the feature. I will do the test here, and then after that I will clear the features, which is will like disable the feature again, something like this. So we can have different mechanisms to be able to test this feature on the development and to be ready for deployment. The next step is the mobile release train. So what the meaning of mobile release train? So it's actually like the train that we usually, and every day we are taking trains or like metro in our life. So we are usually going to the train station, and also we check the schedule for the trains, upcoming trains, and then I select specific time. I prefer to take the train in this time, and so on. We have a specific schedule for trains. This is actually what we are trying to apply for the deployments. So we should have a mobile release train. What the meaning of mobile release train? During the development phase, your team have time to review. So for example, here, let's start with, we plan the features, which is, as we mentioned, a push notification, for example, and social login. We plan already, we're working or we are working now on this feature. We develop it, we tested it. So this is the plan features and the bug fixes. Then after that, we implement the feature, as we mentioned previously, with the feature flags to avoid any risk and also to be able to disable it if there is any problem. Then if the feature is ready for deployment, is tested and ready for deployment, then it will go to or will port it to the feature for the release train, which means that this feature will be in the next release. And at the end, we should agree about the specific date or a specific day for the releases. So, for example, let's say every month or every 2 weeks, we will deploy our application on Wednesday, for example. So we have now like a specific schedule for releases. We have a release manager who is like handle all of these things. And he is a check if the feature is already ready for ported to the release train. Okay, we will take this feature in the release branch, for example. And then once it's ported to the release train, then we will like deploy to the application and the release app to the App Store. And then after that, you can find this feature in the App Store, even in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store. If not, for example, if we didn't test this feature and we didn't like finish the expected function from this feature, okay, no problem in this case, because we have already trained, we have a schedule. So for example, in the next 2 weeks, we will have next release, which is if the feature is missed this release train, so then it will be planned for the next release and so on. So here we have a clear schedule or a clear process for releases. We have feature flags, we have test automation, we have different things. We start fixing our problems that we had before. And then all the team now, even if we are working in a remote team or distributed team, all the team or team members are now like have the knowledge about our process and know more about what we can using for deploying our applications. Then we can think about moving to cloud and the mobile focus CI/CD, because releasing a mobile app, as we mentioned, without right tools for mobile platform is a complex process for your team. And the mobile CI/CD tools, it's considered. So for example, if I'm selecting a mobile CI/CD tool, it's considering only for the mobile feature or the mobile requirements or the prerequisites for developing and deploying a mobile application, which will help me to build, test, and deploy application or mobile apps faster and more efficient. So for example, with Bitrise, so we are a mobile CI/CD platform as a service. So here you can visualize your or building your CI/CD pipeline. You have more than 330 verified steps or steps in Bitrise. So here we can, developers can automate the process for integration, testing, and deployment your mobile application easily. And just you need to bring the step that you need or required in your CI/CD pipeline and start building your workflow. And also no hardware to maintain. So as I mentioned, it's a mobile CI/CD as a service, or it's a platform as a service. So as we know from the cloud concept, the platform as a service, you don't or you are not responsible for the infrastructure. So if you are something like, for example, if you are using AWS or any other cloud vendor, if you have an infrastructure as a service, you should build everything from scratch on the machines on the cloud. But if you have a platform as a service, you have already machines, including all the required tools and the services and everything, and then you can start building your app from this point. So no hardware to maintain. Here we have a different macOS and Linux infrastructure. It's a clear environment, and every time you are creating your clear or clean VMs and start building your mobile application, you have always the latest tech stack. You are not responsible for any like security patches or software updates or anything. For example, here, if we are comparing between CI/CD as a service like Bitrise and self-hosted, if I have my CI server in-house or in my company, so here I'm responsible for everything from scratch. So I'm responsible for the hardware and infrastructure, for updating the OS versions, for updating the Xcode and Android stack. And as we know, Xcode, so we have different, or frequently we have different versions from Xcode and Android SDKs and Android Studio as well. And updating the mobile toolchain, the tools that around the mobile development that we're usually using on the daily basis, applying security patches for these machines, and managing authentication and authorizations for users, for our team members, and so on. Which is the CI/CD as a service or platform as a service, as we mentioned here. This is a PaaS or platform as a service. It's the customer responsibility here is less, but you are also like saving time, or time saving is more. So we are saving because we are handling, or if it's a platform as a service, it's handling all of these things instead of you, and you are focusing only for linking or like connecting your app project and start building your CI/CD and start like doing the actual work in your application, like developing features and deploying your application to the App Store. For example, let's assume that we are assuming that we are building the CI/CD workflow for Android. So for example, we can like design this workflow, and then we can implement it with a CI/CD application or CI/CD platform. For example, we have a check out the repository. This is a project, build the application for test, run a static analysis, run security tests, run anything that we need, run the unit test, integration, and UI test. And this can be every BR or every pull request or every code change. For example, this is a continuous integration or a CI. And then if everything is okay or green, so we can start sign the application with a key store and the certificates, release the application to any platform for beta releases. For example, the App Center, Microsoft or Visual Studio App Center, deploy to the Google Play Store for beta users. And also we can push and publish the test report to, and also send the Slack messages to the team to notify them about the build result. This is a continuous delivery or continuous deployment, continuous delivery and continuous deployment. So for example, here, the workflow, how does it work? The developer will push and or create a new tag in the code repository. Then from your source code management, we are like supporting all of them from GitHub, Bitbucket, GitLab. You trigger the webhook going to the Bitrise or your mobile CI, starting a new VM, and then we start building the Android for testing because we are running a UI test, and then send the app and test the APK. So we have both applications here because we are, if you are using a native apps, so we will have two APKs. Native testing tools. Then we can run on any cloud device our UI test, like Firebase, Slab, SoSlab, Browser Stack, Perfecto, or any other platform. Then we can send the test result and artifacts to Slack, email, or any cloud bucket. We can update as well the test suite that we have. We can like sign off the release plan with our test case management tool or our test management tool. Then we can sign the application, deploy to the QA engineers or the product managers, beta deploy to the beta customers, and then we start staged rollout to the production. So this is the big picture, or this is the workflow or the pipeline for CI/CD for Android application. So for example, till this one or till this step for sending a Slack notification, this can be like a continuous integration. So we are doing this in every BR on every code change. But this can be for the release workflow or the release pipeline for signing the release plan, signing the application, and deploying it to the beta users and production. Then once we deployed our application, we should have a monitor solution for app crashes, because as we mentioned previously at the beginning in our problem, we have app crashes in the production. So with monitoring, we can start thinking about, because mobile app can crash for 100 different reasons. So we cover all the test cases, but sometimes on the production we have different or unexpected behaviors. So with monitoring, your releases allow you to detect the problems before the users. So we can start like tracking the applications, tracking the clicks and the applications, and everything is working fine. And during this phase, like we are tracking like app consumptions, app usage, stability, everything that can help us to understand our application. And once, if our team, and as we know, e-commerce apps or in general mobile apps are becoming more complex because we are adding features every time, and we have a diverse in modules. We are like creating, or the application become bigger, and also the team is growing as well, and the company is growing. So we are becoming now a large engineering teams. So we can start thinking about build a platform team, or like engineering productivity team, so which will be responsible for all the things that I mentioned in the previous slides. They will take care about the CI/CD, the monitor solutions, the feature flags, the implementation or custom solutions in-house to help the developers to deliver features quickly and frequently. So here, the build the platform team focus on developers' productivity, app performance, tooling, and the mobile infrastructure for the CI/CD, and help the mobile team to scale and grow. So mobile teams focus on features, and the platform team or build the platform team will focus on the productivity of the developers, performance, tooling, and infrastructure. And now the advance of mobile DevOps, as we mentioned, so it's a provide successful collaboration. As we mentioned, it's increased, or it's continuously collaboration between the developers and the testers, product managers, the release managers, and engineering managers as well. So it's provides a successful collaboration between stakeholders, product managers, and developers. Shortens time to release. We have a short time to release. So then after that, if we applied all of these things, we can start like reducing the release time from 2 months to 1 month. Maybe it can be 2 weeks. Maybe then after that can be 1 week, if we like apply a lot of things that we discuss today. It guarantees a quality delivery, because we are usually and continuously testing our application. Speed up error detection and resolution, because we test early and often. So we usually detect the problems in the early stages. And also we provide customer satisfaction, because we had already negative feedbacks, and also we are delivering or trying to deliver new features to our applications, and it's increased employee engagement in the company. Now, the lesson learned from the mobile DevOps and how we can accelerate our software delivery. Mobile DevOps is a set of processes, tools, and mindset. It's not only about tools, not only about process, but it's combination between these three things. Test automation is a vital part of mobile DevOps. CI/CD is a coordination process, continuous integration, continuous delivery. Testing is a whole team approach. Shared responsibility is not only the test engineers, and customers are the center of everything. And thank you. So this was like about how we can accelerate our e-commerce mobile development and the deployment using mobile DevOps. Thank you. And also, if you wanted to learn more about like a state of mobile shopping apps in 2021, we also have, as a Bitrust, we have also next week, we have a free webinar. So we can join us, you can just scan this barcode and you can register. And also you can join us to learn more about different teams from different companies about the state of the mobile shopping apps in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Motas, for the... Oh, I hear echo. Yeah, thank you, Motas, for your presentation. And I think I got a message that Bitrust also have published a report about industry, like the state of mobile shopping in 21. And yes. So yeah, we're going to share the link in the description, because Bitrust is also one of our sponsors. But yeah, let's go straight to the Q&A, because we have Jen and Matt here waiting on the backstage and chatting behind your back.
Hey,
so happy to see you all here on stage. I guess we're late anyway. We'll take a bit more time, but yeah, let's get straight to the first question that has have from Jennifer. So Jennifer, you talked about a lot of things. Like you gave us 7 points. So what do we start with?
If I were a team, I would start with figuring out a strategy for keeping your third-party libraries up to date. So making sure that that you get the latest, so that all of the bad things that come, you're going to fix 90% of the security issues if you just keep things up to date. And that's harder to do than it sounds. But I would really focus my effort there and then worry about the other things that I put into that list.
All right, thank you. And the next question is for Matt. So I guess it's pretty obvious question regarding NFT, but lots of people have this take that their NFTs are environmentally irresponsible. Will it change, and how?
I mean, I think that's one of the brickbats that's leveled at the entire sort of crypto and blockchain industry. I think Bitcoin was the one that sort of saw it quite a lot earlier on in the year. I think there was quite a good call for change at that point, and some of the online influencers, Elon Musk and all that, sort of withdrew his support. And I think the reality is that the whole industry is looking for cheap energy, right? And cheap energy is actually being driven now by renewable sources, so geothermal in Iceland has been big focus for sort of Bitcoin mining in the past, and with rising price of oil, it has made a big difference. I think so. I think also, no one talks about the energy consumption of the Visa network, right? No one says how much the energy consumption of all the Google server farms are, right? And these numbers are comparable. I think it's sort of an interesting question, or sort of a useful challenge in the context that if you think there is no utility being delivered by any of those things, right? And I think my position is that they are providing useful services and useful work for society and for culture. And I think that one of the things that we're working on at Boson Protocol is NFTs in the context not just of digital collectibles or of art, but actually in terms of what is the functional opportunity that comes from having unique digital assets that represent real world items. How does that create a different way in which we can organize the economy? How does that create a different way in which we can sort of provide value to people?
Okay, I hope that's just the start of all these processes. Right, let's get to the question I have from Modus. So, Modus, is there a difference between mobile dev and web dev? Can a developer be mobile and web dev all at once?
Yeah, actually, yeah, there is a difference based on the technologies, for example. But actually, if you are a web developer, you can transform to something near to web development. For example, if you are using JavaScript, maybe you can start with a React Native application, because React is a web and React Native is a framework for building cross-platform apps as well. So with React Native is using JavaScript or TypeScript, and then you can start building a mobile apps with your stack. And then if you wanted to learn more about the native, you should go to Android, Kotlin, or using Swift for iOS. But from web, if you wanted to start learning mobile, the JavaScript and React Native is sometimes it's in the nearest stack for web. And for mobile, it's a little bit challenging because you are handling or you are working with the mobile apps. You have different OS versions from Android and iOS. Different challenges. You are building or deploying your apps to devices. It's not like web applications. You are developing apps and then you are publish it to the web browser. At the end, it will be HTML. But we have different challenges for mobile. We are signing our applications or certificates. You should have a lot of prerequisites to be able to deliver or to develop mobile apps. But yeah, if anyone interested to transform from web to mobile, so it's React Native, for example, I think it's the best solution at the beginning for this one.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. Like our speakers had a pretty good chat on the backstage, but maybe you wanted to ask each other a question or two because like we have a bit more time. So yeah, first of all, I saw Jen wanted to ask something.
Actually, I just wanted to follow up on what Motaz was just saying. It's when you look at mobile versus web from a security perspective, you have to have actually a different focus for security. You need to focus on the mobile app living in that physical device and the types of securities that go behind that. And it's a slightly different animal than in the web space. And so of course, your skills are going to definitely, you'll be able to learn it all, but it is a slightly different animal, and there are things to learn, and it's a really great way to expand. So if you want to do it, go for it. It's actually a little bit more fun from a security perspective.
Thanks for the addition to the question. And while we're talking about like web and mobile development, what tools and libraries are you using at IKEA? Can you tell us something about that?
We have a broad variety of languages and frameworks that are being used. So I can't tell you one. We do a periodic scope of the landscape, and it's everything. It's a little bit of everything. A lot of Node, a lot of Kotlin, a lot of Python, actually. And so these are three big ones. Kotlin is really emerging. So so those are the three big ones that we see, but we really do see a lot of it because actually we're over basically 1,000 teams developing. So you're going to have, yes, I know, there's a lot that goes into actually building up the IT backbone of IKEA. So they have a lot of freedom in choosing what platforms they want to use, what languages they want to use, and how they want to build. We provide a minimum sort of set requirements in our engineering baseline so that we have a foundation to work from. But then they can choose so that they can actually adapt to what the customers and our coworkers need.
All right. We don't have much time, so I'm going to finish with like more general question to you all. So what do you think, what's going to be the next innovation in e-commerce in your opinions? Who wants to go first? Okay, Motaz.
I think it's AI is booming. AI and machine learning will affecting this business a lot in the future. And visual
implementations?
Yeah, visual reality as well, like VR also, because actually this can be like a new feature in application. For example, if I'm using IKEA, so I can build my room using different pieces, like building what I'm imagining, and then after that I will go to IKEA and bring what I am. So something like this. So and also AI, maybe also security will be important because we are using mobile apps and sensitive data all the day, and I think this is will affect this or the next innovation for commerce.
Yeah, I'd echo that and say I think I've got two main themes that I see. The first one is similar to Motaz in the interaction paradigms. I think we've sort of lived in a world of sort of pages on screens for 20 years, and sort of like this kind of Windows paradigm has been been very dominant because that's the way that the technology has best presented itself. I think what we're starting to see now is with the sort of breaking of that with mobile to start with, and now with sort of like more immersive or more personal computing, we'll see a big opportunity for how do people consume media, but also how do they kind of consume products and services in that new sort of paradigm. And I think it's not going to be modal window pops up, interact with web page. It's going to be something else, and that's a very exciting sort of environment and thing to be part of, I think, as we sort of see that development.
I guess we're all eager to see how it will look like and what we'll do with all that. But Jen, have you anything to finish on this question?
I'm going to agree on the artificial intelligence route and the machine learning. That's going to be massive. And from a security perspective, that's such an interesting field, some really cool, interesting attacks. And we have to think about defending that. I also think the virtual reality, and then also talking about how the experience will change. That's going to be really cool. And then once again, how do we think about making sure that our customers are safe and our coworkers are safe when they're using these things? One thing that was not mentioned is the aspect of privacy, which has been talked about multiple times during this conference today. We need to find a really good way of securing our personal information. And right now it's not super good. There are solutions out there, but it's still not, especially when you have a large enterprise like IKEA, it's a challenge. And so once we figure that out, though, we're going to be really strong. So I'm optimistic.
Well, we have collective efforts for that also. Okay, I guess we don't have much time. So thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you for answering this question, for your talks. And I hope to see you on our future events, and they will stay in touch. So thank you very much to you all. And yeah, bye.
Cheers now.
Yeah, cheers. All right, so we're gonna go straight to the next speakers, but before that, just gonna have a very, very quick announcement about our sponsor, BigCommerce, which is open software as a service e-commerce platform that empowers thousands of merchants, developers, and partners to build, innovate, and grow online businesses of all sizes. So build dynamic shopper experiences with robust GraphQL APIs and world-class commons backend. Find your balance between customization and composition using the front-end stack you love without having to build everything from scratch. BigCommerce is built for flexibility, whether you are optimizing for performance using a front-end framework such as Next, Gatsby, or Nuxt, or looking for support of a best-of-breed CMS like WordPress or Contentful. We have solutions to support your unique needs. BigCommerce takes care of all the boring stuff so you can focus on creating awesome customer experience and start building, and the link will be in the chat. Thank you. And yeah, we're gonna straight for the next speaker. Just gonna very, very quickly display them on screen. So we'll have two more topics. And then the first one is gonna be manage your pipelines with Circle ACI. And we have our speakers here. So Krigi and Murkan, hi there. Sorry, we're a little bit behind the schedule. So I guess we'll just go straight to your session.
Yes, we can go through that. All right.
Yes, so just waiting for your slides to appear.
Let me share my screen first.
And it's here.
Yeah, so if we are ready, let's start. Hi everyone, welcome to our session. Today we will talk about the feature of Circus CI and we'll show how you can manage your pipelines with a small demo. So before starting, let's have a look at our agenda first. First, we will have a small recap about CI/CD itself, and then we will see what is Circus CI. And of course, why. After a small demonstration of Circus CI building blocks, Muratcan will show a small demo for Circus CI. So first, who we are. My name is Çağrı Dursun, and this is the second event that I am on the stage in Geekle events. I have been living in Amsterdam for 3 years and working as a technology architect now, as well as we created a software development community which we call FoxDev. So we do training and live streams on our YouTube channel. And Muratcan, could you introduce yourself?
Hello everyone. Yep. Hello everyone. I'm Muratcan from the FoxDev team. I'm also living in the Netherlands for almost 3 years, and I'm working as a senior software engineer.
Great. So I'd like to get a small overview of the CI/CD. What was it? How you can deliver your software in the modern world? How was that evolved, and main ideas? As Martin Fowler said, continuous integration is a software development practice where members of a team integrate their work frequently. Usually, each person integrates at least daily, leading to multiple integration per day. Each integration is verified by an automated build to detect integration errors as quickly as possible. Many teams to find that this approach leads to significantly reduced integration problems and allows to the team develop cohesive software more rapidly. As most of you already know, we can determine CI/CD with 4 small steps in general. We develop codes, merge them to the mainstream, test the application with our changes, and then boom, it's live. As termites, we can say it is a set of practices that stands for delivering our changes. CI/CD, or long-term continuous integration and continuous delivery, or sometimes continuous deployment. But if you are already got aware, all of them starts with continuous, which means we do that with every single improvement, either daily or weekly or monthly. The most significant thing with that is for fast, reliable, and sustainable delivery to the end user. So, how does it work? A simple CI/CD process would be like, first, develop your implementation, send it to QA to check the integration as well as acceptance tests and non-functional tests, and then give your changes to the operation team to both deploy and monitor afterward. These steps are constantly repeated to maintain the software product or add new features or just bug fixing. The process that I've explained is an example of the before the modern world. Question is, what was the problem? The problem is that process was relying on human processes, which means it is open to faults. All steps consist of each other, so you have to wait to deliver your code for a long time. It needs to have additional operation manpower, so companies need to have more operational team members which are just focusing on deployments. Maybe you have already noticed that there are too many manual operations. Both time-wise and openness to fault-wise, this was causing too many costs for companies. As a consequence, the old version of the CI/CD or delivery process was causing slow deliveries, long feedback cycles from faulty, and might produce faulty software due to human effort and error prone. As a final, more complex and risky. So, what is the main idea for CI/CD? Let's have a small recap. Continuous integration, or CI, ensures that each individual part is made properly, will pass quality assurance tests, and is assembled correctly. Whereas continuous delivery, or CD, ensures that the assembled car itself is efficient. In coding world, CI is focused on how well the code is written and how it's tested before being merged to final build. And CD is concerned with making sure the master build as a whole is functional in the real-world application. The main idea is to automate the QA and deployment processes. CI/CD practices recommend developers to post changes frequently in small chunks and deploy them often. QA processes are automated to run to validate the code after every change is applied. If the check pass, changes are integrated and artifacts are generated. These artifacts are rapidly deployed with automated processes for end user to use. We can collect the main idea of our CI/CD in a short 10 bullets. First, and I think the most important thing, is find and fix bugs as early as possible. Deploy your codes to production with non-blocking from the other ongoing processes. Have automated quality procedures to prevent human faults and ensures the code is always tested. And more like the delivery process is automated. Deployments perform at any given time. Faster time to market, reduce complexity and risk of deployments, and lower operational costs. Circus CI comes out with all CI/CD main ideas, which is another CI service that you can make use of. So that is freaking cool. But what is the Circus CI? With Circus CI, you can utilize CI in your development process easily. As you will later see in this tutorial, you can spin up everything with a small YAML file. You can configure workflows and orchestrate them in various ways depending on your requirements. In a nutshell, you can compile and test your code, schedule your jobs, create custom workflows and pipelines, orchestrate your jobs. Some key features of Circus CI are no dedicated servers and administration are needed, has a free plan, CLI to run tasks locally, REST API to access processes, projects, builds, and artifacts, easy configuration, version control system integration, and community support. As I said before, it is another CI/CD tool, but why Circus CI? Basically, it is so simple, so why not? But some reasons might be highly customizable. Circus CI provides a white paper that you can fill according to your needs. You can install apps or tools and customize the RAM and CPU amount for your job. Efficient pipelines with workflows. You can create the steps for your jobs and orchestrate them with workflows. Easy setup and use. Easily set up a project using the user-friendly UI and configure pipelines using YAML files. You can easily get started with Circus CI in a minute without losing yourself in a complex UI. Inclusive free plan. Circus CI has an inclusive free plan for your public and private repos. Circus CI has 6 building blocks that help your life be easier. Jobs. It is for pipelines that manage by building steps while executing scripts. Each of them requires an executor, which can be either a virtual machine or container. Steps. Basically, steps are a part of jobs with executable commands. Actually, they are kind of actions that jobs need to complete. Workflows. You have jobs that have steps, and then you have workflows that contain a collection of jobs in either concurrent, sequentially, or scheduled manner. ORPs. Pipelines are for orchestrating your jobs, which are triggered by actions to your project. And ORPs. ORPs are snips of code that can be reused through the different pipelines. ORPs contain your proven codes that are already in production and already tested. And executors. Each job runs in a unique executor based on your configuration. This can be a Docker container or virtual machine. And now it's demo time. Muratcan will show you a small demonstration of Circus CI with an example. Muratcan, can you share your screen?
All right, let me share my screen. This one.
I'm gonna
I
stop
hope now
it.
you can see my screen now.
Nope.
Please let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, we can see.
All right, that's great. So hi everyone, I'm Rajan from the Folkstead team, and now we will implement a simple CI/CD pipeline for our API by taking advantage of the Circus CI. Before going through with the demo, let's summarize what we have learned. So first, we want to build a CI/CD pipeline to build, test, and deploy our code frequently without sacrificing the quality. In the CI part, we would like to check if our changes are eligible to be merged, and in the CD, we would like to ensure that we deliver our final product with desired quality and with minimal effort. With Circus CI, you can utilize CI/CD in your development process easily. As you will see later in this demo, you can spin up everything with a simple YAML file. You can configure workflows and orchestrate them in various ways depending on your requirements. So now let's start building our pipeline and integrate our GitHub repository with the Circus CI. So let me go back to my IntelliJ. So first, Circus CI requires us to create a folder called .circleci in our repository's root directory. Let me do that first. So let's create this folder called CircleCI. Oh, sorry, of course, I made this mistake. So let me just recreate it. So it should be .circleci. And then we need to create a file called config.yaml inside of this folder. This file will be used by CircleCI to pick up our configuration. So let's create that also. We need to start the config file with the version and specify the version that we are going to use. In this demo, we are going to use version 2 of the Circus API. So now let's start defining the jobs that will be executed in our pipeline. As we said earlier, jobs are collections of steps that will run one after each other. Each job will run in its own container, which is specially started by the Circus CI, and jobs can be run using the machine, which is basically a Linux machine, macOS, Windows, or the Docker executor. In the config file, we define the jobs under the jobs section. So let me define that first. Each job should have a...
I'm sorry for the interruption. Could you make your font a bit bigger?
Bigger? Of course, I can do that. Right. Is better?
Yep, it's better.
All right, that's great. So each job should have a unique name that we will use later in our workflow. So let's start defining one. What we want to do is we want to build and test our code. So let's create a job for that and call it build and test. Now we need to define the executor that our job is going to run in. In our demo, we are going to use the Docker executor. So let's define that. In the Docker section, we need to provide an image which our container will be built from. We can use Circus CI's pre-built images for this purpose, and we can use the OpenJDK image since we are going to build a Spring Boot application. Let's use that. So we need to define the image, and we need to say Circle CI OpenJDK 11. Now that's good. We defined the executor. Now we can define the steps for the job. So let's start defining that. We need to define the step section first, and then the first thing that we need to do is to run the checkout step. The checkout step will clone our repository and put it inside our container. So let's first run that one. And then we would like to run a command, which will build our code and test our run our test. So to do that, we can use the run step. With run step, we can define a name, which will be displayed in the Circus CI dashboard, so that we will know which step is executing at the given time. So let's give this one a name called build and test, and we need to supply the command that we are going to run. So let's do that. We need to give the command. Here we are going to run maven clean and verify. So we will first do the clean, and then the verify command will build our code and execute our tests. It's all good. So now let's define another job which will publish our Maven artifacts. For the simplicity of this demo, we will use the Maven install command and publish to our local repository. So let's create another job. And let's give this one a unique name. Let's call this one publish. We can use the same executors, the same image. Of course, we need to do checkout because it's as you can remember, it will be running a different container. So the code has to be checked out again. And then we can run our command. So let's call this one publish to local Maven repository. And here execute the Maven install command. Of course, we don't need install command will also run the test, but we don't need to do that because we already run it in another job. So we can skip the test. So let me do that. Maven test skip equals true. All right. Now we have defined two jobs to build and test our code and publish our artifacts. Now let's create a workflow to execute these jobs. As you can remember, a workflow is a collection for our jobs. In our workflows, we can run jobs in parallel or sequentially. Also, we can make one job dependent of another and orchestrate our jobs to achieve our goal. So let's start creating the workflows. First, we need to define the workflow section, and in there, we need to specify again the version. And here we also again going to use the version 2. And then we need to supply a name for our for the workflow that we want to run. So here we are trying to build a simple CI/CD pipeline. So let's call this one CI/CD pipeline, and this will be the name of our workflow. Now let's start. Let's define the jobs that will be run for this workflow. To do that, we need to define set the job section, and under that we can use the names of the jobs that we already defined. So let's do build and test, and let's do publish here. That's great. We have defined ourselves a very simple workflow which will execute these jobs. If I commit and push this to my repository, the workflow will be start executing. But one thing that we need to keep in mind, as both of these jobs will start in parallel, so they don't wait one to start, but they will just start in parallel. To make one job depending on another one, so of course we want to first do the build and run the test so that we know that our code is building and our tests are passing, so that we can publish some artifacts. So we want to make publish job depending on the build and test. To do that, we need to define the request and give the name of the job that we want to make the other one depending on. So let's call this one build and test. And let's go here and let's do a commit here. Let's go simple workflow. And let me push that. And let's go to the Circle CI dashboard. As you can see, our workflow is started executing. Let's go inside and check what's happening. As you can see in the dashboard, we can see which job is executing at that time and what's going to happen after this one is completed. So we can see the full topology here. Now the build and test job is running and the publish job is waiting for this job to be completed. Let's go inside the job and see what's happening here. So as you can see, Circle CI already spun up an environment for us, prepared the environment variables, do the checkout, which we already specified in our steps, and now the build and test step is executing. So right now the tests are being executed. So let's wait for this one to be finished. It's already finished, that's great. As we can see now, our build and test job is completed successfully. Let's go back and check what's happening now. So as you can see, when this one is finished, the publish job is started. Let's go inside, same thing happened, the environment is spinned up, environment variables prepared, code checked out, and we are running the publish to local Maven repository right now. Now I want to point out something. So as you can see, both jobs are running in their own container, which doesn't know about the container that ran before. And in both of these jobs, we are running the Maven command, which will require the Maven to download the dependencies. So as you can see, Maven is already downloaded a lot of dependencies. And if you go back to build and test, we can also see that in the build and test step, we also downloaded a lot of dependencies. To avoid this kind of problems and make our workflows more efficient, Circle CI offers us two ways of caching. One is workspaces and the other one is cache respectively. With the workspaces, we can persist the data between jobs for that run of the workflow. So basically, it is specific for a specific run of that workflow. After the run complete, the workspace will not be available. So next time when we run the same workflow, we won't be able to access the data inside the workspaces. To persist the data between different runs of the workflows, we can use the cache. Now, we would like to download the dependencies only if the POM file is changed and persist this data for the different runs of the workflow so that we don't need to download these dependencies again. So let's go back and implement this one. So Circle CI provides us two commands to store to cache and restore from the cache. Let's store the Maven dependencies to the cache after we download them in the verify step. So here, what we need to do is basically define a step called save cache. Here, we need to define two things. First one is the key, which will be the key of our cache. Let's call this one Maven dependencies. And then we need to provide the paths that's going to be stored in the cache. Here we can provide an array, so we can store multiple directories or folders or files, basically. But right now we are just going to store our local Maven repository. So let's do that. Let's store this file in the cache. Now we can restore this cache and use that in our containers. To do that, we need to define another step called restore cache. Here we only need to provide the keys. And here we can provide an array also to load from the cache. And let's use the same key so that the Circle CI can restore the cache and put the cache into our container so that we can use it. Now we would like to detect if the POM file is changed and download the dependencies only if it is changed. For that, we can extend the name of the cache with the checksum of the POM file, so that if the POM file changed, the checksum of that file will be changed, and we are going to create a new cache with a new name, basically. So let's do that. Let's come back here. And we can use the checksum function for that. and we can give the name of the POM XML. Let's close this one. Also use the, now we need to update the name of the key. And let's also do that for our publish step, because we are also running a Maven command in there and for the same thing. And now let's go back and commit this one and see what's going to happen. Let's say introduce caching. I'm going to push this one. And let's go back to our dashboard. Now our workflow starts again. And let's see what's happening inside. So here, of course, we are checking out the code right now. And now the restoring cache step is going to run. Of course, for this, to speed up the things, we already created a cache with this name. So CircleCI is able to find this cache and load the local Maven repository. So now these cached dependencies are inside our container. And as you can see here, Maven doesn't need to download them again. So it's an improvement for our job. And our job will probably take less time to complete. So the build is completed with success. Of course, in the saving cache step, we don't need to save it again. The cache already exists with this given key, so we don't need to save them again. Let's go and check what's happening in the publish step. Also, we restore the cache here. So now it's the same thing happening, and Maven only needs to only downloads the necessary dependencies for the Maven install command. Let's compare this with our previous run and see what happened. So now, yeah, maybe the difference is not that big because we already run the same thing too many times. So CircleCI has known that. But as you can see, we have some improvement, in the execution time of our workflow. So now, as a part of our CI/CD pipeline, we would like to do some deployments. Of course, for the simplicity of this demo, we are not going to make a deployment, but we are going to deliver some artifacts. We are going to build a Docker image for our application and publish this to Docker app and complete the delivery step. So let's create a new job for this one. We can copy this one. Of course, we need to change the name again. We can say publish Docker here. We can use the same executor with the same image. Of course, we need to do the checkout, but we don't need to restore the cache because there's nothing to use from the cache. And let's define the step to build our Docker image. So let's call this one Docker build. Here, let's execute Docker build. So we need to give a tag. Let's call this one folksdev account API. Also, let's tag this one with latest, and we just need to put that one. To be able to execute the Docker commands and use the Docker client, basically, we need to do one more thing, and we need to define a step called setup remote Docker. This step will create an environment which is fully remote and fully isolated and has been configured to execute Docker commands so that we can execute our Docker commands in a safer manner. If we don't do that, we won't be able to execute the Docker commands unless we not manually, but unless we install the Docker by ourselves to our container with a different step basis. So let's do another thing. Let's push our image to Docker Hub. So call this one Docker push. Here, let's change this. Docker push. We don't need this. And this one. Of course, there's one more thing that we need to do because right now Docker Hub doesn't know who we are. So we need to do an authentication. For that, we need to run the Docker login command. So let's run this one also. Let's call live Docker login. And here we need to say Docker login. We need to supply the username, which is folksdev. And then we need to supply the password. Of course, we don't want to write the password in plain text and commit this into our GitHub repository, which can be accessible by anybody. So for this one, we can use the environment variables features of the CircleCI. To define an environment variable, we need to go to our project settings, which we can access from the CircleCI UI. And here we can find the environment variables section. And here, if you use this button, we can define a new environment variable. We already defined our environment variable for our Docker app password. So let's go and use that. Here we can just supply the environment variable just like we do in the bash. So let's also put this one. And we have our job ready. So let's add this job to our workflow. Let me put it here. Of course, if I commit this one, build and test and publish Docker will be executed at the same time, but we don't want that. So let's add the requires here also, so that it will wait for the build and test to be completed. Now let's push this one. Let's call Docker push and push to our repository. And let's go back to our CircleCI dashboard. As you can see, our new job is all included in the workflow, so it is going to be executed. And since we both make publish and publish Docker depending on the build and test, after this one completes successfully, these two will start at the same time. So let's check what's going to happen now. And in the meantime, I can show you one more thing, which is basically there are some jobs that maybe we just want to execute, for example, for when the code is merged to the master branch, and basically in our CD pipeline. So for example, for every PR, we don't want to create a new Docker image and push it to our Docker app repository. So for that, we may want to execute this publish Docker only if we are working, if we merge our code to master. To do that, we can add a filter for our works in the workflow. So we can use the filters, we can say branches, and we can say only. So this means that this will be executed only for the given branch. And here we can say master. So let's wait for this one to be completed and then push our next commit. So let's see what's happening in there. Of course, the amount is spinned up, amount variables are prepared, checkout happened, and then the setup remote Docker engine step take place. As you can see, we can just check which Docker version that we are using and any other information regarding that. And our Docker build, Docker login, and Docker push steps are executed successfully. So now let's commit this one also. Call this one branch filtering. Push to our repository and see what's going to happen. So now, as you can see, the publish Docker job is excluded from our workflow. Now let's go and do one more thing. Let's go to GitHub. Let's go to our project and create a PR. As you can see, we can easily integrate the checks with our GitHub account. To do that, we can just do it in the CircleCI UI, and the checks will be integrated with our CircleCI executions. So here we can check the status of our current pipeline, what's happening. Right now, the build and test step is running, it's completed successfully now, so the publish step is already started. Let's wait for this one to be finished also. And then we are going to merge this one. So in the demo time, sometimes it goes a little bit slow and we need to wait. Inside, see what's happening. Oh, the checkout is already going on. So I don't know, it's very slow this time. But since this one is being executed, let me summarize what we did with the demo up to now. So we defined our jobs and orchestrated them with our workflows. We created the steps to define the jobs and run various commands inside the steps. Then we practiced caching with the CircleCI and finally build and push our Docker images by using the out-of-the-box Docker support of the CircleCI. So now our workflow completed. Let's go back, and here our checks are passing. We can merge this one. Let's do squash and merge. And we merged it. So let me come back here and see what's happening. The build, the execution of the workflow should start now for our master branch. As you can see, it starts for the master branch. And here we can see the publish Docker step is going to be executed, and it's going to be executed only for the master branch. That's all from my side. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed this demo that we have. So Chade, back to you.
Thank you, Muratjan. And I'm going to share my screen to finish our session. All right, so can you see? Yeah. I think we reach out our time and ready for questions. And thank you all to join our session, and let's meet at our QA session.
All right, thank you. That was very good hands-on Q&A session. Thanks for that. And we're gonna see you in 30 minutes for the Q&A session, because right now we're gonna have one more session. I'm pretty happy also to see your audience here with us. We're active in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah. I do see a lot of comments there.
Yeah, we're a bit surprised.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, we'll see you in 30 minutes. Yeah.
All right, see ya.
Yeah. Okay, so going for the last session for today, which is going to be a pre-recorded session by Rafael Correa Gomez. He's a technology director at Le Site. I have no idea how to read that properly, but he will talk about login without forms. So without any further ado.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rafael Correa Gomez, and today we're going to talk a little bit more login without forms. This technology was launched some years ago, but we don't see many projects using it. It's a pretty exciting technology we can start to use right now, and it's available on Google Chrome, on Firefox too. It's available on Safari with some limitations. So let's get started. As I said, my name is Rafael Correa Gomez. I'm the technology director at Le Site, and I was elected Magento Master 2018, and 2 times Innovation Labs winner. And by the way, this is one of my innovation labs that I launched, the second one. The first one is about payment, and the second one, this one, is about customer login without any forms. And this is my website, rafaelcg.com, where you can find blog posts, where you can find my contacts, like for example, GitHub, LinkedIn, Twitter. And so let's understand a little bit more about this topic, about Innovation Lab. What is it? So basically, Magento Innovation Labs, the main goals were to highlight the innovations made by community. So they wanted to bring the possibility to the table and show to everyone the nice things that we can do in Magento. So, and show the new possibilities too. It's not a limited technology that it's there. It's open source, so it's pretty open to any new customization tweaks that we wanted to do in the platform to improve the customer experience and bring brand new technologies to it, and also extract the maximum possibilities that you want and as you can. So, and what is the credential management API? Well, credential management API is the web API that was launched to make available the customer password. As soon as it's saved in browser, it's available via APIs. So you can contact your browser. This is not inside of your application. The password is there, but instead of auto-completion, as usual, you can get this password and then you process it. So you can do an AJAX call. You can use the customer email and password to do the login without having to wait the customer to see forms, fulfill with the autocomplete, and then click and apply. So they can just select the user that they wanted to log in with, and also if they don't have any additional logins, it's just one. You can just get this user and password and do the login in your store. It's not attached to any external, for example, email provider like Gmail, Outlook, or social media too, like for example, Facebook login, or different methods to do the login via Twitter, button, Google login. So it's attached just to your browser and user and password. So what is the experience with it? This is how it looks like when we start to do the login, and then it detects that you have the user and password already saved. They don't need to, in the technology, you don't need to wait to the customer have the field fulfilled and then click the login. The technology will get this user and password and show this image here in the top, in case there's just one user saved. As you see here, it's signing in as, and then it's automatic reloads and show to the customer my account page, or direct it to another page that you wanted to redirect the customer. So the login is made automatic. It doesn't need it to be just in one page, it can be in all pages. So imagine that your customer create your here or her account in your project, in your website, and then they log in via a cell phone. They don't need to log in via traditional form. As soon as they start to go to the checkout page, add some products to the cart, the account, the Google account that is shared between different browsers, will show the possibilities in your device, in your mobile device, and then get to this information and do the login too. So the customer don't need to click and go to fulfill the forms and see the login page and then complete the checkout. As soon as the customer is in the cart or is in the checkout page, it's just refresh the page and the customer is logged in. In case the customer has more than one user, this is the customer experience. So today I see this applying in some projects, like for example, Twitter use it, but I don't see any store using it besides the store that already applied this technology to. So you see the possibilities here in the shopping cart to log in, and then the customer can select it. Another thing here is about the possibility. So when you apply it, what happens if the customer doesn't have the compatibility? So the new method and versus the auto-completion, comparing both of them. So many developers ask this to me. So what is the difference between both of them? It's not better to have the auto-completion than having this new method to do the login? And my answer usually is that it depends. But I prefer to have this new method because it's smoothly logging in. You don't depend to have the auto-completion of forms. So in the background login, it's sometimes much more effective. At the same time that we have the background log in case the session is invalidated, then you create a new session to the client based on the new login, and it's made automatic in background by the client machine. So it's not made automatic via the password saved from your side. And the same thing with the seamless syncing across devices. So even with the auto-completion, when you use your computer to fulfill forms and it's saved there in your account, and then your device, you have the auto-completion, sometimes it makes more sense to just continue the experience, not have to do the login again as you just did on your desktop. So your mobile device is clever when they recognize, using a clever approach, when just recognize and start to use, you continue your experience in the same method, and vice versa too. So you can start on mobile, and then when you arrive at home and get your computer to finish the order or to check more information about the product or store, you see the auto login there. And it's better to merchants too to recognize which client is going through which product space and create more relevant recommendations. So it's the same thing without using a lot of cookies to do that and predict which customer is that. You can just create the login, and the customer you are going to have the data of the customer, the product that they are looking for. So the same thing with the social login. You don't need it to be attached to a social login, and your client's account is attached to one of the accounts. If they don't have this account, they wouldn't be able to use this benefit of this new technology. And when you go to the mobile device, it's not a fluid method. It's not going directly to continue the customer experience because they needed to do the login again in a new device. So it's different. And those are the possibilities here. So as you can see, Chrome, supported. Edge, Firefox, just Internet Explorer, no, don't support it. Opera, Safari, most of those devices, they support different methods. For example, on Safari, you're not able to use the user and password method, as I just showed to you on Google Chrome. You can use it via fingerprint method or via an external device to connect and do the login via, for example, pen drive with a key. This is mostly used by banks or by government too, to assign documents and this kind of thing to recognize your identity. And what is the core code? This is the basic core code to get this user and password. So navigator.credentials is the new API that was launched by W3C. And with this new technology, you will be able to get a password. So you can send password through to obtain the user password. And with the return, with the then function, you get this user and password and process it via Ajax, for example. In case you have some errors, it can be, so in the catch return, you will be able to get the why the client declined to, for example, why it was declined by the browser. So the browser is not able to get this return, or because the client didn't click in any of the options, of the login options. This is one of the possibilities. And then you treat it. So for example, you can decide to not show it again, and the customer go through a new customer account to add a new extra one, not use those ones that we already have saved. And this is the example of how it looks like in a project out of Magento. So here's an example that we can start to test right now. So I was saying, here we have the URL. It's called credential-management-sample.appspot.com. And then you have this example here with, for example, my Gmail, a test account, which doesn't exist, but it's saved anyways because it's not validating if it exists or not. It's just saving your customer password and seeing it go through the login page, and a social login too, because you are not limited to use just user and password. You can use this method to save social login too. And when I go to this page, let's do a quick test here. This is the page that I just mentioned. So here we have the credential management API demo. And with this new credential management API demo, we have the whatever name you want to save. We have the fake email address, and we have the password too. And as soon as I saved something here, it suggests me to save it. So for example, I will put here Raphael, and then test. And then I will put, for example, test2.com, and the password here. So I will put a password 1234 and register. Then, okay, check your password because I just saved another test, but okay, it's saved. This is a suggestion to my customer save the browser, saving the browser, my password. So I'm gonna save it. 1234 is the password, and I'm logged in. So when I sign out, and then I want to do the login again, what I can do is click here in the top, and then I see the options that I already have saved. And where are those options? Those options are here in the top. When I cancel, it suggests me to do a new login and password, because since like I canceled, because I already have a new user and password that I want to use. That's why the suggestion here, you can customize the user experience. But here in the top, you have all your passwords saved. For example, the new one that I just saved is here. Let's see how this magic works. So this is the example here in the left bar that I saved here in my snippets. So to create this new credential, you just need to create a new object saying password credentials with the ID, which is the email, password, name, and type password, because you can have the type of fingerprint, the pen drive, and or social media to log in via social media. In this case, you just use the password. So as soon as you save a new object like this, Let's run it. For example, one by one here. Okay, it's saved. So with the navigator, to make sure that you can use it, you just needed to send this. Let's see if you have the return. So navigator.credentials, it's allowed to be used. So if I can use it, I will store the credentials because the object is created based on the form that the client fulfilled. Then I'm gonna run this. It's gonna store my credentials previously saved, and in case of success, we're gonna have a console log saying storing credentials for my email. And in case it didn't work, I will gonna have the error storing credentials with the error. Let's try it out. Okay, it's saved. So here I have storing credentials for, and then my email here. Let's try to change it. Since I already had this one here, and in Gmail, I'm gonna exclude it. I'm gonna exclude my test too. And I'm gonna exclude this test too. Yeah, okay, now I just have one. And I'm gonna try to save it with a different password, with a different email. So I will put 2 here on the end and run exactly the same command here to say create a new object to override the previous one. And after that, I'm gonna save it with navigator.credentials.store. Okay, so this is the screen. This is what appears in the every time that you save a new password. So here my password that I had there. So as soon as the client submits the form to create a new account or to do the login, you can run this script in your WordPress, Shopify, any commerce platform, Magento, obviously. And then we have this return. And when I save it, it's there. It's one extra possibility that I can use. And if I want to update the password, I can update it too. But what happened when I go, for example, here, and this algorithm try to get my user and password? I have these 2 here too. So the extra possibility that I manually created was added to my browser, and this script recognized and tried to use it here. So what I'm gonna try to do now, it's just to save it. Sorry, I won't save it. And what I'm gonna do here now is to simulate the same screen when it shows to me saying the possibility to choose one or another. So when I use navigator.credentials.get, it's not to save, it's to get my possibilities. So I needed to pass password true. So I want to have the customer password to be able to apply it in my code, to be able to process it. And I have here the mediation as required. It means that the mediation is the screen that will show to me. It's not the silence login. So when I require the mediation is this screen here. When I show, for example, this is the mediation, when it shows to me the possibility, even when it's one. And this is not when I don't want to have the mediation. It's just finalized to my customers that my customers log in automatic, but there is no mediation. So the customer is not selecting which option they want to have. If they want to have options, if they want to select one or another. Let's run it. And the options that I have here, besides mediation required, is unmediation as true or mediation as silent. I have required and I have optional. And let's run it. Just the credentials get. Okay, when I run it, as I require the password here, it shows to me the only possibility that I have the password, not the social login, just this one. And here it is. So I have the same in as, and when I click, if I cancel, we're gonna have the catch error saying error reading the credentials. So credential read none, which is here because, okay, so what happened here? It succeed because it showed the message to me, but I had the console log because I didn't receive any credential. In case I had any errors, for example, not allowed by the browser, I would receive this error reading credentials. So let's try again, but now we are gonna have the option to, I will select one of the options. So I'm gonna see the user and password, but my password has been replaced by asterisks. So here, by stars, to not show the real password, even if it's like 1, 2, 3. So I'm gonna run it here. And this is the option that I see. When I click on it, I see Raphael 2, the email and password. Let's show the password to me. So I'm gonna replace this line. I'm gonna comment it and put a new line here to show my password. Then I select this one, and here it is. So we have the user and password to start to process it. Okay, as we already have it now, what we can do too is, after I tested it and see the concept and make sure it's working, what are the capabilities, which browser I can run it. You can run it on Google Chrome, which is the most used browser, so it's going to be beneficial to most of my customers too, and to my clients, the merchants that my clients too. So then let's go to the module that I created for it. So I created a basic module in the beginning. This is the version 1. This is 1 year ago. I'm in the process of refactoring it. And now we have here the module entirely. So inside of this module, what we have is we have the blocks, helpers, override, view model, which is just basic things to make sure that the module is enabled, to show to the customer, to put the JavaScript there, these JavaScripts that I just showed to you, to create the Ajax path to be able to call it and do the login. But the most critical part on it is this part here, when we have, for example, the templates and layouts. So where is it added? So my main goal with it is to make the customer be able to select where they want to show it, to customize and tweak the options that they have. So I create this admin panel. The admin panel, I have here general enable as yes, auto sync in as yes, so that's automatic sync in the customer. You can select the no to. Then I put here the extra information about it. If there are more than one user saved, the browser will ask which user to use. So the auto sync in is the silent mode when you have just one customer saved, or customer account saved. And the pages. So the pages are allowed in all pages, no as default, because most of the customers don't want the customer sync in automatically the first time. So just when they trigger this action going through the customer account page, or when I go to the checkout page or cart page. So probably we needed to do the login anyway, so it automates the process, but not when they're going through the home page or category page. Then we have here the extra options. So allow in the cart page, allow in checkout page, allow in login page. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So in the module, I started to create the XML files to put in all of those positions, and the default option in case it's enabled. So the default option is showing to me to put in the before body end if this configuration is allowing in all pages is true. If it's allowed in all the pages, what I show is the auto show PHML. So what is this? Auto show.phml is showing to my customers these possibilities here. So I'm gonna run this script before doing ready, checking if it's allowed to be run in this browser. It's not like a browser that doesn't support it. It's a browser supported by it's supporting this technology. Then I run here the command to create the function, the Ajax call, and here the navigation coordination execution. So what I do here is, after my customer sign in, if the auto sign in is enabled, the unmediated is true. So it means that it's gonna show just the minimal box at the top. If not, it's gonna just get the password. If there's an, then here I have, if it's succeed and I have the credential, then it's gonna run this Ajax login with the email and password. So as I have here at the top, just a simple call, email and password, and after the response, it's gonna be redirecting the customer. That's it, simple as it is. Then what else I have here? So when there is a tricky part, because this is how you use the password previously saved in all the screens, but also there is the option to save it. So let's go to the customer login. In the customer login, what I have is the auto show, in case it's allowed to show in that screen. As I put here in the option, it's allowed to create a new account. If it's allowed, it's going to be automatic login when the customer enter there. But if not, we have this login fallback, the login.phml. This is just there. This is there when we have the module enabled, the general option enabled, because this is going to save the password. Let's go to the login.phml. And here's the navigation.credentials.store. So we have here the recognition of the form. So we recognize those forms created to do the login, to the client login. Then we get the user field, password field. We set the autocomplete attribute to be able to use the autocompletion in case it's there. It's to optimize this part too. So the client will have the autocompletion to user and current password. Then we have some interception during the form submission. We have the Ajax login as before. There is a new version of this module that are going to be launched, but on the Magento marketplace. But this one here is an interception of the form submit. So when the client submit the form, what is going to happen is prevent the default behavior of the form submission, then intercept and get the email and password. Then after getting these values, we're going to get the form key and set all of them with the Ajax login here created here. When the submission succeed, we're going to have this navigation credential store, which is going to save the user and password. So it's going to save the user and password and reload the screen. That's it. So it's saved in your browser using this new password credential management system. And the next time when you go to, for example, to login in your page, not just this script is going to be there to intercept the form submission in case it's needed, but the auto show login form will be autoshow.phml will be there to watch your actions and see that, oops, you are there. So it's allowed to be shown there. So it's going to try to get the user and password and log in before you have time to submit a new form. And also, when you create a new account, it's the same thing. So I put almost the same script. Here we are intercepting, we are getting the options there, and we are storing the same data, user and password, because there is one of the methods to the customer log in. As soon as they create a new account, they will be logged in. Then we have this option here to do the same thing, to save it. And during the logout, we have this option here. So this is one of the parts that we didn't see, that we didn't check. So what it does is this navigator.credentials.prevent silence access gonna prevent it the next time is get the silence log in automatically, because since the customer logged out of the screen, so it's not going to automatically sync in the checkout page, in the cart page, or in the login page, because the customer asked to log out. So this is a prevention to not automatically sync in every time, even if the client log out. This method that can be used. And that's it. So these are the screens. So the cart, automatic login if it's allowed, index page. So here in this page we added, let me check the PHML, the auto show.phtml, checkout index, in case it's allowed in the checkout page. And then we have the customer account creation, the create. So when we put the new, the PHML to watch the form, login is the same thing to watch the form. So not just the auto show.phtml, but also the login.phtml, and logout succeed with this logout.phtml, and the default.xml to show the extra, to show here the auto show.phtml in all the pages in case it's allowed to show. This is pretty much the module. And then here in the admin panel we have those options that I already showed to you. And here in the home page, let's go and check this out. So I have running Costello. When I go to the sync in page, let's see what happened. That's it. It's logged in because I just have one customer saved. So I didn't have to wait or to fulfill the form. It's automatic sync in to me. What happened if I sync out? So let's go here in the message and sync out. Okay, that's it. Next time that I go to the sync in page, as it's selected to decline the silence mode, so I go to the sync in, and a different option is going to show like this, asking to me now since I log out. So I can cancel it, and I can do the login with a different user and password if I want, and it's going to be saved here in the top. This is how the magic works. And as you saw, like the customer can be able, for example, to go here. Let's go to one tops. Edit this first one. Then I go to my shopping cart. That's it. And suddenly I see this pop up here from my browser asking to log in. So if I were not signed out from, if I didn't sign out of my account, it's going to be automatic sign in. But in this case, I just select yes, and Veronica Costello. So then I click here, and that's it. The page just reloads. And if I have more items in my cart, it's going to show up here. But in case I don't have it, it's going to just show the one item, and I can proceed to the checkout page with my account already logged in. So I have all my data here. This optimizes a lot the customer experience and make the process more fluid, more make the process more clever during the account with the account management. So that's it. Here we have the module that we just saw how it was created, and we are going to have the Q&A session now. And thank you very much. I hope you guys like it as I like it, and see you next time. Thank you. Bye.
And now we want to say thank you to our sponsor, Inca Group. Inca Group is a franchisee of IKEA and the world's largest home furnishing retailer. With 657 visits to IKEA stores, 23.9 million downloads of IKEA app, and 4.3 billion visits to IKEA.com. Inca generates more than 90% of IKEA total sales. Can you imagine that? And now Inca unites more than 3,000 developers under their umbrella in 8 major digital hubs in southern Sweden, Amsterdam, Madrid, Philadelphia, Shanghai, and Bangalore. And now they're expanding their digital team. Check out join.inca.com for open positions, and I will post this link in the chat.
All right, so that was a very quick announcement before our Q&A. And so thank you to Rafael for the talk. And we're going to bring everyone back for the Q&A. So we have Morgatan and Kagri here. Hi again. And Rafael is also here. I guess at least he should be here. So Rafael, are you here? Like I can see you on backstage, but you are not with us fully yet. Yeah, we can start like with the first question that we have. Oh, Rafael, I guess Rafael will reconnect. So one of the questions we have prepared is Kagri, to both of you, is there an alternative for Circle C, or is it the best solution?
Yeah, there are some benefits as well as some disadvantages of Circus CI, of course. And yeah, there are some alternative for Circus CI, which, for example, Spinnaker or Jenkins, basically, as everybody knows. But I can't say this is the best solution. This is an alternative solution for your CI/CD pipelines.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the other question is, what types of problems have you encountered most often in your programs after deployment?
Maybe Muratjan would like to answer this question.
Yeah, I think like we have encountered many types of like different problems basically. So basically like even if we run this QA automation, some of the things might skip from the eye, and you can always discover them in the production after you do the deployment. So yeah, for example, for me, it's like most of the time it was missing configs, or basically like the most thing that I've seen is basically misconfiguration. Yeah, but something else.
Maybe missing steps also might be problem that you will able to encourage. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. Like I think Rafael has some trouble with connecting, because yeah, Rafael, can you maybe reconnect once again, because I see like you're connected but your video is not going through.
Okay, I'll try to disable it.
We can hear you, so I guess you can turn off the video and I will do this. Your devices are not connected, so I won't be able to hear you. So, but if you, yep, let's do it like this. Yeah, do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, I have no idea what happened with your video, but I'm glad that you'll be able to answer the questions. So yeah, the question is to you, Rafael. How to deal with iOS restriction using PWA?
Okay, so then we have some restrictions on iOS, yes, but for my point of view, they're going to be, they need to have this functionality on their side anyways, so more and more, and to know like the technology perspective, they're pushing to have more apps than to have PWA, because they have more, Apple has more control of the data when you have the app. But it's inevitable. But like they're gonna have more and more PWA functionality in the future, but probably they're gonna be the last ones to apply it. But for example, this credential management thing, it's already there. So you can use, for example, on web devices, you can use the fingerprint, you can use Face ID, so which is great, because then you can leverage the power of each device or each system, operational system, to improve the user experience. So yeah, the way to handle with these restrictions, in my point of view, is to handle with what you have there, the capabilities that you have. If you have for example, the Google Chrome, you have more capabilities than on Safari or on Firefox, then you can use a different approach. So my approach was credential management was working on Google Chrome. I enable it there. On Firefox or Safari, I left as a native option, the native behavior of Magento, and not having any incompatibility or Yeah, that's the approach that I had, like not having any extra thing there, just having leverage the extra functionality on the most updated browser. So I think the same thing for devices and iOS, Android, etc.
Thank you for the explanation. And I have a question, like it's more general one for all of you. So how do you ensure your program runs smoothly and fast? Who wants to go first?
I have some test scenarios that I usually set up to my softwares. So I put in different scenarios to test automatic via automation. So make sure that it's running smoothly. Is part of it. It's part of the how easy I can apply some fix and it be tested in many softwares and any, for example, Magento 2.3 and 2.4 in the same automatic. So the same thing when I, for example, when I start to test a new implementation, first I install in a small store, which is gonna be like a beta user, and this store is is where you have less users than a very huge store, but there the client will be able also to provide feedbacks and improving it. Then we can install it in a huge scale, applying to many stores and sharing more the scenario. So I go smoothly with the parts. It takes more time, but it's safer to go and do this test in the scenario to me.
Yeah, I think to be able to sure our program are run smoothly, it's most important thing is, do we have all tested that we need? First of all, like functional and non-functional test. Non-functional test, I think, much more important than the functional test, because if you don't have functional test, and if you didn't apply non-functional tests, you might be maybe lose your company as a consequence. So because non-functional tests have, for example, a performance test, stress test, and so on. Those are would show you how your program runs and fast.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, no, go.
No, I actually wanted there was another very similar question. I wanted to continue with that. How do you ensure your code can handle different kinds of error situations?
Yeah, again, the answer is the same. I think if we have all of the cases that are tested, so that we can know that our code can handle different kinds of error situations. So basically, I think for this part of for running the application smoothly, the tests are very important, and also for this one also, because it's not just about having the test, but basically to be able to write the test, you need to have a testable code. So you need to write the code in a testable way. And then if you have this one, so you have a simpler code and much more simpler functions, and then you can just test them, and so that you can handle different kinds of error situations and basically be more confident about it.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, Kagri, do you want to add something?
No, I'm totally agree.
All right, so we actually had an unexpected question from Piotr, who was presenting here earlier today, and it's for Rafael. And the question is, have you already used presented login technique within production projects? What was the feedback from your clients and customers?
Yes, I already applied to one of the clients. As soon as I applied to the Innovation Lab, then when I won the Innovation Lab, and then I refactored the module a little bit, but because in the beginning it was a concept tool, it would work on Magento. Then Magento accepted, and then what I did was I applied to a small project. I just sent the URL there. It's called Fácil Persianas. It's a Brazilian commerce. After a Brazilian commerce made in Magento 2. So then after having this there, nowadays Chrome launched a new restriction about this technology, credential management. So I needed to update this module there. But and I want to launch this on Magento Marketplace too, to be available to everyone to install it. But yes, I already installed this on this client specifically, and there is another client, a huge client here in Canada, that they also are applying this technology. So we are testing it on Magento Cloud. and it's working well. We are just preparing to the next year release it with a redesign. So the only limitation, the feedback from the clients is that it worked well, and that we can also, the client wanted to extract more data from what we received. So for example, as soon as the client is logged in, how we can leverage with our logged in clients to provide a better experience to the client there. Because as soon as you have the client logged in, and you have the power to select which product you wanted to highlight to them, you have more flexibilities that you usually don't have with those new cookies limitations. So these were the client feedback that bring more options to this extension. So yeah, the possibilities that we can customize with the logged-in clients. So and they like it. There were some issues, like one issue or two that I had to fix, bug fixes, small bug fixes in a huge project, but it's not directly related to for example, the technologies, more integration on Safari and these other technologies. But usually, if you check if the navigator credentials is there present, then you can use it. And more tests, small tests in the code will prevent this kind of scenarios, like unexpected scenarios. This is the only thing that I had to be more aware and then adjusted to huge projects, not a small project. And that's it. I think it's going to be very beneficial to everyone that wants to customize the front-end page to different customer experiences.
Thanks for such a detailed answer, Rafael. And I guess like we have one more question for this Q&A. So as we're working as a team, what's important when checking a team member's code?
That's really good question. Yeah, from my side, I would say I first check out if the best practices is applied in that piece of code, and also the code is tested very well. I mean, with the unit test and integration test and so on. Those things are really important for me.
Yeah, for like basically, generally each team has some sort of coding guidelines, like their standard of way of writing code. So this is one thing that needs to be checked because, like, yeah, we are writing the code as a team, so it should follow some standards. Otherwise, if everyone writes in their own way, then we cannot handle this one. So first, I think this is one of the first things that can be checked. Of course, you can check the logic, and if you can check if the feature or the functionality or whatever the change is implemented, and it's actually doing what it is. And to be able to see that, basically, again, the tests are very important because, and this is also important, like how you write the test. So basically, try to test the behavior in that journey so that you can understand. Otherwise, like if you just just try to test line by line, then you would have some sort of trouble. Yeah, and these are the first thing that I try to look for when checking somebody else's code.
And from my side, usually, when we started to check here, we evaluate the patterns. So we create internal patterns to evaluate the code and keep the quality. And also the external patterns like Magento patterns. What are the new patterns to the new version? What are the patterns to each platform? So for example, we have internal patterns to follow. And we have patterns provided by Shopify and another patterns provided by Magento. So if you're gonna develop to Magento, we are not applying Shopify's patterns and vice versa. So we're gonna, to make sure that we follow the standards of each platform and technology, we follow them. When we create a new integrator in pure PHP, we follow our internal process and our internal patterns and the basic patterns in the market. So for example, checking with PHP CS, PHP MD. So we check these with automations. We check the quality of the code too.
Thank you, Rafael, for reconnecting really quickly to give the answer. All right, so I get that was the last question for today and for this broadcast. So thank you all very, very much for presenting today. Thanks, Rafael. Thanks, Folks Dev, for your hands-on and for bringing your active community to us today.
Yeah.
So good luck on your future projects, and I hope to see you on future events. And Rafael, we're gonna see you tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Bye.
guys.
Thank you very
Have a
much.
nice evening.
Yeah,
Bye.
bye. Okay, so I'm gonna say goodbye to everyone. That was more than 11 hours we've got through today. It was a long broadcast, and I want to say thank you to everyone who watched through the whole day, and to everyone who watched even for a little bit, and also to people who are actually watching this as a recording and watching this part. And I hope to see lots of you tomorrow on the senior track. Just reminding that the tickets are still available on the website. Thanks to our all sponsors that we have mentioned today, and to our organizers, including me, I guess, but not. Thanks to people who actually were on backstage and preparing final speakers. And right, so I'm gonna wrap this up. Thank you very much for sticking with us. See you tomorrow.